mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United...
We'll now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra. Please chant it internally as we chant it for you outside. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us now perform the Tattva Chamanam, ritualistic cleansing of the hands and the mouth. With your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, please take 3 sips of water as we chant the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidya Tattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shivadattvam Shodayami Svadha. Rinse your right hand, and with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Rinse your hand again, and then with the index, middle, and ring finger of your right hand, touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand again. With the index finger and thumb of the right hand, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb of the right hand, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear, left ear. Rinse your hand once more. With the little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. Then with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, in the center of your chest. Rinse your hand one last time. Clasp your right hand in your left hand and keep both your hands on your right thigh. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Create a conscious resolution for all the auspiciousness to manifest from this Abhyasa of Nityananda Yoga. Visualize the body that you want to manifest, the powers you want to manifest. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Mamopata samasta duritakshaya dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidya Pararde Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvadamanvantare Ashtavinchaditame Nitya Yuge Pradame Pade Shambhudvipe Bhartavarshe Varadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasunam Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwar Ritau Tulamase Shukla Bhakshe Ekadasyam Shubhadito Sthiravasare Yuktayam Shadabhisha Nakshatra Dhruva Yoga Vanijakarna Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinnaswarupa Parashivaputra Ratnakumara Guru Manya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanyapana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruda Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktra Shrimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktamaya Sutrashriyana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnaga Haladi Samasta Birda Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarva Jana Sangha Sadyo Nirvana Dīkṣā Vyāpa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jīmuta Paramata Galavakesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandi Maharaj Guru Shabana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarane Jnana Bhanu Vikshananar Buddhochedana Purvaka Shrimad Vrishabhadvaja Sthapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Panaradrita Shamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinavat Yuttara Dushadama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana Kailas Paramparagata Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajna Pita Trayastrim Shatuttara Dushadama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimmasana Pita Gartra Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivasvadamanu Ikshvaku Harishchandra Bhagirata Sri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadyanavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chaturshashti Yogini Mandita Chaturshashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Suryavamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdhabhishikta Chudamane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Maha Guru Punaradrita Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोवंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्यवीर्यविच आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्णारोग्य युक्त रात्रिक योगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। Om Abhupasprishya. Rinse your right hand with the Udhrani of water and keep your Panchavatra and Udhrani safely aside.
Yes. Nityanandam, everybody. Welcome back to another Brahma Muhurta morning here in Kailasas all over the world. Well, at least here in the Eastern time zone. As always, we're going to begin today's Kailasas Nityananda Yoga ritual by giving ourselves a nice little warm up, get our body moving, making sure that we're not going to be harming ourselves, preparing the body to explore our ultimate possibilities, to really find our limits today and try and expand beyond them. And so, as always, let's please just rise up and we will come to a standing position. And we're going to begin by making nice, deep, large rotations with the neck. Large circular motion, nice and slow. As always, just start to tune into your body. If you haven't already, just start to feel the areas that are being worked as we go through them one by one. Obviously, beginning with the neck, just notice if you feel a little bit of tension or pain, stress at any point as you go through big, large circles. And if you notice anything and you want to spend a little extra time there and pause and try and extend that region a little bit more, see if you can open it up and see if it makes it feel any better, then explore that. And we'll stop and go in the opposite direction. Good. And now we'll bring our chin down towards our chest. You could bring your hand or both hands behind the back of the head if you'd like. Just apply a little bit of gentle pressure. We're really trying to reach and pull down through the chin using the strength of your own body. You can just add a little bit extra with the hand behind you. And then slowly start to tilt the chin back up towards the ceiling. Place your hands beneath your chin just to apply a little bit of extra pressure, or if you are able to do this somehow by pressing the forehead down, whatever works best for you. And then bring the spine to a neutral position, neck to a neutral position, and we're going to tilt our head to the side. Bring the hand on top of the side of the head again, just to apply a little bit of gentle pressure. Feeling that along the side of the neck. Again, being careful, taking care of yourself. You're not harming yourself. And coming to a neutral position, we'll perform the same thing on the opposite side. Not trying to overdo it right now, just really trying to wake ourselves up and slowly start to loosen up those areas that are naturally tight after being dormant for so many hours. Good, and bring the spine to a neutral position here. This time we're just going to turn our head from right to left, trying to look beyond your shoulder. Good. All right, and let's move our way down to our shoulders. We're going to bring our hands on top of our respective shoulders and start to make some nice big circles here. Rotating. And as you come to the front, trying to get the elbows together. And as you come to the back, opening up that chest nice and wide. Good. Then rotate in the opposite direction. Again, trying to make that nice big circular motion, going through at a slow pace. If you want to spend a little extra time in any specific area, I encourage you to do so. Give yourself that opportunity to warm the body up as needed. Although we go through a sequence of different warm-up postures and dynamic movements, warm-ups really are a custom format in that only you know where your body's at today. Only you know what you're feeling exactly. And so make sure that you're spending that time necessary to warm yourself up. Good. From here, we're going to bring our arms back and forth across our chest. We've got a fun day today again. We've got a couple hand balancing postures. We've got an inversion coming up. Today is ab day. All right. Work our core a little bit. We've got a variety of postures we're going to be focusing on. We're going to go up and down, opposite directions with the arms. And then let's see if we can go in opposite directions again with our hands. So starting from the top, rotating in opposite directions. Good. And then switching directions. You might find one way is easier than the other. Good. Then we're going to start rotating our spine. So our upper body twisting from side to side. You could extend your feet a little bit wider than shoulder width apart. Give yourself a strong, stable base. And we're just going to rotate the upper body from side to side. Go nice and slow. To deal with any back pain in the mornings. This will help get a little bit of blood flowing through there, but make sure you're not overly twisting, causing any harm. And as you feel the spine start to warm up, at the end of each twist, you can take an extra moment to try and go a little bit further if you'd like, or just maintain that basic movement that we've been doing. Whatever's best for you right now. Good. Now let's bring our hands to our hips. We're going to make some nice big circles. Going all the way around. And as you hear, you're really driving and directing the body just through the hips. So your upper body's moving based off of the direction that you're pushing the hips. We're stopping with the opposite direction. Good. We'll bring our feet together now. Place the hands just above the knees, and we'll start to bend our knees a little bit, get some ankle flexion going, and we're going to make some small circles with the knees at first. And then as we go through this, just slowly increasing the size and diameter of each circle. And trying to extend those knees beyond the toes and try and get the knees outside of the feet. So exploring that size of the circle as you go through this. Nicely done. Now we'll switch and go the opposite direction. We'll start small again or large. Start to feel out what you're noticing in your knees and ankles. Just start to feel this in the quads a little bit too. Good. And standing up, we'll start to rotate our ankles. So finding balance on one foot. Trying to make accurate and I don't know what the word is I'm looking for, a well-shaped circle with your toes. You might find one foot is easier than the other. We'll stop and go in the opposite direction. But you're trying to make a nice smooth circle with your, pretend that you're drawing with your big toe. As we do this more and more each day, you'll find that that coordination starts to improve more and more as well. Good, we'll stop and switch the other direction, or other foot. And then final direction, switching out. Good. Now, pressing the fingertips together, I skipped over our hands again. Let's start to open up our wrists, and you can place the palm up against one hand, fingers of one hand, with fingers pointed up. Start to stretch and open up the wrist, and then rotating the fingers down, pressing the palms down. We'll do the same thing on the other hand. Fingers pressed up. And then fingertips down. Good. If you want to squeeze and interlace your fingers, start to rotate, try and get some more blood flowing through there. Squeezing your hands into a fist, then extending the fingers out. Mention we do have some hand balances today, and they are happening pretty much right away. So make sure your wrists are ready to go here also. Good. All right, from here we're going to transition into our skeleton dance. So as normal, we're focusing on two things throughout the skeleton dance. One, that you get your elbows nice and high and you just start rotating around at other people as fast as you can and make contact. Okay, today's about contact. No, I'm kidding. Make sure you have some space available around you. You're not bumping into any partners or any walls, etc. And you can keep your eyes open or closed if you'd like, whatever's best for you. But we're holding on to the visualization of the skeleton structure. So the mind obviously tends to wander. Continue trying to bring yourself back to the visualization, seeing yourself as nothing but bones, okay? And we're shaking intensely, okay? Keep the elbows down, avoiding contact. All right, so shaking intensely, and you can feel your body out and notice, hey, this area is a little bit tighter, and you could shake that a little bit more so. But we are trying to move chaotically and randomly as well. But you're kind of mixing in and just making sure that you're warming up your body where it's needed to. Okay, so we'll start to begin by just shaking nice and slow, and as the music starts to turn on, we'll start to increase the intensity and the speed, and the dynamic of our shape. Okay, so start to tune in. Again, eyes can be open or closed, whatever's best for you. Slowly start to move and shake your body. Good. And we'll slowly start to pick it up a little bit more and more. And again, random, chaotic movements. And here we go. Shake, shake, shake. Keep going. Keep moving. Last few moments. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Almost there. Good. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Good. I'm coming to a tall standing position. Closing your eyes. Starting to take deep inhalations through the nose. Nice long exhalations out of the mouth. Start to calm your breath down. You notice that your heart is beating fast and your breath is just as quick. So let's try and calm the body down through nice, slow, controlled inhalations and exhalations. And as you notice the breath start to calm, just take a moment to feel the energy pulsing through you. Feel what you just generated. Remind yourself what we've recently been initiated into, this powerful cognition that energy is generated within. As weak, as tired as we may have been when we first woke up, notice the difference between then and now. And understand that there's even more potential energy within you as we start to explore these various asanas today. And with that final reminder, we are here today to explore our ultimate possibilities. Let's meet ourselves wherever your previous limits were and see if you can explore and expand beyond those limitations. With that, you can slowly start to open up your eyes, and we'll come down into a kneeling posture. And today we're going to be, as mentioned, we're going to be exploring some various different hand bouncing postures, as well as we've got some inversion, or a couple inversions. We're coming to the end of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. So let's make sure that we are ready and prepared to explore these postures. So the first one that we're jumping into is Kukutasana, which is a hand balancing posture. So let's make sure that your wrists are ready and capable of holding your body weight, as well as we're going to spend a little bit of time opening up our hips again, in case you're somebody that's not quite able to get into Padmasana, but maybe you're right there. So while we're in a kneeling position, we're just going to spend some time to start to apply a little bit of weight onto the hands. So very simple. Keep your hands in front of you, fingertip pointed forwards, and lean forward onto the hands and just start to apply a little bit more and more weight onto your hands as you're here. So only you really know how much weight you're applying, but understand that you're trying to lift your entire body up onto your hands. So ideally, you're starting to apply closer and closer to that amount. And if you're feeling stress or any little pain while we're doing this, then it means pretty much that, okay, maybe you shouldn't try the asana. But maybe it's a pain or a stress that you're able to build towards. So as you lean forward and start to play with your body weight on your hands, just start to make sure you're tuned in and you're capable and ready to hold yourself there, okay? At any point we're doing these wrist and hand balancing postures today, you're feeling a little bit of stress, you can back out and place the tops of your hands onto the ground and press them down to give yourself a good counter pose. Okay, so again, as we go through these hand balancing postures, they are quite stressful on the wrists. Make sure that you're giving yourself the time and attention needed to rest and recover as well. Okay, so while we're here, let's see if we can slowly start to press up and even try and lift the knees up off the ground. If you're able to lift your knees up off the ground, keep the toes down. You just press yourself up and hold for 3, 2, 1, and come down. And again, if you want to stretch out your wrists or give them a circle, give your hands a squeeze. We'll go through this a cycle a couple more times. So again, from the knees, trying to press the knees up off the ground and hold for a few moments. And then coming back down and giving yourself a counter pose, placing the back of the hands on the ground. Do this a couple more times. Maybe this time you're able to lift up one knee and one foot off the ground. And then you come down. Good. And then last time through, maybe you're able to lift up one knee and then the other off the ground and hold. Good. Nicely done. Okay, we're going to move into that pigeon posture. So if you commented yesterday, any excuse to do pigeon, we'll do it. And yeah, it's pretty much right. This is a great posture for when you're tired in the morning and you really don't want to do a ton of movement, but you want to get some benefits of being here because it's so beneficial for opening up the hip. That's when we do this posture. No, even when you're tired, make sure you're tuning in and you're noticing the hip open up. So give yourself that time and space. Understand that we are doing this posture right now to better allow ourselves to get into Padmasana. We have a couple yogis around me that are able to just lift their legs up without even pulling their feet into Padmasana. That's the ultimate. That's what Swamiji calls a true yogi. So if you want to be a true yogi, the goal is to try and put yourself into Padmasana without even needing to use your hands. So you really got to open up that hip area. to allow yourself to do that. Obviously, it requires some strength as well. First step in that process, though, is to really make sure you have that hip mobility. Okay. Good. And we can step that one foot back. We'll rotate to the other side. So again, same as before, when you're doing this posture, keep the heel close to the perineum, close to the groin at first. Make sure you're taking care of your knee. And then the goal is to slowly extend the foot out further and further towards the front of the mat, so the shin becomes parallel to the front mat. Again, we're trying to mimic that posture of opening up the hip to get into Padmasana. First posture, as mentioned, is Kukutasana, where we are going to be seated in Padmasana, lifting the entire body weight up onto the two hands. So just trying to prepare, make sure that our wrists are warm and our hips are ready. Good. Stepping back. We'll do this one more time on either side. Okay. So give yourself a little bit more time to explore the depth here. See if you can get your foot a little bit further away from you. So again, you're trying to have that shin parallel to the front of the mat, ideally. You can come down onto your forearms and your elbows. And start to tune in. Be aware where you're feeling this sensation. And just focus on that one area. And as you notice the tension starts to fade with your awareness, try and go deeper into the posture after each time that opens up. Well, a few more seconds here. Good. And then you can slowly step back, and we'll switch to the opposite leg one final time. Again, tune in. Notice what you're feeling, where you're feeling it. You can go a little bit deeper, exploring a little bit more, whether that means you're down onto your elbows or forearms, or maybe your hands are still on the ground, whatever's best for you. But start to tune in. Notice where you're feeling that stretch, that uncomfortable sensation, and unclutch. Relax deeper into it. And as it gets easier and easier, challenge yourself to make it more and more uncomfortable, ensuring that it's not any of those bad pains. Okay, so if you're feeling a sharp pain in your knee or a sharp pain in your hip somewhere, that's your cue to exit out of the posture and try and find that good, quote unquote, pain that is working the muscle. Okay, last few seconds here. You can go a little bit deeper. Good. Then slowly coming to a seated position. And we're going to be moving into Padmasana. So if you're able to lift up one foot and bring it onto the opposite thigh, that's the goal, to do that with both feet. If you're not and you're only able to sit in Ardha Padmasana, that's also fine. Whatever's best for you. Okay? If you want to just sit in Sukhasana, because neither of those is really viable options, that's also fine. In Kukutasana, our hands are going to be ideally pressed in between the legs. If you don't have the gap able to do so, that's also fine. You could bring the hands to the outside. Okay? So whatever regression is best for you, whether that means you're sitting in Sukhasana with your hands outside of you and you're lifting up like this is fine. Okay? At no point should you not try and attempt the posture, because you can begin right here itself. This is stage one, so to speak, okay? So lifting up the body this way, the heels can still stay on the ground. Challenge yourself to hold this posture for as long as you can, okay? If you're able to progress to that, beyond that, and that means maybe one foot comes up and the two hands are pressed down, then do so that way, okay? If you're able to get into full Padmasana, and maybe again the hands aren't able to come between the legs, see if you can lift yourself up with the hands outside, okay? And then the final posture would be to bring the hands between the legs. While you're here, for me, I find it easiest to first really lean forward and bring my upper body beyond my shins. And then from there, I start to slowly lean back and see if I can allow my knees to come up off the ground. And then from there, I find that balance and lift the entire body weight up onto the hands, okay? So let's all give this a shot with whatever version that's best for you, okay? And again, try your best to hold that there for about 5-10 seconds and come down. For me, I'd like to still make sure my wrists are good, so I'm giving myself a little bit of time to challenge, but then I'm coming down to open up my wrists after also, okay? If I see Ramesh, yeah, you're already giving a shot, great job. Kailasas throughout the world, make sure that you're attempting whatever version is best for you. Umesha, yeah, if you want to just, from that seated position that you're in, bring the hands to either side, to the hips, and see if you can just lift up and keep the feet on the ground. That's fine as well, okay? We are engaging our shoulders here, okay? So as you lock and extend beyond, you're developing that shoulder strength, and ultimately this is something that is going to be helpful if you ever want to be able to perform something like a handstand, okay? So let's go through this a couple times all together, okay? So with your hands between the legs or outside of them, and whatever posture you're in, let's all come to a seated position together. And let's see if we can hold this for a 10-second count all simultaneously, okay? So hands flat on the ground. Start to press your body up, and then we're going to lift up and try and hold for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Coming down. And again, giving yourself a counter stretch if you need to. Anybody else's wrist sore? I see like some people have their wrists are completely fine. Do you notice it? No? No? Okay. Okay. Well, at my age, I notice it. I don't know how old you are and how youthful you feel, but I definitely know that I feel it in my wrists as well. So make sure that you're giving yourself that time to loosen them up if you need to. Regardless, either way, let's do this one more time all together, okay? While we're here, we're visualizing ourselves as a rooster. Breathing in Sahaja Kumbhaka, so we're all going to just inhale, hold our breath comfortably while we're in the posture. Okay, you can gaze straight ahead or straight ahead and down slightly at an object to help keep your balance. Mulabandha is naturally going to be squeezed and engaged, but make sure you try and emphasize that. And Om Nityananda Mahasarashivoham is rotating in the throat center, okay? So Kukutasana, let's all bring our hands between our legs. Let's get ready to lift up simultaneously all together here. If your hands aren't between your legs, bring them outside of your crossed legs in whatever position you are currently in. Let's lean forward. Start to find that weight distribution and slowly lift up, and we'll hold here.
Padmasana samstapya nanurvorantare karo nivesha bhumo vasishta vyomastha kukkutasana.
Nicely done. Slowly coming down. Great job, everybody. Okay. From here, We're going to maintain this Padmasana position, and we're taking the hand balancing to the next level into Baddha-Kekiasana. So another hand balancing posture similar to Mayurasana, that very commonly understood posture that we all love to try and be able to perform. Baddha-Kekiasana is the same thing, but with our legs locked in Padmasana. And so a very, in my experience, I think it's a challenging posture, but it's also a little bit easier in many ways to perform this versus Mayurasana because the weight isn't distributed so much further away from your center of gravity, from your core. So while we're here, you're on your knees. The fingertips are pointing backwards, but they're not directly pointing backwards. Maybe all of our bodies are slightly different, but what I have found is that a slight angle with the fingers pointing backwards works best for most. Okay, maybe that isn't quite the same for you, but explore whatever is best for you. And I would recommend a slight angle rather than completely straight behind you. Okay. The goal here, though, is you're trying to get your elbows as close together as possible before you press them up against your stomach. So if you're trying to get your elbows together at the center of your body, and you're driving and using that leverage as your main balance point for the entire body. Okay. So the first step is bring the elbows together and then drive them down into your center. Okay. So with fingertips pointing backwards, bring the elbows together, start to lean forward and press that center part of your stomach onto the hands. Naturally, you'll start to feel the knees lift up, and the goal is to then bring them parallel to the ground along with the upper body. Okay? So explore with wherever you're at. If you're not able to sit in Padmasana, or for whatever reason, if you're not able to start to balance there, you can come into Sukhasana position and rotate onto your knees with your toes tucked. Okay, so as you're trying to build towards performing these hand balancing postures, the simplest way is from our knees and toes, fingertips pointing backwards, start to lean forward and press the stomach up against the elbows. Okay? You can just hold here and then exit out. And you can go through cycles of this to start to build up that wrist mobility, wrist strength, and start to find what it feels like to get closer and closer to the posture. Okay? So again, same with every other posture, there's always some sort of regression that you can work towards. Means if you're not able to completely hold the posture in Padmasana, that's fine. What's the next step behind that you can perform? Okay? So Ameshaya, great job. Find where you're at and start to explore and feel that out. So if you're like me right now, from my hands and knees, I'm bringing my fingertips pointing backwards. My wrists are not together. A lot of people maybe tend to think that the wrists together is best. Well, it just means you have less of a wider base and less stability and ability to balance. So if you have a slight gap between your wrists, it means you're going to have a wider base and it's going to be easier for you to balance. Bringing the wrists together means smaller base, right? Your elbows are going to be able to come together easier, but it's going to be a little bit more challenging to hold yourself up. So again, keep a little bit of a gap between your hands, fingertips pointing backwards. And from this kneeling position, start to lean the stomach down, chest down. Okay? You can even blade your knees out a little bit wider. And then from there, you can start to lift up the knees and then see if you can lift up one foot and then the other. Okay? Again, this is the first regression that you'll be building towards to be able to perform Padakekiyasana, so the same posture, but in Padmasana. Okay. So give it a shot, and then once you're done cycling through, or with each repetition, again, make sure you're doing yourself a favor and counterposing, putting and applying pressure to the back of the hands, making sure that your wrists are being taken care of here, okay? So we're going to give this a shot at least one more time, all right? So give yourself that opportunity to make sure you're ready, prepared. And if you want to explore this from the Padmasana position, let's start to come back into that seated posture. Good. Okay. So coming up onto our knees, we'll go one more time here. Okay. If you're right there, if you're almost there, incorporate the visualization of this posture. Bring Swamiji into your inner space. Meet with him here. Allow him to guide you towards your ultimate possibility this morning. Okay. We're going to be breathing in Sahaja Kumbhaka again. So as you press up, it's going to be obviously challenging to have a nice elongated breath. Just take a deep inhalation, press the elbows up against the stomach, hold the breath comfortably for as long as you can comfortably in Sahaja Kumbhaka. Okay, same japa, rotating in the throat center. Om Nityananda Maha Sadashivoham. Pressing the midsection into the elbows, leaning forward and down, slowly lifting up those knees off the ground. Lifting the chest up, connecting the Swamiji, and Padakekiyasana.
धर्मवसस्तभ्य करद्वयेन तत्कुर्परि स्थापिना नाभिपार्श्वः उच्चाशनो धन्दवद्धुत्थे मयूरमेतत् प्रविदन्ति पीठम्.
Good. Nicely done. Slowly coming down into a comfortable seated position. You can extend your legs out. Give them a shake if you'd like as well. Great job. So if you gave yourself an opportunity to explore and push yourself, nicely done. Next posture in the PDK, in the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, is Mayurasana. So you can actually beautifully just extend from that Padmasana position, extend the legs out right away into Mayurasana. But we'll build our way back up to that position for today's practice. Okay, so again, my hands are pressed up against the ground, so the tops of my hands are down. I'm giving myself an opportunity to take this free time to counterpose the wrists, making sure that they're warm, they're stretched out properly. Okay, squeezing my hands, extending the fingers. Give yourself this time to make sure they're protected and ready. So the next posture in Mayurasana, same similar setup where we are bouncing just on our hands and the legs are extended straight out beyond you. And as before in all previous postures, there's a regression out there somewhere that works best for you. Okay, so we'll start and build our way from the ground up, and we'll showcase those. So the first regression is simply you could be on your knees and your hands or your fingers pointing backwards, and you can just be in this position itself. Okay, so if you're not able to do any of the postures or any of the following progressions, this is where you're at today. And what I'm doing is I'm applying as much pressure onto my hands as suitable for me. So if I keep my toes tucked, I can start to almost lift up my knees off the ground, and naturally that means more and more pressure comes onto the hands as my knee gets lifted up. Okay, so you're building the strength in areas that need it, that will help you progress towards Mayurasana. Okay, So that we'll call that stage 1. The next is from this position on our hands and knees, we'll start to bring our elbows together towards one another. And to make that happen, you're going to just spread out your knees a little bit wider. Okay, so I've got a little bit of a wider base with my knees. Rather than keeping the knees together, I'll have them spread out a little bit. Okay, fingertips pointing backwards. Again, keeping a little bit of a gap between the hands and the wrists. You're going to try and lean forward and bring the stomach down towards the elbows. Okay, and lean forward as deep and as best you can for whatever's best for you, and just hold. Okay, we'll call this the progression 2. If you're wanting to go beyond that, you can keep the hands as they are. I've got one knee bent, and I'm going to extend the opposite knee. And I'm going to start to, again, slowly bring my stomach down towards the elbows. Okay? If you feel comfortable and ready and you want to progress further, you can step both feet back and just hold here with the toes tucked and the body weight pressed up against the elbows. Again, coming out of that. So if you're able to progress between each one of those, or if one of those is best for you, just give yourself the moment to pause and hold there. So if you're not doing any of those postures that I just went through, that means you are about to explore and try and hold yourself into Mayurasana completely. So in Mayurasana, again, fingertips are pointing backwards, fingers slightly bladed outwards. You're leaning forward and down, so you can extend your knees further away this time. Start to lean forward and down, stomach onto the midsection, or the midsection onto the elbows. From the toes tucked position, you can lift up one foot. And what you'll find is that you need to start to lean a little bit more forward to find that balance point. And then when you're ready, you can slowly try and lift up both feet off of the ground. Okay? So Rameshaya, what progression are you at today? Where are you at? You can just show me and I can coach you along. Maybe if you go from a side angle, you too as well, Ramesh. Let's see where you're at. Okay. So what I would recommend, Ramesh, yeah, keep doing what you're doing right there. Good. So here's what I would do. Both for you and Umesh, you're at kind of the same spot. So from the toes tucked position, oh, you're right there. Okay, listen up here. From a toes tucked position on your knees, we'll get you there. Start to lean forward and bring the fingertips pointing backwards. Okay? So I'm on my hands and my knees, and my toes are tucked. I'm going to lean forward and bring my stomach onto my elbows. My knees and toes are still on the ground. Then from there, I slowly try and lift up my knees. So I'm just on my hands and toes. Umeshaya, let's back out. Come to a hands and knees position just like this. Okay? Hands down on the ground. Walk them a little bit further away from you. Okay? And now we're leaning forward, elbows towards the stomach. And then try and find that point where you just put you're able to leverage your weight onto the elbows. This is the posture that you're working towards. Okay? If you're able to get to that position with the elbows down, then you extend up one foot or extend up your knees. And then from there, you're trying to lift up one foot and then the others. Okay, but the progression is toes down, knees down, from our knees, leaning forward. Okay? So a lot of this requires wrist strength. I see you both have that mobility needed in your elbows. But where are you feeling this in your wrists? Yeah? Yeah. Completely normal. So that's why we're slowly progressing towards applying more and more pressure. Ramesh is like, he's just saying he's got no space. That's okay as well. On your own, you could practice this when you've got a little bit more space, but just for everybody out there that is wanting to progress towards this, I'm seated with my knees wider. Okay? I'm bringing my fingertips down onto the ground, or my palms down onto the ground, fingertips pointing towards me at a slight angle with a bit of a gap. Okay? With that base, you reach your hands a little bit further away so the knees and the hips come down. Okay, so I'm still on my knees. I still got weight on my knees, but my knees are a little bit further away from me so I can bring my hips down. I'm trying to bring my elbows together and pressing my midsection up against the elbow. If I'm able to get to that position, then I'll lift up my knees. From that position, if I'm able to lift up my knees off the ground, then I'll start to lift up one foot. And what you'll notice here is I'm starting to lean forward. My shoulder blades go beyond my yoga mat now as I try and find that balance point. Okay, so my starting position is here. If you look how much further my shoulders travel forward, for me, that's the distance I need to go to find that center of gravity, that point of perfect balance. Okay? And again, you progress towards that. So stage by stage with whatever's best for you. You got to tune in. You got to make sure your wrists are ready, comfortable, and able to progress. Okay? So if you've been practicing this throughout this whole time, nicely done. If you've been sitting and just watching, only you are missing out on exploring your own ultimate possibilities. So give yourself this time. We're already here. We're already awake. We're not going back to sleep while we're here. So take advantage of this opportunity to explore yourself. Okay? Well, I'll give this one final shot together in Mayurasana. While we're here, we're going to incorporate the other components. Visualizing ourselves as a peacock. The Haja Kumbhaka, so you're holding your breath comfortably, and Om Nityananda Mahasarashivoham rotating in the throat center. So we'll break this down one last time. From a kneeling position, I'm rising up with my toes tucked, rotating my hands so my fingertips are pointing towards the body. My knees are bladed out wide, and I start to walk my hands a little bit further away so I can bring my hips further and further down. I start to press my midsection up against my elbows, and as I find that leverage, I'm extending and lifting my knees up. From there, I'm starting to lean a little bit more forward to find that balance point, my center of gravity. I'm lifting up one foot, and then slowly, that other foot can come up as well. And hold.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भो निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कुर्वरोपरि देहकम्.
Nicely done. And slowly come down. Okay, next posture. A nice, perfect, relaxing posture after these intense arm holds. Makarasana. You're going to just lean forward and down, resting the upper body onto the ground, blading out your feet so your toes are pointed out wide. You're opening up your hips so the toes can point out wide. Taking the hands as the forehead is rested on the ground and interlacing the fingers behind the head. Okay? So chest is down, forehead is down on the ground. Interlace the fingers to the back of the head. Visualizing yourself as a crocodile here. Try and find calmness in your breathing pattern. A little bit more challenging when the weight of our body is pressed up against the lungs. But try and calm the breath down. Breathing deeply through the nose with the forehead down. And we'll hold here for a few more minutes. Maybe not minutes, but moments. Again, while we're here, focusing and tuning in on the breath. Deep inhalations through the nose. Comfortably hold, and then nice slow exhalations in between. Again, while you're here, visualize yourself as a powerful crocodile floating through the waters. Om Nityananda, Mahasarashivoham rotating in the throat center. Keeping Mula Bandha engaged. So gently squeeze that perineum as we hold.
अध्यास्यसेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च पार्श्वमानौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदन्तयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्
Good. And from here, you can slowly lift up your hands and your head. You're going to bring your hands to either side of your chest with the palms flat down, lifting up the chin. While you're in this position, we're going to start to engage our core. So core doesn't necessarily always mean our midsection or our stomach. It could also mean our lower back as well. So from this prone position with the stomach down, you're going to engage your core by lifting the thighs off the ground. And I'm saying thighs because that's the best cue to have to engage that lower back. Okay, so with my hands flat on the ground now, palms down, fingers facing forwards, I'm lifting up my chest as high as I can comfortably, almost as in Bhujangasana, but my hands should not be pressing down. Okay, so I'm lifting up my chest to its maximum with my hands off the ground, and then I can gently rest the hands down. From here, I'm trying to lift up my thighs off the ground. So don't think about getting your toes up. Don't even think about getting your knees up. Try and think about getting your thighs up off the ground. And as you lift up the thighs, notice and engage your glutes. So squeeze the butt cheeks. Okay? Squeeze the perineal floor. So naturally, Mula Bandha is engaged here. And I'm just holding this position, but throughout the posture, throughout the static hold, I'm trying to raise up the thighs more and more and more. And what you'll find is that you, as you hold, you start to lower down actually. Catch yourself. Find that awareness that you're actually going lower, and then try and bring yourself a little bit higher. Okay, so we're trying to constantly explore and expand and lift higher and higher, whether through the thighs or the chest. And again, the hands are just resting here though. I'm not pressing down through my hands at all. I'm just having them on the ground is all. Okay? And then let's all lower down and relax. Take a moment. While you're here, you can shake out the hips from side to side. Loosen up the thighs, loosen up the glutes. Is everybody feeling that in the lower back? Are you noticing the challenge there? Yeah? Okay. Okay, we're going to go through this a couple more times. So hands flat on the ground. You start by Squeezing the butt cheeks almost, lifting up the chest off the ground as high as you can, not pressing down with the hands in any way though. Okay, you should be able to have your hands off of the ground and the chest remains the same height. From there, I'm bringing the toes, knees, upper thighs off the ground as high as I can. Engage the glutes even more. Squeeze the butt cheeks. Feel this tension start to build in the lower back. Rise up the chest more. And rise up the thighs even more as you can, or as high as you can. And we're just holding here, engaging that core, that midsection in the lower back. If you have back pain, this is something that's going to help out immensely. Sending rejuvenating blood, rejuvenating energy towards the midsection. Let's hold for another 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nicely done. Coming down, you can rest on the chin again, and again, shake the hips from side to side. Give yourself an opportunity to rest and recover. Okay, this is Shalabhasana, so we're visualizing ourselves as a locust while we're here. So when you're coming up and holding static, also feel that sense of springiness and powerfulness, that ability to explode and jump at incredible heights and distances. Start to embody that bio-memory. You're sitting here static, but you're also explosive and dynamic, okay? Same pranayama, so we're just inhaling through the nose, holding our breath comfortably. And Sahaja Kumbhaka, exhaling at whatever pace is best for you. And Om Nityananda, Mahasadashivoham, the japa rotating in the throat center. So let's all rise up together. Hands are flat on the ground, next to the chest. Squeeze the glutes. Start to lift up the toes. Raise the chest up as high as you can. Knees come up. Thighs come up, and we're holding here. In this static posture, visualize yourself as a locust. That mula bandha is naturally engaged, but squeeze the butt cheeks maybe a little bit more and see if that helps you lift up your thighs a little bit more. Again, as the knees start to come down, the toes start to come down, catch yourself and lift up even higher. As you feel that burning sensation in the lower back that's telling you to exit out, rather than exit, go higher. Start to explore and expand beyond your previous abilities towards your ultimate possibility. Remind yourself of the japa rotating in the throat center, empowering you even further. Om Nityananda Mahasadashivoham. This is Shalabhasana.
Adhyasya karayukmaksho bhumivastabhya karayostalabhyam Pado cha shunye cha vishashti chordhvam vadanti pitam stalabham munindraha.
Nicely done. And lowering down, bringing the chest down. You can even rest on the side of your cheek if you'd like. Relax that lower back. Rotate the hips from side to side again. Shake it out. Nicely done. If you're holding there, if you're challenging yourself to go beyond that burning sensation in the midsection, nicely done. Not an easy posture to hold, but it's definitely an area that we all need to strengthen out. It's a common weakness in a lot of us, especially when we're, again, sitting all day, not really in these prone positions. Okay, from this position, we're moving into Ustrasana. So we're reaching for our feet now. So you can grab one foot at a time if you'd like, or you can lift up both feet. The goal is we are holding on to the tops of the feet, and we're trying to pull the heels down towards the ground. Okay? And then as we pull them down, increasing the grip, you start to lift the body up from the chest. Okay? So start to drive the heels down outside of the hips. So as you cycle through that motion where you lift up your chest, start to drive the heels down as the chest starts to sink back down towards the mat. So ultimately, the final position here would be the heels come all the way down and they even touch the ground outside of the hips. If you have that type of knee flexion and hip mobility, that's great. If you don't, nothing wrong with that. Do the best you can to drive and pull those heels down outside of the hips, though. Okay, and you can go through cycles of this by pulling, holding for a few seconds, and then releasing and relaxing, lifting up your chest a little bit if you'd like. And then again, sinking the chest back down into the mat and pulling on the tops of the feet towards the ground. Okay? This requires some bicep strength to pull the feet down. So if you feel that you're getting a little bit too much of a stress and workout with the biceps where you don't have that strength, relax, give yourself a rest. But again, start to progress and explore towards that final posture as best you can, meeting yourself with wherever you are at today. Pulling the heels down, outside of the hips, towards the ground, and holding that static posture. While you're here, you're visualizing yourself as a camel. Mula Bandha is naturally going to be engaged. Or sorry, not in this posture. It's not naturally engaged, but consciously engage that Mula Bandha, sealing the perineal floor as you pull the heels down towards the ground. Maintaining the same japa, Om Nityananda, Mahasadashivoham, rotating in the throat center, visualizing yourself as a camel, Ustrasana.
अध्यास्य सेते पदयुग्मवस्त्यं पृष्ठे निपायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यगुडयास्य गादा मुष्टं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Good. From here, we're going to be holding on to the same grip. If anything, you're going to intensify the grip. And you're going to start lifting the upper body off the ground and the upper thighs off the ground as well, pulling the feet backwards and up as the chest rises up higher and higher into Dhanurasana. So this is more of a back bend, requiring flexibility in multiple parts of the body. Okay? While you're here, continue driving the hips up, continue lifting the chest up further and further, trying to balance the body entirely onto the belly. Continue holding and then stretching more and more as you go further and further up. Okay? When you need to, you can rest and release the feet and bring the hands beneath the chin. Give yourself an opportunity to recover. We've been pulling using the strength of our biceps for quite a while now, so give yourself an opportunity to rest and recover. And we'll go through this one more time. Okay, if you want to shake your midsection side to side to loosen up the spine, take care of the lower back, feel free to do so. But on this next and final set of Dhanurasana, really try and drive the hips up, drive the toes up as high as you can. Although it's a static posture, you are very much engaged throughout the entire hold. Okay, you're trying to open up the chest, open up the hip flexors, using the strength of your core, your lower back, to pull you up higher and higher. You should feel this all throughout the body. Whether it's anterior, posterior chain, you're going to notice this engage you throughout. So a full body posture, a great posture to work on, especially for us that sit all day hunching forwards. This is going to help you get rid of that tech neck posture as well. Okay, so let's all come up one last time together from our chest. Lift up one foot. See if you can reach and hold on to it. If you're able to kick up both feet at the same time, feel free to do so. Reach back, holding on to the tops of your feet. Improve your grip. So really try and wrap your hands around. See if you can hold on to the soles of the feet all the way around. Start to lift the chest up off the ground. And simultaneously start kicking the feet up and let the knees and thighs come off the ground. Lift the chest up higher by lifting the chin up. And then as you come up higher and higher, start to kick and engage the quads and driving the feet up even more so. You want to tilt your head back, looking up more towards the ceiling. That's going to help you open up your chest as well. Try and find that balance point on the midsection with where you're at. Let's all drive and kick ourselves up. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana, Mahasada Om Nikananda, Mahasada Shivoham, rotating in the throat center. Keep kicking, keep driving, and hold as best you can. Keep the entire body engaged here. Few more seconds.
प्रसार्यपादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं गिरिगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Nicely done. Releasing the hands. And again, you can place them one on top of the other, just underneath the chin, resting the chin on top of the top hand. Start to rotate the hips from side to side to loosen up that lower spine. Give yourself a nice little rest here. And then when you're comfortable, ready, and able to do so, push yourself up into a kneeling position with your feet flat on the ground beneath you. Resting onto your knee. Now, this is a preparatory posture in Bhagasana. We are getting ready for the next posture to come, which is our first inversion of today in Shirshasana. While we're here, just bring yourself within your body to try and align your spine. So it seems like a basic posture. It's like nothing's really happening here, right? Try and sit perfectly, okay? So your hands are resting on tops of the thighs, close to the knees. Don't let the upper body cave down. Take this opportunity to push the chest out, rather, okay? Engage your perineum, so sealing that perineal floor, engaging Mula Bandha. Let the chest open up high and keep the spine elongated. Neck is back. So you have that perfect vertical posture within you. Okay? You can keep your eyes open or closed, but gaze up towards the third eye and start to connect to Swamiji. Bring them back into your inner space. Okay? Not to get ahead of ourselves, but we do have an inversion coming up. And so you're kind of getting yourself into that mental mindset that you're literally going to be flipping your world upside down. Why not bring Swamiji along with us as you visualize him in your inner space here? Okay, with Mula Bandha engaged and Om Nityananda Mahasada Shivoham rotating in the throat center. This is Bhagasana.
उलाटमोडी पाउदोय वेसे बहुरो जो जगति जुगति करे ईके ऐसे पावना माहिला घुल्पजुजाहो कुलापासती लावेसो.
And from here, we are moving into Shirshasana, our first inversion of today, and the final two inversions of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. Whether you are at home by yourself or even with a group of individuals, your best friend right now is the wall, okay? So if you're somebody that's, whether you're able to hold the posture for a long period of time or you're still working towards the posture, either way, I highly recommend using a wall as your base point, okay? So Rameshaya, if you've got a bed frame that's only about 3 feet high, just make sure that you're taking a lot of caution here. Ideally, you have a wall which is behind you to catch you from rotating, falling all the way over onto your back. So if your wall is in front of you, it's about 2 feet away from you or so, okay? And from this position of being on our knees, you're going to rise up so you can tuck your toes. The first step is tucking your toes, okay? With a toes tucked position, then I'm bringing my elbows down and forearms down onto the ground, and I'm interlacing my fingers. Now, before you interlace your fingers, a common suggestion is measuring your elbows so they're about forearm distance apart. Okay, so it means, am I able to grab onto my opposite elbow? Okay, if I'm able to grab onto my opposite elbows, then I can release and interlace my fingers. So you're not wanting your hands really far apart or really close together. You want that perfect base, which is about forearm distance. Okay? From there, you can interlace your fingers, and now you've got this beautiful tripod base triangle to keep your body stable. Okay. Now, the first posture is actually Gohyasana. So you're building up towards Shirshasana, but Gohyasana requires a lot of core strength as well. So we're going to incorporate these two together, and I'll show you a way of regressing into Gohyasana, which is maybe a little bit easier for some people. But from this base position, fingers interlaced, toes tucked, I'm bringing the crown of my head down onto the ground. So the crown of my head, meaning like that apex point, the topmost point of my head. And we all have got different crowns, different shapes. So find that little subtle point that you feel is best for you to balance on. Okay. Now distributing the weight throughout the entire body, meaning the forearms and the crown of the head. I'm going to lift up my knees off of the ground. Okay. If this is the maximum that you can hold, that's fine. Maybe your knees are still down on the ground and you're just holding this posture. That's fine as well. Meet yourself with wherever you are at today, but challenge yourself to at least attempt some version of the posture. If you're able to hold this here, raise the knees up off of the ground and you can start to walk the feet towards you. Okay, naturally the hips come up and they start to stack on top of the shoulders. If you're able to lift up one foot and you're not quite able to lift up the other foot, you can give yourself a little bit of a hop to stack the hips on top of the shoulders. And again, this is the point where it's important to have the wall, because if you pop a little bit too much, you're going to rotate all the way over onto your back. And that's what we want to avoid. So again, use a wall to your advantage. Okay? Safety first. If you're able to hop up and get to that position, great. If you're not, with the knees bent, if it's a little bit too challenging to hop up and hold here, you can hop up and keep the legs a little bit further up and then regress down, bringing the knees down towards the chest from there. So Gohyasana, the knees are towards the chest, and Shirshasana, the legs are extended up. So Gohyasana, more challenging on the core, whereas in Shirshasana, a little bit easier on the core. Okay? Again, no matter what level you are at, explore your possibility. Okay? Ideally, you have some sort of mat beneath you. I see some people that are directly on tile right now. If you're moving over to the wall, great job. That's exactly what we want to see. But make sure that you're using a mat as well. Maybe a little bit too much stress on the crown of your head. If you're doing this directly onto the tile. Again, to progress towards this, from kneeling position, measuring the hands, holding on to opposite elbows, interlace the fingers, crown of the head comes down onto the ground, resting the back of the head up against the hands. First step is lifting up the knees off the ground, walking the feet towards you. Let the spine rotate a little bit so you can stack the hips on top of the shoulders. Lift up one foot. See if you can lift up the other. And holding here with knees bent is Gohyasana. If you're able to, start to slowly stack the hips on top of the shoulders, the knees on top of the hips, and then the ankles on top of the knees. So you're trying to align into as vertical posture as you can. Now, it's obviously extremely difficult to understand how you're stacking, how your alignment is. So if you have an extra phone, it's always a good idea to record yourself to see, how am I doing? How is my alignment? And as you start to adjust your alignment through that video feedback in combination with one another, you'll start to notice, oh, okay, I felt like I was a little bit off at my hips, and maybe that's what the video showed. So that constant feedback through video is going to be really helpful for you. Okay. So as long as you're able to hold here comfortably and you're not feeling any stress or pain in your lower or in your neck, then continue to hold. If at any point you're noticing any stress in your neck, any area of your body at all, then that's your cue to back out of the posture. Okay? You'll be able to hold this without feeling any sharp pains anywhere. So if you were exploring and holding this still to this point, great job. And yes, at your own pace, you can come down and up at a suitable rate that's best for you. Okay. Good. Okay, let's all come onto our knees and we'll take a moment to rest and recover together. So after you're spending so much time in that inversion, come back into that same posture of Bhagasana where you're just sitting on your knees, hands resting on top of your thighs with a vertical spine, allowing the blood to rush back down towards the rest of the body. Try and relax the shoulders down. Take a few deep, calm inhalations through your nose. Nice long exhalations out of the mouth. Just rest and recover. Shining your awareness on any areas of tension that you may be feeling and unclutching, releasing from there. Again, give yourself this time to recover. We'll go through this one last time, exploring both Gohyasana and then into Shirshasana. Okay, so we'll try and hold for a couple minutes. If you're not able to hold for a couple minutes, that's fine. You can be maintained at a regression. One of the most interesting pramanas I've come across was an inversion. Anytime the heart center is raised above the Anya chakra. So the Anya chakra being below Anahata chakra. That is an inversion. So if you're not able to completely hold yourself up vertically, so you can get to a point where just you're bringing your heart so it's above the eyebrow center, okay? Okay, and so we'll start to move towards this posture, both these postures one last time. From my knees with my toes tucked, I'm bringing my forearms down onto the ground, holding onto the opposite elbows, okay? I'm about 2 feet away from the wall, okay? Enough distance for me to rise up, but close enough to make sure that I don't fall back beyond my back, okay? Now interlacing the fingers, bring the crown of the head down onto the ground. Find that point of balance that is best for your head. With toes tucked, lift the knees up off the ground. Walk the feet towards you. Lift up one foot, one heel, and hop yourself up, trying to get the knees towards the chest with the knees bent. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space here. Go Hyasana.
दो हाथ की कहोनी जोए पुनिहा कले जाने सो दोई पुष्टि आगाम ने की पुनि जाओ ए सब ले भू ऊपर थानो.
Good. Keeping the same inversion. Extend the knees so they stack on top of the hips, and then the ankles on top of the knees. Connect the Swamiji here. Try and find comfort. Try and relax the upper body, relax the shoulders. Find balance through alignment. Find comfort through alignment here. Sirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विजेव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरीतोपवेशने.
Good. When you're comfortable and ready, you can slowly come down. If you want to feel like holding a few more moments, feel free to do so. Come down any way that you like, whether that's one foot extended, vertical, another comes down. Just try and come down in as much control and grace as you can. You can keep the forehead down on the ground with the hands behind the head for a moment or two. And as the blood starts to rush back into the body, you can slowly rock back your sitting bones onto your heels with the toes flat. And again, coming to this kneeling position, spine neutral, hands resting on tops of thighs. Let the shoulders sink down and the spine elongate, the crown of the head feel pulled towards the ceiling. Almost consciously decompress the neck. We've spent quite a bit of time here working on these inversions so far today, so nicely done. Give yourself this opportunity to relax and recover now. Good. All right, from this position, you're actually going to be, you can cross your legs and come into a seated posture. We're going to start working our core a little bit here. Okay, so from a seated posture, with the feet flat on the ground in front of you, knees raised up, we're going to move into Fodhyasana. So you're going to slightly lean your upper body backwards. So I'm leaning my chest back, and you should do so to a point where your heels start to lift off the ground. Okay, so if you're not able to perform the full posture, that's fine. the first step for you is from this this seated posture with the knees raised. I'm just rocking back and I'm trying to find that balance point where I'm balanced just on my sitting bones. Okay. The tendency is you start to lean and cave your chest in. Try and keep the chest upright. Okay. If you release your hands from your knees, you're engaging the same muscles that need to be engaged as you progress through the posture as well. So that's your first level of the posture. Okay. So no matter what, you should be trying something. That would be the first level. Okay. From that same type of setup, this time I'm going to bring my hands beneath my calves and hold onto the backs or hold onto the calves with my hands. Okay. So the back of the leg. I'm going to slightly lean back and find that same balance point on my sitting bones. First step is you can raise your shins up so they're parallel to the ground. Okay. If you're able to keep them parallel, you can extend your hands a little bit further away towards the ankles and see if you can lift up the legs and straighten out the knees a little bit more. This would be the next progression. From there, if you're able to extend out the legs so the knees become straighter and straighter, that's the next progression. You're just going to continue progressing, trying to bring the forehead all the way up towards the knees in Fodhyasana. Okay? So the challenge here is obviously the mobility, the balance, flexibility required, and there's core strength here required that you don't otherwise experience in a lot of other different postures and movements, especially throughout the day. So do your best to try and drive the knees up towards the forehead, pulling, using the strength of your arms, all while maintaining that balance onto the sitting bones. And then slowly releasing out of that and recovering for a moment in between. Okay? So again, Fodhyasana, challenging posture, but meet yourself with wherever you're at. Okay? So if that means you're just resting, holding on to your shin or your knees like so, keeping the heels off the ground, then so be it. Nothing wrong with that. But start to try and progress and push that envelope. Start to explore and find that next level ability, that ultimate possibility for you today. To take this posture to the next level, the pranayama we're performing, Bhastrika Kumbhaka. So we're going to be performing short bursts out of the nostrils while you're also engaging the core. Okay, so it's quite challenging to hold on in the core itself, but to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka simultaneously is going to take it to the next level. Okay, so let's all go through this. We'll do this one more time. As we're coming to the close of today's session, we'll cycle through these few final core postures all together. Okay, so as we move throughout each one, we'll spend about 30 seconds on each posture. Okay, most of them require you to find that balance on your sitting bones. So in the same light as holding yourself here, you're continuously trying to find that balance point in the various different postures. Okay. As we move throughout, try and keep the chest up and not sink and cave down and put that stress on the lower spine. Okay. Rather than putting stress on the lower spine, think core engagement and think chest up and elongated. Okay. So we'll go through one by one, try and cycle and hold each posture for about 30 seconds or so. And then we're going to come to a close for today's session. All right. So beginning with Fodhyasana, from this seated position, feet flat on the ground, place the hands onto the backs of the calves. rock yourself back, find that balance point. Start to extend the knees up, straighter and straighter, keeping your balance with wherever you are at. Start to inhale through the nose, no short bursts, exhaling. As you start to align further and further, the legs straighter and straighter as best you can. Okay? Visualize Swamiji in your inner space here. Om Nityananda, Paramashivoham rotating in the throat center, and Fodhyasana.
दो हाथ पका बाहर आने गोड़ा थरी काम कसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता धारे चरण उबे आकाश दिशी करे.
Good. Challenge yourself to keep the legs up off of the ground now. But you're going to bring your elbows behind your head. Okay? So you're holding the head by the two elbows. The hands are holding or placed behind on the upper back. Heels are up off the ground. Use your core to hold yourself here. So you're better off with the heels down and the core engaged than the feet up and the lower back keeping you up. Okay? If you need to, you can drop your elbows down, but try and keep the chest up and even just hold yourself up by bending the knees and bringing the heels towards the body. You should start to feel this in the hip flexors already. Maintain the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, but then what you're doing is you're actually holding the breath in the Kumbhaka. The Pramana says to hold the Kumbhaka. So you're inhaling, exhaling through the nose. Take one deep inhalation and hold and keep the stomach engaged and visualize yourself as a mace in your inner space as you gaze up towards the third eye. Hold yourself here for a few more moments. Almost there.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ संस्पृत्येत् हस्ताभ्यां कन्धरा भद्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिकासनं भवति.
Good. And then bring the elbows down. You can rest your feet for a moment. We're going to move into Naukasana. So same type of setup where your feet are going to be raised up. You're going to have your hip flexors engaged here. Try and keep the the knees straight as you raise the heels up. There's a few different ways of performing the posture, but we're doing this from the elbows. So the hands are flat on the ground, elbows down. Let's all start to raise our feet up off the ground. So you can start off by just rocking the knees towards the chest. This is your first regression, okay? When you're ready, comfortable, able to, you'll start to extend your feet out. So you elongate the knees and straighten the knees out, okay? If you ever need to rest and recover throughout this hold, just bend the knees, bring the heels in, but then try and fight through that pain. Extend the knees back out and keep the heels raised up. While you're here, core is engaged. We're breathing in the same Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Holding yourself here, gazing up towards your third eye. You're visualizing yourself as a boat. See yourself crossing that ocean of samsara, the maya of the outer world. So find comfort, find relaxation in this stress, in this challenging posture. Keep the core engaged. If you're noticing this in the lower spine at any point, that's your cue to come down, relax, and make sure that the stress is solely on the stomach, okay? So with the heels raised up, if you're able to hold here, let's do so. Gazing up towards the third eye, and Naukasana.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिमस्तभ्य हस्तौ नितम्भं निधाय शिरसि ऊरु जङ्घापादं दण्डवत् धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति.
Good. And then from here, we're rising up right away, scooping our hands underneath the feet. So you're bringing the soles of the feet together, scooping the hands underneath, and you're starting to pull the feet in towards the chest. So you're, again, trying to find that balanced posture where you're resting on the sitting bones, and able to hold yourself, right? Interlace the fingers if you can. If at any point this is too challenging to hold, again, you could just place the hands on the ground and lift the knees up, okay? So whatever regression is best for you, this would be the first one. The next would be to, with the feet together, interlace the fingers and just hold yourself here with the feet away from you. Try and find that balancing point. But we are trying to pull the feet in closer and closer towards the chest with the spine elongated as best you can. Okay? While we're here, again, Bhastrika Kumbhaka. As you gaze down towards the tip of your nose, visualize Lord Rudra, Bhagavan Rudra, in your inner space as you hold with Mula Bandha engaged, Om Nityananda Paramashivoham rotating in the throat center. This is Rudrasana.
भगतली संपुट करे हाथस्योपगौचाए पगाका अंगूठा लो लेयु परली कानी तालवे.
Good. And releasing the feet, bring them down onto the ground. We're going to lean onto our onto our backs. Nicely done holding there, team. We're going to start from this position with backs on the ground, knees raised up, heels and feet flat on the ground. Drive the hips up towards the ceiling. So squeeze the glutes, squeeze the butt cheeks together, lift up the hips towards the ceiling. You'll find that the neck starts to naturally lock into Jalandhara Bandha, but increase that a little bit more so. So you're making that lock, emphasizing it even more so by tucking the chin down towards the chest. Okay? The tendency is the hips start to sink down lower and lower. Try and drive and counter that so the hips go higher and higher. Dig the heels into the ground. Press through the heels. So as you press through the heels, you should feel the hips start to rise up more and more. You can walk your shoulder blades beneath you a little bit closer if you'd like, keeping the palms flat onto the ground. And again, locking that chin down. We're taking a deep inhalation through the nose. In Murcha Kumbhaka, you're controlling that exhalation while in Jalandhara Bandha. So while the chin is tucked to the chest, we're no longer breathing in Bhastrika Kumbhaka. You're taking a nice, long, slow exhalation with the knee or with the chin locked down. Okay, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, Mula Bandha engaged, Om Nityananda, Paramashivoham rotating in the throat center. You keep your eyes open or closed. They're open, gaze towards the tip of the nose, and hold.
ऊर्ध्वे जजाननी कृत्वा सवितोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्पाद्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामखे.
Nicely done. Then slowly release the back and sitting bones, thighs down onto the ground. Open the palms up towards the ceiling. Start to scan your body and slowly unclutch all those areas of tension and stress. So most recent one was maybe you're feeling this in your glutes are still a little bit tight, so relax from your hips down, sinking into towards the mat. Then scan the rest of your body and do the same. In Shavasana, we're engaging Shakti Chalan Mudra. So one last focus point here is you're engaging that Mula Bandha to consciously pull and awaken the Kundalini Shakti from the base of the spine towards the Sahasrara chakra. And then unclutching, releasing completely the entire body. From this position, avoiding any micro movements, itching, scratching, twitching, completely melted to the mat for a nice, well-earned, well-deserved Shavasana. Uttanam savabhadbhumo Dayanam tujabasanam Shavasanam shantiharam Chitta vishranti karakam. Then we're going to slowly start to come back into the body. And do so by first beginning with a deep inhalation through the nose. Nice long, deep sigh exhalation out of the mouth. You can wiggle your fingertips and your toes. Start to get that feeling sensation back in the physical body. And then slowly start to rotate in your wrists and your ankles. Then bending your elbows and your knees. And when you're ready, you can bend one knee and then the other, bring them towards the chest, gently squeezing them down towards your upper body. And then try and lift up the weight of your head, your upper body, bringing the forehead towards the knees. And interlace your fingers around the legs if you'd like and start to rock side to side, massaging that lumbar spine. Then release the knees and roll over onto one side and gently press yourself up. You can keep your eyes open or closed, whatever you would prefer. Either way, coming to a comfortable seated position. With your spine straight, bringing the palms together and Anjali Mudra in front of the heart center. Connect to Swamiji here. Bring them into your inner space with a deep sense of gratitude. We'll close this ritual of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Nityanandam, everyone. Nicely done. Great job so far today. So far, meaning because this is just our first component of the morning ritual, but
Nityanandam, welcoming all the Kailasvasis, participants, to the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja. Please settle down. Please make sure that you have the Tirumula Varkavedam, the traditional Hindu attire. Please make sure that you have the Vibhuti on all the 16 places and the Kumkum on your forehead. Please make sure that you have your puja kit and you have all the items arranged in your puja kit, such as the flowers, the water, Naivedyam, the offering of lamp, please be seated in a comfortable position in Sukhasana. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your awareness to your third eye. Inhale deeply and exhale. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your Ananda Gandha. Bring the bhava, the feeling connection, unclutch from any other thoughts you are having about your day, about the yoga that you just did. Only have the thought of Swamiji in your inner space. With that, let us now begin the declaration for the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja. If you agree to the following statements, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that Swamiji, Bhagavan Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja I am offering now will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam. In the Guru Parampara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate tripundre nitilakata kasturi tilakaha puranmala dharismrita kadikaupi navasanaha dadhano dustaram jirasi panirajam shashikalam pradipah sarvesham arunagiri yogi vijayate. The next is the Tatvachimanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Wipe your left twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. Wash your hands. The next is Shuklambardaram, where we invoke the presence of Mahaganapati, the Lord of spontaneous completion and the remover of obstacles. Now please close your eyes and pray to him to remove all your obstacles, not only from this puja, but from your whole day. Place the flowers and akshata in your right hand and keep both the hands on the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Om Shuklam Varadaram Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadaram Dhyayet Sarvavighnopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation while we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namo, Om Tatpurushotaya Namo, Om Hum Bhagavate Namo, Om Himavadevukhyaya Namo, Om Satyojatamurtaye Namo, Om Hamridhyaya Namo, Om Him Shirase Namo, Om Shikaya Namo, Om Engavachaya Namo, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namo, Om Astraya Namo, Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namo, Om Tatpurushotaya Namo, Om Hum Bhagavate Namo, Om Himavadevukhyaya Namo, Om Satyojatamurtaye Namo, Om Hamridhyaya Namo, Om Him Shirase Namo, Om Shikaya Namo, Om Engavachaya Namo, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namo, Om Astraya Namo, Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namo, Om Him Tatpurushotaya Namo, Om Hum Bhagavate Namo, Om Himavadevukhyaya Namo, Om Satyojatamurtaye Namo, Om Hamridhyaya Namo, Om Him Shirase Namo, Om Shikaya Namo, Om Engavachaya Namo, Om Hom Netrebhyo Namo, Om Astraya Namo. The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make the Sankalpa in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence will manifest your Sankalpa as reality. Please close your eyes and visualize the Sankalpa that you want to manifest for today. Now keep the flowers and akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararde Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे
जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे
भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे शुक्लपक्षे एकादश्यां शुभदितौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां शतभिषा नक्षत्र ध्रुवयोग वनिजकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वराभिन्नस्वरूप
परशिवपुत्ररत्नकुमार
गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञानविश्रुत सकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवर्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासुमलिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयानगीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्तविरलावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्ग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षाव्यापवर्गवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमतकल्पकेसरी शैव सिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु शपनशाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिक स्वामी वागीश सुन्दर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्ध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य तीर्थ कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमन इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र दूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री अखिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजक आचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त त्रिदोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवान श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये। ओम नमोपस्पृश्य. Please wash your hands with a litany of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand. We ring the bell to invoke the presence of all the auspicious energies and remove the presence of any negative energies. Now please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Paramashivoham Level. The next is the Manasa Puja, the offering of the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. During the Manasa Puja, make all the offerings to Swamiji who is seated inside of you, in your inner space, seated in the lotus of your heart. Offer your emotions, your thoughts, your identities. Now please take a flower in your left palm and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Padmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutam Hridaihi Padyam Sharanayo Dadyat Manastu Vargyam Nivedayet Tenamritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Tasmritam Akashadatvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhadatvam Chattam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranam Prakalpayet Tejastatvam Jadipatam Naivedyam Syat Sudam Budihi Anahadatvanir Ghanta Vayudatvam Jamaram Sahasraram Bhavet Chatram Shabdadatvam Jagitanam Mrityamindriya Karmani Chanjalyam Manasastata Sumekalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nana Vidantata Amayati Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Manahankaram Aragam Mamadam Tatha Amohakam Madam Bhamcha Adveshakshobato Tatha Amatsvaryam Malobhamcha Dashapushpam Vidurbudaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpamindriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Kshama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Japanchavam Iti Panchadasher Bhava Pushpaihi Sambhujayet Bhagavantam Shri Nityananda Paramashivam. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the offering of the external worship. The first is the Asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayami Paveshatam Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the Arghya in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paradikaranat Shivokto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitarahakarayave Ameyatvadanantoyam Majatvaja Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhisha Siddhaye Tasmai De Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya Me Sabalam Janma Jivanam Sabala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Dharme Tapasan Balamagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavan Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the Master. Now please take another ray of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. पाद्यम्
ॐ यद्भक्तिलेश सम्पर्कात् परमानन्दसंप्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पये। ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Arghyaha
ॐ दूर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं ददापरं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषो अर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा।
The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now please take an udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam.
ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा।
The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the nectarine drink, the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha.
ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुखात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वधा।
The next offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandhatailam in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Gandhatailam.
ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहाणस्नेहेन लोकानां प्रकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of the sacred bath. Now please take the udani of water in your hands and offer it onto Swamiji at the end of the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
नानीयम् ॐ इदं शीतलं वारि सत्यं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Vastram, the offering of clothes. Now please take the cloth offering in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Vastram.
ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योर्तेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्तोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of jewelry to the master. Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padakas along with the mantra. Abharanam.
ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयाय ते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे।
ॐ
ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Ganga, the offering of sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
गन्धः ॐ शरीरं तेन जानामि चेष्टां नैव च नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Bilvavatram. The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam.
ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय भौषते।
The next offering is the offering of Bilvavatram, the offering of Bilva leaves. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it onto Swamiji along with the mantra. Bilvapatram.
ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय भौषते।
The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of Tulsi leaves. Now please take the Tulsi leaf in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
तुलसी पत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये वरमात्मने स्वाहा। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha.
ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाढ्यस्तु मनोहरः आङ्गेय सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वदस्तिमिरामहः सभाज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take a drink of water, hover clockwise over the Naivedyam, and offer the food offering. Offer the uddarani of water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यम् नैवेद्यं विविधं देवशस्त्रादिनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the udani of water in your hands and offer it to Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra.
पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानार्तोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः।
The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now please take an udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टाप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा।
The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of water, the offering of lamb, and Arati to the Master. Now please take the Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
आरात्रिकम् ॐ ह्रीं शेषागीतमाला सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येत्यायजते इमां जनसागं सङ्गृह्णामीति द्वादशारश्मिरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जे भवति ऊर्ध्वेरुञ्जाः ऊर्ध्वमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं जगेन्द्रहारं सदा वदन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि।
Aratrikam samarpayami Bhagavad-Shri Nityananda-Paramahansa-Kamalepyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take the flowers in your hands, close your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra.
पुष्पाञ्जलिः गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुं मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्य कर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदान्येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। मन्नादश्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत्श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवचरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is Tattvachmanam. Keeping your right hand in the Pokana Mudra, pour an udrani of water into your right palm 3 times while we chant the Samhita, while we chant the mantras. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha, Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now I play this twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers. Touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Wash your hands with the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right eye, left ear and left ear. Wash your hands with your little finger and thumb joined together. Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together. Touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. The next is Sakali Karanam. We chant this mantra invoking the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva inside ourselves. Now with the tip of your thumbs, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize that they are being drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye. Om Ham. Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Shiva Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little fingers and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger.
Om Ham Satyajatamurtaye Namaha.
Now your ring finger.
Om Him Vamadevagupyaya Namaha.
Now your middle finger.
Om Hum Avarhridayaya Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Him Tatpurushoktaya Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha.
Now bring your palms in front of you, facing towards you, and your thumbs to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha.
Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers and touch the center of your palms.
Om Hum Nedrebhyo Namaha.
Now bend your thumbs and touch the tip of your thumbs to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little fingers and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now your ring finger.
Om Him Shirase Namaha.
Now your middle finger.
Om Hum Shikaye Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Him Kavachaya Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hastraya Namaha.
Now bring your hands in the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once.
Om Him Kavachaya Hum.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye.
Om Ham Shivaya
Now
Voksate.
bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandagandha.
Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch both of your knees.
Om Ham Satyo Jatamurtaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center.
Om Him Vamadeva Gudhyaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Hum Aghora Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and index finger touch above your upper lip.
Om Him Tatparashavatraya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead.
Om Hum Ishanamurdaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandabandha.
Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaya Namaha.
Now with the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch your right eye, left eye and third eye.
Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha.
Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandabandha.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya
Now
Namaha.
with your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch on top of your head.
Om Him Sharase
With
Swaha.
your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head.
Om Hum Shitaye Vashite.
Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest. Keep your index fingers in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around your head, bringing them till your chest.
Om Him Kavachaya Hum.
Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and your left palm onto your left thumb onto your right palm.
Om Hastraya Pate.
Now with your right hand index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice.
Om Hastraya Hum Pate.
Now using your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself. Go in all the 8 directions, down and up.
Om Hastraya Pate.
Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate. The next is the Samanya Arghya, energizing the water with which we offer to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Please mix some akshata, flowers, and sandalwood powder into the water. Cover the mouth of the Panchavatram with your palms and chant Om 7 times internally.
Om 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 Om.
Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchavatram.
Om Him Kavachaya Hum.
Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in Avakundana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram.
Om Him Kavachaya Hum.
Now show the Dhenu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate. The next is the Avahana. Please offer a flower to the Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take a flower in your hands. Place your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Close your eyes. Meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti in their ultimate form with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva in detail and pray to him to be available, to be alive, and to receive all of your gratitude, your love, your offerings.
Lalate Tripundre
Nitilata Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spuritagadikopi Navasanaha
Tadano Dishtam
Shirasi Bhagirajam Rishikalam Pradeepas Sarvesham Varunigiri Yogi Vijayate Induri Vavancha Mukahastadashayuktam Tankamasi Vajram Abhayam Syat Pashavardan Kushmani Shalavame Shvetakamadasana Sada Shivasvarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha. Dhyayami Avayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your Atmalinga. Now place your thumb onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Yavana Mudram Pradarshya. Downwards.
Stapana
Now place your hands into fist parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards.
Sannidhana
Now put your thumbs inside of your fists.
Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya
Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out.
Astaya Humpati Kalaganti Mudram Pradarshya.
Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and you cover your right hand with your left hand.
Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Dinga Mudram.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra.
Namaskar Mudram.
Today is an auspicious. Rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakuntana Mudram Japradarshya. The next is the Upachara Puja. The first is the asanam. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer the akshata in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami.
The next is the offering of Padyam, Achamanam and Argyam. Now please take an udrani of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Please take an udrani of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Svadha.
Please take an udrani of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Agya Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha.
Adhyachamanaryam Tattva. The next offering is Snaniyam, the sacred bath. Now please take some water and offer it on to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Nanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Svadha.
The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Vastrebhyo Bhavita Uttariya Varnatam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Please offer the kumkum on top of the sandalwood paste at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Gandham Dharayami. Gandhasyopaya Hadra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted.
Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Vasudeva Savatne Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sharvasudeva Savatne Namaha. Om Vishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasudeva Savatne Namaha. Om Vashupade Devaya Namaha. Vashupade Savatne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasudeva Savatne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasudeva Savatne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Bhimasudeva Savatne Namaha. Madhave Devaya Namaha. Madhavadeva Savatne Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilvatram. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta
Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilvatram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa. The first is the Ghanta Puja. Now please sprinkle some water on the bell.
Om Astrayavate.
The next, please sprinkle some water on the Dhupa stand.
Om Astrayavate.
Please offer a flower on the Dhupa stand.
Om Amriyaya Namaha.
Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
Om Durati Durvadosantam Durvadayo Asman Durvaridam Durvayam Vayam Durvamastam Devanam Udrastitam Bhaktitam Vishkatam Manditam Devahutam Amadivale Havardam Shrimmasyamasman Utrasitvatate Katnevema Demadam Vikramatpayam Vijam. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Upamantravayami.
Now please take another drink of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patra.
Om Shivaya Svadha.
Now the next is the offering of Deepa. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa.
Om Astrayavate.
Please offer a flower on the Deepa.
Om Amadhyaya Namaha.
Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
Om Uddhita Sudhatadeyo Patanjali Janmama Vishnuvishtamakyamavadigaram Dharishonisha Manoyam Chetavedo Rama Shambhu Janjagate Avidhudajnanadishya Mahaparipataya. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिवाय नमः दीपं दर्शयामि. Now please take a drink of water. Show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in Achamana Patram. Om Shivaya Sada. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastra Yapate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the food offering in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhvadadina Hirivacharan Nindana Madhvina Sankoshanihi Madhvatamotoshani Madhvaspati Vahundaraha Madhyavasana Pita Madhvano Vanespati Mudhamagam Matsusuryaha Madhvikamo Vamtaraha Madhu 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 Om Om Shivaya Namaha Nityanandeshwari Paramashivoham Level Nityanandeshwara Paramashivoham Level Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take another drink of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Shivaya Sada. The next offering is Tambulam. Now please take some akshata in your hand and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Om Shivaya Namaha Nityanandeshwari Paramashivoham Level Nityanandeshwara Paramashivoham Level Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Astra Yagate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hand and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Om Aitasya Rajyamadapte Yo Raja Samrajyo Vaso Me Nirate Devasva Metani Avisham Vipavanti Etavanto Vai Devanagam Samaha Devasmai Samantrayakshanti Devam Panasturte Rajyaya Devam Suraja Bhavati Sarasvasuryo Bhayakanyatargam Nema Vittido Bhanikito Yamaknihi Avena Bhagavan Bhanisargam Satyavata Garugam Vihati Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarataram Ujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayara Vinde Om Bhavani Saitam Namami Om Bhavani Saitam Namami Om Bhavani Saitam Namami. Om Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashivoham Level Nityanandeshwara Paramashivoham Level Karpur Neerajanam Sandarshayami Dakshandayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of flowers. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali mantra and offer the flowers onto Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashivoham Level Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivoham Level Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is offering of the Moola Mantra Japa and Gayatri Mantra Japa. पूर्णमुदच्छते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम तत्सत् सर्वं भगवन् नित्यानंद परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ओम नित्यानन्दम्. Please bow down to Swamiji and Bhagavan Paramashiva.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityananda, all of you. Nityananda, everyone. And welcome all of you on this wonderful journey of the Paramashivoham. And today is the first day of this season of Paramashivoham. So, what a wonderful day to start with. So, and today Paramashivoham is starting. Today, the new season of Paramashivasena is starting, and we are into the new month of the November. So, all the auspicious things are happening. Paramashiva is showering us with so many beautiful things, auspicious things in our life. So with this, we'll be getting ready for today, as this is the first day of Paramashivoham. Just Swamiji himself will be guiding us into the Paramashivoham program, how to attend the Paramashivoham program itself. So how to attend the program itself. So as we enter into the Paramashivoham, understand, Paramashivoham means I am Paramashiva. Yes. And when we do the puja, especially those who are new, you will be introduced to the initiation. You'll be after the initiation, you can do the puja. And in the puja, we have the declaration, even when I worship, I am him. Means you are Paramashiva. Yes, we are joined by Ma Zhang Zung, Nityanandam. Nityanandam, welcome. Morning, Nityanandam, Sharmimus, Nityanandamaya. So, as all of us know, today is the first day of the Paramashivoham. This season, this is going to be 21 day of full packed a season of 21 days Paramashivoham program, and the whole program itself is designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Actually, this was a paid program, $21,000 of paid program, and now Swamiji is giving completely free to all of us to have the benefit, to have the breakthrough in our life. So as such, it is packed full of goodies, packed full of goodness. Requesting everyone, if you know someone who could benefit, who will benefit from this program, then extend them the invitation. Say, hey, come join. Can come join at any time. You can come join for free from the comfort of your own home, and just bring them down. Tell them all about the Paramashivoham program and bring them down. So today is day one. We're about to start this 21-day program today. So with that, let us get ready. So as today is about Paramashivoham, about introduction, I will be starting with an introduction to Paramashivoham, and then during the day we'll be moving on to Kalpataru, which is manifesting your reality. So manifesting your reality means to make your life the way you want it, the way you want to live your life. So with that, let us get ready for the introduction to Paramashivoham. So we'll have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism giving us an introduction to this very program. Requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let us bring our full awareness and attention to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let's begin.
My message for all of you today is only one word, one phrase: live enlightenment. The Jivan Mukti. Understand, this year, let us all dedicate it to live enlightenment. Come whatever may. but only bliss will come, nothing else will come. The moment you risk, come whatever may, you opened your door for bliss. Because the moment you say, come whatever may, you accepted the whole. You are ready for the whole. You are ready for whatever is. Whatever is always bliss. Whatever exists is always bliss. Let's dedicate this year for living enlightenment, for Jivan Mukti. Understand? Let me describe Jivan Mukti. Conflict-free life in the inner world and the outer world. Conflict-free living. Living without gap between the inner world and the outer world. Either raise your energy, Shakti, to catch up with the outer world, or bring your Buddhi to catch up with the inner world. Raise your Shakti so that you can do whatever you want in the outer world, and raise your Buddhi so that you can accept whatever you have or whatever you are. Through any one process, integrate yourself. Please understand, living an integrated life is what I call living enlightenment. Continuously living conflict-free life. Continuously living the beautiful, harmonious feeling. Continuously living in a deep feeling connection with the whole existence, with whatever is what I call living enlightenment. You have to put it in 4 words. Shakti, energy to change whatever you can, and Buddhi, intelligence to accept whatever is not needed to be changed, whatever doesn't need to be changed, and Yukti, clarity, understanding. However you change, the whole world is a constant, continuous changing dream. What you call as reality is a continuously changing dream. That Yukti, that clarity. Above all, a deep feeling connection, bhakti, towards the unchanging energy, what you call as master or existence. Shakti, Buddhi, Yukti, Bhakti. When you live all these 4 in the life experientially, you are living Jivan Mukti. You are living enlightenment. You are radiating Jivan Mukti. Shakti to change whatever you can means energy to work on your life. Buddhi to accept whatever doesn't need to change means clarity, intelligence. We don't have to change the whole thing. No need. Then you will be too busy with changing instead of enjoying. You don't need to change the whole thing. If you think only you will enjoy only when the whole world becomes yours or as you want, Can never happen. So no need to change the whole thing. Intelligence to accept whatever doesn't need to change. Ultimately, yukti, clarity. However you change, whatever you change, this existence, the whole thing is a continuous changing dream. With that clarity, you will have the ultimate inner healing, or the ultimate rest or peace. When you have that clarity, however you try, whatever you change, the whole existence is a continuous dream which changes. Suddenly you will have deep feeling connection with one thing which does not change, which is eternal, Nitya Ananda. The feeling connection with that which does not change is what I call bhakti. When you live all these four experientially, it is mukti. Radiate enlightenment continuously. Please understand, I am taking you deeper, further into living enlightenment. Radiating, the very word is so active, alive. Not only you living enlightenment, all the people around you, inspiring them through your living enlightenment is what I call radiating enlightenment. Let the enlightenment express through your muscles, in your thinking, in your words, in your action. Let it express through your being. Inspire all the people who are living around you. Please understand, the world is mirror for you. Whatever world experiences about you, you experience that as you. You continuously look into the world to know more about you, to have an idea about you. Now, create beautiful enlightened mirrors around you by radiating enlightenment. So that constantly you will remember you are not only living, radiating enlightenment. So take up this as the mission for this year. People around you should really feel the power of your enlightenment, the power of your Jivan Mukti. When I say the word living enlightenment, energy to change whatever can be changed, intelligence to accept whatever need not be changed, clarity, however you change, the whole world is just one more changing dream, and devotion towards that which is unchanging. This is what I define as living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. Now, let these great truths radiate through your system so strongly. Let all the people around you, the world around you, feel the power of enlightenment. Let your muscles radiate this truth. Please understand, Do not think there is so much of anger in me, suffering is in me, pain is in me. Don't think all these things are here. How can I be Jivan Mukta? You can never have a space where all these things are not there and feel you are a Jivan Mukta. No. You have to become like a Kala Bhairava who is dancing between everything. Jivan Mukta Sarira means anything swallowed should be digested and should become part of your body. Jivan Mukta mind means anything seen, you should be able to swallow, digest it, crush it and clear it. It should become wisdom. Any food swallowed should become energy, and anything seen should become wisdom in you. That is what I call Jivan Mukta Sarira, the body of enlightened and the mind of an enlightened. If you are living just in present, you have no freedom to correct your past and project your future. If you are living only in the past and future, you have no freedom to correct in present. If you are living in past, present and future, only then you have freedom to correct, freedom to amend and freedom to project. Understand? Living in present is not enlightenment. I am throwing a new light. I am breaking on ice, old pot. Living in present is not enlightenment. That's what we always think. Living in past, present, future simultaneously is enlightenment. Means in your present moment, the whole past, the whole future will be present. The essence of whole past, the essence of whole future will be in the present, is what I call living enlightenment. Intensity. Take this as a message. This is the message for you all. Understand, in any situation, just remember how Swamiji will behave, how Swamiji will react, how Swamiji will face this situation. Simply you will see new door opens. This is what I call living enlightenment. Understand? You don't need anything else. This one is enough. Even while you are sitting, if thoughts are coming, if Swamiji is just sitting, what will be going on inside him? Naturally silence. Then why are you thinking? Silent. Over. Nothing else. That's all. Your mind will, if your mind says, no, I know it's true, but I can't do this, it's too much. Then you think, if Swamiji's mind says like this, how he will behave? You would have finished the mind that moment. That's all. Nothing else. That's all. Just be very clear. Carry this one message. Maybe you can take this one message and let this message become life into you. The message of living enlightenment. See, understand, from the age of 10, of course, around the age of 10 only I was inspired and impressed by him. That was the time I started. But I didn't even know it's a meditation technique or it's a technique or all those things. Just it started. How he will behave. How Annamalai Swami will behave for this situation. Because many times in the house, my brothers or family will, if they start fighting for something, some share, this, that. And I'll think, how Annamalai Swami will behave? He won't even bother. Forget about it. Let them have. That's all. Because actually this is what I call relationship with master. Relationship with master is not just doing some puja or putting some flowers or worshipping him once in a while. No. Being thoroughly impressed by him. Anything comes up, fear or insecurity or greed or anger, anything comes up, just see how he will behave.
simply it will disappear. It will just disappear. A simple understanding, living enlightenment. Simple understanding enough, it will disappear. Nothing else is needed. Carry this one message. Carry this one message. See, the ordinary relationship, your relationship with Master, many times I used to tell people, relationship, strong feeling connected with Master is enough, you don't need any other technique. That means this is what? This is what? Not just your ordinary relationship. Your ordinary relationship, you neither try to understand me nor try to imbibe. Just it is there. Just it is there, and that is not, I can't even call that as a relationship. It's a regular, ordinary thing. Feeling connected with Master means just living him, living Master. When you live the Master, only then you feel connected to him. Only then you are expanding. Only then something is happening in you.
Once a man woke up from his bed early morning. As soon as he woke up, he saw his eyes have bulged and ears have protruded. Heavy pain in the neck. Eyes have bulged, ears have protruded. Heavy pain in the neck. Immediately he rushed to a doctor who diagnosed, checked him thoroughly, and gave him some prescription and a warning. He said, it is a very serious problem. You should take these medicines for 6 months without even 1 day gap. The side effect of this will be, you will lose all your hair. The man religiously, without even missing 1 day, took all the medicines. The side effect, losing all the hair, happened, but not the main effect. The problem continued. He went to the next doctor. Next doctor tried his best. He told, I think there is some serious problem in your left arm. It has to be amputated. What connection is there between the eyes and the ears or left arm only God knows. It has to be amputated. The suffering is so much, the man could not say anything except yes. He allowed his hand is amputated. After the surgery, 3 months he was alright. After 3 months, again the problem started. Problem continued. Then he went to the third doctor, who declared, we couldn't diagnose the problem, we couldn't find the reason for it. Hope you may be alive only 1 more month. The same situation continues, you will be alive only 1 more month. When he came to know that he will be alive only 1 more month, he was totally depressed. But after 2-3 days, he recovered and decided to live his life. Wherever it is possible, whatever way it is possible, he started taking all types of loans. And he decided he is going to live only 1 more month. The first choice, he took all types of loans, got new bungalow, got new cars, furnitures, went to a tailor shop to have a new suit for himself. When the tailor was taking measurements, he said, make a 15-inch collar hiding. Taylor said, no, for your size it has to be 18 inch. Man argued, no, what do you know? Last 6 months I am getting only 15 inch. That feels good. Taylor said, do you know, instead of 18, if you wear 15, what will happen? Man asked, what will happen? Your eyes will bulge, ears will protrude. Nothing else. Your whole life, whatever solution you are trying to find from the outer world, it is just like this story. If you have missed the story, don't worry, just don't miss the laughter. I think she was enquiring. Even if you miss the story, don't miss the laughter. One more story, just dedicated to you. In India, Sardarji jokes are very popular. Any Sardarji? Oh. I think you don't mind? No. That's nice. There is a competition. 100 jokes will be told. If you don't laugh, you will have $1 million prize. One man got into the stage, people have started cracking jokes. 50 somehow he could manage, but not more than that. He has to laugh. Next man managed 70. Third, our hero got into the stage. He could manage 90. 95, yes. Smile, not even a laughter. Yeah. Beam of smile entered his face. His wife was sitting just in front of him. Started shouting, hey, keep quiet, $1 million. At least for next 2 minutes, keep quiet. Only 2 minutes. Don't miss the $1 million. But somehow, finally, 98 joke. Nothing could be done. He laughed. He laughed uproariously. And he came down. The wife inquired, what has happened? You waited patiently so long. You controlled yourself so long. What has happened? Last only 2 minutes. You could have managed. Why did you miss? He replied, no. Now only I understood the first joke. Even if you miss some jokes, don't miss the laughter. Don't laugh separately. Don't laugh separately after some half an hour. Let us go to the first story. Our life is nothing but the first story. The problem is just here, 2 inch, 2-3 inch. But you go around searching for solutions. You search exactly where the solution cannot be found. You search everywhere except yourself. If you just look into yourself for a second, for a moment, only the 2 inch of relaxation, nothing else, just the 2 inch of relaxation, the whole problem would have been solved. There would be not only solved, dissolved. Instead of that, you go on asking for solution from all possible astrologers, all possible temples, all possible masters, all possible palm readers, or whatever way it is possible, you try to find solutions. Go on searching for solutions in so many places, so many ways, but except looking into yourself. If you just look into yourself for a moment, I don't say to enter into your
being totally, just for a moment, then you will see so many things gets transformed by itself. These 2 days, you are not going to do anything else except looking into yourself. You are given place, no, space to look into yourself. Just to look, just to see, just to turn inwards. You are given a chance, time and space to look into your system, into your being. So here, I wanted to give you a few tips to use these 2 days maximum. Few points to be remembered, to have the maximum benefit, to have best out of this 2 days program. The program is called Ananda Spurana. The meaning of that word is bliss flowering. In the Spurana word, exactly there's no translation. It can be translated as a fountain. Like a fountain, bliss or the energy is continuously bubbling in you, flowing in you, happening in you. Only thing, you hide it. You don't let it happen to you. Now, for these 2 days, you are asked, you are requested to take away your hands. Allow that joy to happen. Allow that bliss to happen. Just to have a taste of that ananda, taste of that bliss. The program is designed to have a taste of your inner being, taste of your inner bliss. You can attend this program in 3 ways. One is just intellectually. If you just take this class as an intellectual class, you will learn a lot. You will learn a lot. Intellectually means just sitting with your head, nothing else. Just your head will be concentrated. If you want to take the intellectual knowledge, just the head is enough. Nothing else is necessary. You don't need anything else. If you are alert without sleeping in the class, that's enough. Nothing much is necessary. If you feel like sleeping, the last row is reserved for you. You can go there and sit and sleep. Please don't sleep inside the class. Not for your sake, at least for my sake. Why I say my sake? A small story. Once, a taxi driver from Chennai, anybody who had been to Chennai, who lived in Chennai? Then you will understand. Taxi driver in Chennai, they lead you directly to hell. A straight way to hell. They don't take you by shortcut or they don't take you by the long route or anything. Direct way to hell. If you are expectant mother, never sit in Chennai taxi. And roads are also specially designed. Roads are also specially designed. The drivers are specially trained. Anyhow, one day morning, one taxi driver from Chennai and one great religious preacher, both of them died, directly went to the court of Yamadharma. All of you understand Yamadharma. Yamadharma means he is the man who gives judgment. For people from West, I am telling, he is like a Saint Peter who gives the judgment. Now I will have a little problem. I have to use both cultural words, but I will try to manage. Whenever you don't understand any technical terms, you are free to ask me immediately. You don't have to feel shy. Immediately just raise your hand. Then I will understand your question and answer.
So you can feel free to question anything or to ask anything. No, don't feel shy or don't feel reluctant. How can I ask or how can I question? Because if you don't understand, you will misunderstand. But one more big problem is you will go and tell outside that this is what I heard. That will be both of them, the great religious preacher and the taxi driver, both of them reached the Yama's court for judgment. First, the taxi driver pushed himself into the cabin. Yama inquired, "What is your name?" He said, "My name is so and so. My name is so and so." "What were you doing?" "I was driving taxi in Chennai." So he took out the list of merit and sins. Finally, he gave the judgment, "All right, let you have silken robe, golden staff, and first class AC seat in the Swarga, in the heaven." He sent. Next came this great religious preacher. He was asked, "What's your name?" "My name is so and so." "What were you doing?" "I was preaching God's word around the world. All over the world, I used to go around and preach Lord's name, preach the divine message." The list of the merit and sins is taken out and read. Yama gave the judgment. "Let you have cotton robe and wooden staff and third class room." The preacher got terribly angry, annoyed. He started shouting, "I'll sue you." Maybe must have too much visited America. "I'll sue you. What, for a driver, taxi driver, you are giving first class treatment and for me third class? I preach the divine message around the world. So many thousands of satsangs I conducted. So many thousands of good things I have done. Everywhere I was speaking about divine message, divine glory. How can you give me third class? For him first class." The Yama said, "Here up, we don't bother what you do. We bother only the results." When he was driving, people were praying for their lives. When he was preaching, people were sleeping. When he was preaching, people were sleeping. When he was driving, people were praying for their lives. So we don't bother what you do, we bother what is the result. So, may not be for your sake, at least for my sake, don't sleep. Otherwise, when I go there, I'll be given the staff and third class room. At least for my sake, don't sleep. If you feel like sleeping, sit in the last row so that I will have argument. No, they have not slept in my class. They were sleeping only outside the room, outside the class. I can save my face. If you just a little bit of attention, that's enough. The class will be useful to you as an intellectual class. You may learn a little bit of knowledge. But by that, you are having only the 33% of the benefit. Not more than that. Not more than that. If you attend only as an intellectual class, when you go, you will tell, "This Swami is a very great orator. How nicely he speaks." Only that much. That is not going to help you. That's not going to give you the total result. Next thing, you can attend with a little bit of heart, emotion. You may be searching for some meditation. You may be thinking, you might have heard about meditation. somewhere in some book, and that is now, in modern day, that is the best-selling ideology. So somewhere you must have read, so you were thinking, I should go for some meditation. Some of you heard about me, you have come here. If you attend it with a little bit of emotion, or a little bit of thinking of meditation, a little bit of art, you may have the second layer. You may feel a little refreshed, you may feel relaxed, you may feel a little joyful. But even that is not enough. When you feel a little bit joyful, you will go and tell, wow, we had a beautiful weekend this time. It was really a nice weekend. But even that is not enough. Only when you attend with your whole being, only when you put your whole effort, then you will see something new happens in your being. Only then you will really have all the 100% benefit. If you sit only with your head, you will have only 33%. If you sit with your heart, a little bit of involvement, you will feel only the 66. Only when you put your whole being 100%, you will see the total result. Or you will attend, you will take this as a spiritual program. The whole being can be touched. A real result can happen. Water becomes steam only at the 100th degree, never at the 99.9. If you put 99.9 also, it is simply useless. Put your whole thing, whatever efforts you have, put the whole thing and do the meditations. Put the whole thing and do the meditations. Whatever effort you have, whatever energy you have, whatever mind you have, of course you cannot get others' mind, you cannot catch others' energy, but whatever you have, put the whole effort and do it. Put the whole effort and do it. One man fell sick. Asked his colleague to suggest a good doctor. The colleague suggested, here is Dr. Pill, very good doctor. Go to him. He will surely cure you, but it is a little costly. He takes $500 for his first visit. For next visit, $100. But surely he will cure you. The man wants to go to the same doctor, but wants to save a little bit money also. So he planned, went to the doctor, entered his cabin, told, doctor, I have come back. He acted as if he is coming for the second time. Not even for a moment the doctor was duped or fooled. He quickly checked him, and after a few minutes, he declared, oh, continue the same medication which I gave last time. Continue the same medicines which I gave last time. See, when you try to say, you get only that much of result. You get only that much of benefit. Not more than that. So only when you put your whole thing, you get the total benefit. So put your whole effort. Whenever the meditations are practiced, don't reserve your being off and don't reserve your being or the head or anything. Understand the instructions and put your being totally. Put your whole effort. Otherwise, you will see. You will be having only the intellectual knowledge. Of course, it's not worth having. It is, but it is not total. It is not total. Just to have the intellectual knowledge, you don't have to come here, sit in front of the computer, or sit in front of some professor. They will speak, they will tell you in a much better way. They will at least tell you in your English. I am speaking in my own English. I'm sorry about it, but I know only this much of language. There are many people who are much better orators than me. There are so many ways to get the knowledge. Just sit in front of computer. Nowadays, there is no need even for any professor or anything. Just sit in front of internet. You get all the information, but it will be only intellectual. If you attend this class also, only with your head, only with your attention, it will be nothing more than intellectual. If you attend with a little heart, little love, sympathy for me, oh, he seems to sound logical. He seems to be a little honest. Let me see what he says. That much of sympathy. With that, if you sit, of course, you will taste some one meditation. You will have a taste of one meditation. You will feel a little relaxed. You will feel a little joyful. But only when you put your whole being, you really feel the bliss. You really feel the transformation. You really feel that something new has happened to you. Only then you feel some new experience it is. Here I am not teaching only by words. I am teaching more by energy and the methods, more by the techniques. So please don't miss even one technique or one session. Don't miss even one technique or one session. Put your whole effort. Both of them try to possess you. Then problem starts. Your mind will never let the meditation to happen to you. It will try all its best to disturb you, to distract you. Don't bother about it. Put your effort. Don't bother about the mind. When you are asked to practice some techniques, there are many techniques which are going to be practiced. Either deep breathing or humming. There are many techniques going to be. When you do the deep breathing and after 1 or 2 minutes, you will feel, no, I feel I may faint. I think I am not feeling well. Last 2-3 days I had a slow fever. I think I am having a back pain. Let me rest for this meditation. Let me do the next meditation. Mind will give all its reasons. Please don't listen to the mind. Even if you faint, don't bother. Volunteers are here. We will take care of you. We will sprinkle water and wake you up. Make you again meditate. Don't think by fainting you can escape. No. Again you will be made to meditate. Yeah. Small incident which happened in the Zen monastery. A man came and asked the master, Master, I want meditation. I want Zen. Master told, meditate silently for 3 months. He was meditating. Nothing happened. Again he went and asked, meditate silently for 3 months. Nothing happened. Same way it continued for 5 times. 6th time the disciple told, it's enough, I am leaving the ashram. Master told, no, wait, only for 1 week. Then also nothing happened. This time Master told, tell yourself, in 3 days you are going to become enlightened or you will kill yourself. Disciple told, all right, that's the right thing. Because what is the use in living? I have no other way. He decided and sat. Either I become enlightened and get up or I die. The moment when he sat, he became enlightened. It's nothing. The meditation or the spirituality is nothing. It is just your conscious decision. A clear conscious decision. I will let your urge become urgent. Let your whole being be used. If you have back pain, don't bother, do totally. you will see the back pain disappears. Because around the world, thousands and thousands of people have practiced these meditation techniques. I have always seen. If you ask the people who attended, then you will be able to understand. You will be able to listen their experiences. Not one or two. Here the Swarna was telling me, she had 15 years of back pain. It has simply disappeared. It's not there at all. How many months over? She's not here. I think more than 2-3 months. 2-3 months, no? Last time when you attended? 5 months over. Huh? September you came attended. You all came attended. September they attended. Now already 5 months over. She says back pain has disappeared. This is not the one case. There are thousands and thousands. Why I say is the techniques are foolproof. Don't bother about it. Put your whole effort. Don't intellectually analyze. See, discourses you analyze anything. Intellectually you can understand. Techniques you cannot understand. They are something more deeper. They are something to do with your being. Intellectually, you cannot analyze. Intellectually, it's difficult to understand. So, put your whole effort, then you will see the result happening in your system. Your system is just, your being is flowering. Don't have any reservations to practice the meditation. To participate in anything, whenever any session is brought up, any program is brought up, put your whole effort, put your whole being. In the Zen they say, the enthusiasm, initial level, you have always enthusiasm. They say a beautiful word, honeymoon. It's from Zen. The word honeymoon is from Zen. I always tell people, it's only honeymoon, never honey sun. Why? How long a moon will stay? How long a moon will stay? 16 days. In 16 days, it will disappear. Only 16 days is the life of the moon. 16 days is the time of the moon. Of course, for us, 16 days is the time. The emotion also will stay only for 16 days. That is why it is honeymoon, never the honey sun. They say the moon of the enthusiasm of the honeymoon, the initial enthusiasm. Anything when you start, you have a tremendous enthusiasm. Kids, when they go to the school, initially they will have the tremendous enthusiasm. Do everything with that enthusiasm. With that excitement. Do everything, try with everything. With that excitement, with that sincerity, with that effort. 2-3 more things. A small story from Zen. Once a king went to see the Zen master. He sent his visiting card through a disciple to the master. The card says the name of the king and below Governor of Japan. When the card was taken to the master, I have no business with such a fellow, send him back. The master sent the card. When the card was brought back to the king, he realized his mistake, took a pencil, erased the word Governor of Japan, sent the same card with only his name. When the card was taken to the master again, oh, he said, this man, bring him here, I'm waiting to see him. When the card was sent, his name and the title, Governor of Japan, master was not ready to
see him. When the card was sent only with his name, Master says, bring him, I am here to see him. So when you carry your title, you can't have Zen, you can't have meditation. Wherever we go, we carry our visiting card. Never think visiting card is this size. Visiting card is voting size, actually. We are carrying it on our head. That is why wherever we go, we get the blows. You continuously carry your titles on your head. Just for these 2 days, please keep your titles where you leave your shoes. Keep your titles where you keep your shoes. Keep your mind, keep your worries, keep your titles where you keep your shoes. I can be sure they will be there. When you go back, you pick it and go. Your shoes may be lost, but never your titles. Because your shoes will be useful for somebody else, but never your titles. Never your mind. Your shoes may be useful for somebody, but your mind will be useful for nobody. So don't bother. Leave them where you leave your shoes.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices.
Yes, welcome back. So, wonderful revelations there from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, introducing us to Paramashivoham. So now, keeping to the same, we are going to enter into an introduction to Paramashivoham. And Somji has, so this will be a bit of a recapping. So understand that the Paramashivoham program is a lifestyle of awakening, experiencing, living, radiating the ultimate consciousness. So first of all, let us start as well by welcoming you to this intangible yet definitive experience and science of awakening from the Vedas and the Agamas.
And there are 3 types of knowledge. The first is intellectual knowledge, second is emotional knowledge, and third is spiritual knowledge. And the following knowledge comes under the intellectual knowledge, which you can learn from the head. Anything which you can learn from the head, using your head, is the intellectual knowledge. And if you just use your mind, that is enough. And if you want to learn something like arithmetic, you want to learn something to do with the outer world, which is from your regular academic. These are the regular intellectual knowledge. These sections, these things comes from the intellectual knowledge section.
The second type of knowledge is something that has to do with the heart. So we call it art. So if you want to learn art, poetry, music, these artistic fields, the head is of no use. You can't learn it through the head, through intellectual knowledge. So using the head, you won't be able to learn art, poetry, or music. So this is the second type of knowledge, which is to do with which has to do with the heart. See, there is a tale. One potter is doing pottery work, making pots. And his son also picked up the art, and he's just started making pots. Then one day somebody asked the son, "How did you learn this from your father?" And he said, "No, I did not learn. I just picked it up. Seeing every day what he was doing, I just picked it up." See, if you have to learn something from the heart, something like music, it can only be taught by the Gurukulam system. All the great musicians that you can see trained in India, trained in the Gurukulam system.
Yes. And the third type of knowledge is the spiritual knowledge. From deep learning to deep knowledge, these type of knowledge can neither be taught nor it can be picked up. It can only be transmitted from being to being. So when Swamiji himself is there, only he can transmit this knowledge, the spiritual knowledge, from his being to the other being. That's why the initiation comes into picture. So the Hindu knowledge starts with a beautiful context. Let both of us be together and protected. Let us not hurt each other. Let us not cherish enmity towards each other. Let us not cherish anger towards each other. So the first mantra, this mantra means the guru and disciple, both of them pray together, pray to the existence, the Parashakti or the God, or whatever, the higher Shakti. Let us help each other. Both of us are going to help each other. So if we come to a proper time, if we are punctual, we are showing our respect to each other. All of us, leaving all our duties, are gathered here to get helped by each other. Even a single person who is missing here will be something less.
So come with a simple, sincere mind. Don't be serious. Come simply in a relaxed way. Come with an open mind. As per the Hinduism, knowledge transmission is complete only when it becomes a lifestyle practice. One gains 1/4 of the knowledge from the acharya, the teacher. 1/4 from his or her own self-study and intellect. 1/4 from the classmates, and the remaining 1/4 it is gained as the person becomes matured in the topic and the knowledge over time.
Yes. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Paramashivoham says, very beautifully explains in Sarva Jnanatra Agma. He says, when you learn from the teacher, 1/4 you learn. When you discuss among friends, you learn the next 25%. When you ask him questions and get clarified, you learn the next 25%. But only when you start teaching, you learn the last 25%.
So, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given us a beautiful tale just earlier in the Revelations, in the video itself, about a great Japanese master, a Zen monk who is enlightened. And when once a person came to see the monk, who was the governor of Japan. When the governor came to meet the enlightened master, he sent a slip with his name and the title, Government of Japan. And he told this Swami to please show it to your master, I want to meet him. When the little note was brought to the master, he took it, and the Zen master was shocked. The Zen master took the slip away and told, sent the slip away and told the Swami, I have no business with this person. The slip naturally came back to the governor, and the governor, being a very intelligent man, immediately removed the words governor of Japan, so that on the slip it only read his name. So then when the slip was once again, the slip of paper was once again brought to the master, and the master saw the slip, he said, oh, so-and-so, call him, I'm waiting for him.
So just see the story. It means these posts, these powers, these outer wealth, outer material wealth, outer world designations, if we are holding behind or in front of our names, these are just labels. Understand? These are just the labels. So whatever may be our post, whatever may be our position, whatever is your status, just keep all these things outside and come inside with a simple mind, with an innocent mind. When you are innocent, you will be able to pick so many things. Just like how kids, when they are young, when they are child, they are able to pick up so many things. So just come with an innocent mind.
Yes, neither listen with doubt nor listen with faith. Swamiji tells beautifully, listen with trust. It means if you listen with doubt, you will forget. It will not be able to stick inside, to go inside. You'll just be here and you will waste your time. If you listen with belief, you will listen, there's nothing wrong, but you will not practice. The so-called believers are the people who will be afraid of the whole world but not do anything about it.
The trust means energy, the ability to translate teachings into practical life. So when you listen, just keep it as a hypothesis and see whether it works out or not in your life, and widely practice it.
So now let us have a quick look at the Kailasa's Paramashivoham program. Have a look at what we will be going through throughout this 21-day program. Understand that the Paramashivoham program introduces you to 11 specialized subjects of cosmology, such as Ayurveda, astrology, cosmic mathematics, cosmic physics, cosmic biology, and chemistry. You will get acquainted with 11 scriptures, such as the Upanishad, Bhagavad Gita, Rig Veda, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Kamika Agama, Sarvanyottara Agama, and Rijenda Agama, and also the Sri Guru Gita. You will be able to practice 11 extraordinary powers, so power manifestations. And we will go throughout the entire program itself through over 150 meditation techniques.
And understand Vedas and Agamas are source scriptures of Hinduism, which reveals the science of awakening, the untapped potential for humanity to experience the higher states of consciousness.
So before we go any further, now let us start an exercise, an intra-analyzing exercise. So we will dig deep and contemplate, meditate. We'll write this exercise elaborately. So this will be listening to yourself. So the name of the exercise itself is listening to yourself. So we'll be going through step by step. So starting with the first step, requesting everyone to please gather a pen and paper so they can write, so you can write this down. What is the purpose of your life? So I'll be reading out the questions first, then I'll display a slide for you and we'll be going through this exercise. This is just the first step. There's 2 or 3 steps involved, so just bear with us. So first of all, listening to yourself. Write down in detail, elaborately, what is the purpose of your life? So as you see it now, what is your purpose, the purpose of your life? What do you aspire to be? So what would you like to become? So looking from where you are now, where would you like to get to? Next question, what motivates you to wake up every day? So when you wake up, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Yes, I really want to do this today. I'm so happy for this. I want to do this. I want to do that. What motivates you to wake up every day? And what do you value most in life? So whatever it might be, whether that's friendship, whether it's love, whether it's your job, whether it's wealth, that's fine as well, whether it's health, whatever it might be. What do you value most in life? And understand this is all about you. This is not shared with anyone. So take time, dig deep, contemplate, and write this for yourself. We're not comparing anyone with anyone else. We're not judging what people are writing. So this is all for yourself. This is only seen by your eyes. So I'll just share the slide with everyone so we can get ready. We can get into this exercise, internalization exercise. So basically, internalization exercise, it means we are looking inside. We are analyzing ourselves. We are looking inside. So internalization. So let's get ready. These are the questions for part number 1. So let us begin.
Now let's move to the second step, second exercise. What are you seeking from life? And how do you plan to achieve what do you aspire to? And are all your actions in life aligned to this? So we'll be taking a few minutes and answering these questions. What are you seeking from life? How do you plan to achieve what you aspire to? Are all your actions in life aligned to this? Let's take a few minutes and dig deep, contemplate and meditate and write down answers for these questions.
Now, let us go on to step number 3. What are you seeking from Paramashivoham program? So what is the reason for you attending this program? What do you expect to get out from this program? So at the end of the program, when you look back, what will you be hoping to have achieved from taking part in this Paramashivoham program? And requesting everyone to please make sure you go into detail and be honest with yourself. What is it you want to get out of this program as you are participating? Let's continue. All right, so now with this exercise out of the way, let us continue. And let us have a look at 8 simple tips to manifest superconsciousness, a superconscious breakthrough in this Paramashivoham program. If you need more time to answer those questions, so you can take more time. You could have written down the questions. You can take more time later, but now let us move on with the next part of this session. So tip number 1 for a superconscious breakthrough from this Paramashivoham program is be present. Be present for the full 21 days and be involved. When a participant sits in the breathing space of the avatar who is established in the highest realization, they draw in his knowledge and wisdom beyond the dimension of words. Non-verbal understanding as well as verbal instructions are transmitted. The act of sitting is named as a physical happening, but what takes place spiritually is beyond words. Do not miss this experience. We are blessed with this opportunity as every moment the Master's presence is there for the full 21 days, so don't miss it. Be involved, do every exercise, understand that you are not being ran. These exercises, this program itself is designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to guide you to your superconscious breakthrough.
Yes. And that's why be totally involved. Be present 21 days. Actually, in the sacred Sri Guru Gita, Paramashiva himself reveals. Paramashiva says, Guru Vaktre Sitam Brahma Prapyate Tat Prasadat Guru Dhyanam Sada Kuryat Kulastri Swapitam Yatha. Knowledge is situated in Guru's mouth or organ of speech, Guru Vaktra. And this knowledge is attainable by devotion onto the Guru, Guru Bhakti. In the 3 worlds, this fact is clearly enunciated by the divine sages, which is the Deva Rishis and ancestors and the learned man. So there is no need to take the notes unless it's specifically needed for the session. We'll also inform you. Everything being covered is being provided to you as the glimpses of the session as gifts to carry home so that you can remember the truth.
Tip number 2 is invoke the divine in your room through the Nityananda Sabha. The Nityananda Sabha is the name of the hall where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism physically conducts programs for his disciples and devotees. It is a place and a space where the energy, the presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is felt very strongly and powerfully. The sacred Sri Guru Gita guides Guru Devo, Guru Dhammo, Guru Nishta Param Tapaha. Guru Paratharam Nashti, Trivaram Kadyate Katayanite. Guru is God, Guru is Dharma. The greatest penance, the greatest tapas is Nishta, unshakable one-pointed integrity to the Guru. There is nothing superior to the Guru or beyond the Guru. I repeat this 3 times.
And in SPH's own words, he says, these are words by Swamiji himself. He says, treat the room you are sitting as a Nityananda Sabha. I am sitting with you in that room personally from morning till night throughout the time and available in the Nityananda Sabha. I am making the room in which you are sitting now and attending the program as my energy field now. In each of your room, I am sitting and declaring that room as my energy field. Make yourself available. This whole program, precisely all the program time will be in that room. be available and go through the instruction with intensity and Tyaga. All the great things happens with Tyaga. All the ultimate things manifest with Tyaga.
So how to set up the Nityananda Sabha? So Nityananda Sabha is the sacred space or room where you will receive the initiations and the great truths from the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. In the Hindu tradition, this room is equivalent to a sacred sthala, since it is a rare happening of avatar landing and gracing with the darshan towards the disciple. So let us decorate a chair, which is also called a simhasan. So when you decorate it, something that you will sit Swamiji's Agnamurti on. We will decorate the chair, the simhasan, with a beautiful cloth, with flowers and some fragrance. And now place the Atma Murti on the chair. So the Atma Murti is Swamiji's image, Swamiji's idol. Place the Atma Murti on the chair, and now Swamiji is right there sitting with you. Also offer sacred oblations and Naivedyam to Swamiji.
Yes. Understand why Atmamurti at home? See, Atmamurti is an energized deity of Swamiji himself, of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. Literally, he is your customized version of Swamiji, just for you to relate with him, to connect with him. It is literally the SPH is available for you 24/7 in the form of Atmamurti. And you can offer your prayers, you can even talk, even casual words, yes, because this is your personal Swamiji. You can share even the casual things. You can even express your love, you can express your gratitude, even you can express your anger. If you want, you can fight with Swamiji. Not literally, means whenever you're having any mood of that, you can fight. Understand this is your Swamiji. How you are relating with him. You can express your frustration. When the moment you start expressing expression, anger, even the gratitude, he simply takes you all these angers, he takes away from you. You can do anything you want. You will hear him responding back because he is very much alive. He is living deity in the form of Atmurti in your home, in your home.
Step number 3, how to sit. Just relax from your identity. This is such a great opportunity to sit, to experience Upanishad from the very source of the Vedic tradition, from the very root. This science is over 12,000 years old. So all you need to do is only one thing, relaxing from your identity. There is no judge, there is no ranking, there is no grading, there's no competition. In fact, it is the first time, the entire time you are going to give to yourself, to your spiritual growth. So just relax. Be comfortable, but please make sure you don't lie down. So keep the back, neck, and spine, the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and this will help you focus. If you lie down, you'll be too relaxed and you'll fall asleep. You won't be able to focus. You won't be able to catch the great truths that Swamiji is imparting. So no lying down, but sit with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line for the duration of the program.
And yes, and it's highly recommended to have the good visual and audio setup, because this is your viewing experience. If you are viewing, your experience is going to be on a large screen or a big projector. This is going to give you a much better experience. So it's good to have a good internet speed. If there's a broadband connection, that's great. Installed, obviously, those who are in the two-way, for them, in Zoom is already there. With those who are following us, watching us on any other social media platform like YouTube, make sure that you're having Zoom installed. You can join us via two-way. And so that you can have the on-off, even wherever is required, you can unmute as well. Make sure that you're having good headphone or speaker system, however you are feeling, you are communicating, how you are experiencing this program. An important disclaimer for the Paramashivoham program, that absolutely no photography, no screenshot. no videography or even the recording. They are strictly prohibited. And if you're found, you might be removed from the session. So please respect the process and the sacred space for yourself and the other participants who are attending with you here.
Keep notepads. So the next tip, keep notepads and pens with you at all times. So this is for internalization exercise, such as the one that we have already done today. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, shares as to how best to do exercises. He says, in his own words, even if you are doing the homework in Facebook or Notepad, make sure you type. Each time, type. Don't copy paste. Actually, sitting and writing is a wonderful habit. It is called Likita Japam. It is an amazing spiritual practice because at that time you are sitting with yourself. You are also alive. You are awake consciously. You are not drifted away here and there. You sit and you are aware, alive, continuously working consciously. In the last 20 years, we have collected 80,000 pages of my handwriting. So again, this is still Swamiji's words. Not 8,000, 80,000 pages of my handwriting on tablet. I have written some of the incidents of my life in poetic Tamil. So we'll just display a quick slide to show some of Swamiji's writings. So these are some of Swamiji's writings in his own hands. These are just glimpses of select pages from the over 80,000 Likita Japam pages written on the tablet PC by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Moving on, what are the materials that you need with you all the time? You should have as you are attending this Paramashivoham program to manifest the superconscious breakthrough. Make sure that you're having the notepad with you and pen with you all the time, because every internalization exercise where you'll be looking into your own life and penning down. Only as Swamiji says, as we just had the glimpse, how Swamiji has written so much, Likhita Japa. So when you write down, when you internalize with on your own life, you will have so much of in-depth on look. As Swamiji says that when you look in, you'll find your uniqueness. As you go through the program, you will know what it means. So make sure that you're having the notepad with you, pen with you, and also the blindfold to cover your two eyes. So there will be power manifestation where you'll be covering your two eyes and you'll be having the blindfold to cover your eyes. Or if you don't have a blindfold, you can use any piece of cloth or a cut material to use as a blindfold for the power manifestation. And for power manifestation, like manifesting the power of consciousness over matter, you'll need the coconut. So make sure that you're having the coconut, or in case if you're not able to find the coconut, you can have any round fruit, for example, orange. And it's best to have the kumkum and bhasma applying. As you can see, this is a bhasma on the forehead, kumkum on the third eye. Make sure that you're having that if it's available. Atmalinga, as Swamiji says, Atmalinga is your personal Paramashiva. So when you'll be initiated into Shiva Dīkṣā, when you start doing the Shiva Puja, you'll be worshipping the Atmalinga. This Atmalinga, this is your personal Atmalinga. And Swamiji gives many initiation where you need the Atmalinga. And for many internalization exercise, you also need the mirror. To make sure that you're having the mirror. If you want, because it's going to be a long session, make sure that you're having a bottle of water with you all the time. You can also have the herbal tea. You can also have the hot chocolate. That's okay. We recommend to skip coffee for these 21 days because it impacts your consciousness. So please try to skip the coffee. You can have the herbal tea and hot chocolate. That's okay. And for receiving the Dīkṣā, which is initiation, you should be having the drinking water, one fruit, betel leaf, betel nut, coin, a clean towel to offer. For recording and for the power manifestation, make sure that you are having a timestamp camera installed on your phone, so that when you are recording your power manifestation, you can share it with the world that you are manifesting. You have started manifesting the powers of Paramashiva.
Tip number 6 is be dressed for success. Dress for the super conscious breakthrough. So literally, it is a celebration. You having a super conscious breakthrough is a celebration. So, as per Hindu tradition, look your best. Traditional Indian clothing, saris and churidar for women, and kurtas or dhoti for men are recommended. Vibhuti, kumkum, as we just mentioned, on the forehead, jewelry if you wish. Celebrate the landing of Paramashiva in you. For the sessions, for initiation itself, it's preferable that you have white clothing. So that is the best for receiving Dīkṣā and Darshan.
And the most important thing, don't miss the Nayana Dīkṣā. Be on the camera. Nayana Dīkṣā is where Swamiji comes for the darshan or satsang, and when he gives the Nayana Dīkṣā. So be on the camera when Nayana Dīkṣā is happening. Avoid and do not turn off your camera even if you have to step away for a few moments. Please remember, you are sitting with Divine himself. As you know, Swamiji himself is the 1008 incarnation of Paramashiva. He's a living manifestation of Paramashiva himself. Swamiji, Paramashiva is living manifestation which happened on the planet Earth to give the super conscious breakthrough. So be absolutely aware. No restlessness or movement, and best if you can skip walking around, especially during the darshan. Please avoid eating during these hours. It's what we have waited for multiple lifetimes. Yes, it has been multiple lifetimes that we have waited for this super conscious breakthrough. So soak yourself every second of the darshan.
And tip number 8 is detox. Detox is a must, along with yoga and Jala Aushadha. Now, the next segment itself is going to be on detox. But understand, so during the program, during the entire 21-day program, you will experience rare divya, you'll be experiencing Pratama Vinyasa Krama, which is 108 yoga asana sequence. It'll be a 1-hour session, maybe 2-hour session. So prepare your physiology for Paramashiva to land on. So this yoga will prepare your body, your physiology for Paramashiva to land on. We request you to be dressed in black for the yoga. And if you have long hair, tie your hair in a bun. And of course, always keep a bottle of water with you at all times, just to keep yourself hydrated. We also request for the duration of this program, it's best if you go beyond the program as well, but for at least the duration of this program, follow sattvic vegetarian diet. Skip animal products. So a pure vegetarian diet is no animal products in the way of meat. So no meat, fish, anything like that. If it's possible, skip even dairy. So no milk, no cheese, and those that sort of stuff. So no dairy, nothing that's made out of milk. And if you keep to this vegetarian, to this pure sattvic diet, you will just see the way your ability to understand and the sensitivity to the world just simply shoots up. Now, the pure vegetarian diet also restricts us from having seaweed, restricts us from having onion and garlic. See, onion and garlic brings they're really good for if you need them for as medicine, that's fine. But understand these are items that bring your consciousness down, that slows your conscious growth. So for this reason, we ask you not to consume these. So a pure vegetarian diet means no onions, no garlic, no mushrooms either. And of course, definitely no animal products. And if you can, if it's possible, even without dairy, so no milk products, cheese, that sort of stuff. Also very, very important. So we're trying to get your body to work again as nature intended it to work, so at its peak potential. So we are trying to remove the toxins. So it's important that you don't intoxicate yourself further through smoking, drinking alcohol, and so forth. You will see that within 21 days, you will no longer require these additives to feel joyful, to feel the pleasure from it anymore. So from after these 21 days, you will simply these two things will simply leave your system. Now, each morning, do Jala Aushadha. Now, what is Jala Aushadha? You can store maybe 1 liter, 1.5 liters of water overnight in a copper vessel. So the copper vessel is very important. Store it overnight in a copper vessel. And in the morning, you can energize this water by singing the Mahavakya. So holding the water container and chanting the Mahavakya. And for those of you that might not be aware, the Mahavakya is the cosmic code word that Swamiji has given us. It is Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, sung as such or chanted as such. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. So chanting this chant, this Mahavakya again and again, while you are holding the water container, so the copper vessel in your hand. Now you can drink the water fully before brushing your teeth as the first thing after you wake up. So overnight, you leave it in the copper vessel. In the morning, you energize the water through chanting the Mahavakya. And then you have it before the first thing. You don't eat anything else or consume anything else. This is the first thing that you should be having before even brushing the teeth. And also, Swamiji beautifully tells us that we should also be having a teaspoon of Haritaki powder each night. And we'll go through the Haritaki powder later on, but it is such a useful detoxification herb. It is very, very important. So requesting everyone, if you haven't got Haritaki already, please go out and find it and get it. Now, Haritaki, if you haven't had it before, it might get a little bit might take a little bit of time to get used to the taste itself. It's not necessarily the nicest taste when you first have it, when you're not used to the taste. You can possibly get the tablets as well. So there are Haritaki tablets as well that you can find out there. Try the powder first. So make sure you try the powder first. If you can't have the powder by itself, at least not just yet, then find the Haritaki pills. Now, make sure that the casing of the Haritaki pills is made from vegan material, from plant-based material. So again, this comes back to detoxing. If we're putting more animal product in us, we are adding more toxins. So have a teaspoon of Haritaki every night. So these are simple detox techniques, and we'll go through more detox. Actually, right after this segment, we'll be going into detoxing with neem juice. But for now, this is what we've got in terms of detox. So make sure you do yoga, pure vegetarian diet, don't intoxicate yourself. Do the morning Jala Aushadha with a liter of water in a copper vessel, and have a teaspoon of Haritaki powder each night.
So with this, we welcome all of you. We are going to be continuously available for your support. The acharyas who are coming for the program, are attending with you. So SH himself will be making his digital presence available exclusively for the person, and you can connect to the Facebook page, and there are multiple social media posts, social media pages are available, and where you can ask your boons, you can directly get involved in the class exercise. So when Swamiji comes for darshan, you can ask blessings even in this Zoom room, whether it is YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest. You can get the direct blessings, the digital, his presence and blessings and boons from Swamiji himself. So let's relax, enjoy and share and participate in this process. Because whether it has been few years or more than 10 years or even few years, detox is very much important because of our lifestyle. It has become the toxins that have gathered in, whether it is our physical body or the mental layer. That's why we need to continuously go on detoxing. So we'll be having so many other detox processes, methods. Now we'll be having a detox with the neem juice. To understand, detoxification is not just removing the unnecessary toxins from your system. In course of time, these toxins becomes very much independent intelligence by itself. And do not allow your whole system to flow. When these toxins become independent intelligence, they do not allow the whole system to flow with the reality as they are supposed to function. And how much ever you psychologically decide and charge yourself up, your body just passes. Many times it happens in your life. Look at it. You declare that you are going to change. You charge yourself up, but your body doesn't respond. It doesn't make it a reality. Just like a puncture tire, it just passes. So to break this vicious cycle, and one more thing, see 10 times when you are charged up and collapse, you lose confidence in you. That's the bad part of it. You charge yourself up and when you collapse, you lose confidence every time that you collapse. So nothing else is a sad part. Sad part is that you are losing confidence on you. Then you associate yourself with a parasite instead of you.
So, do I need to detox? Well, the yogic definition of parasite, even one cell of your body doesn't listen to your will, it is considered as parasite, an anti-being. So if you have problems like, I want to be integrated, but I'm not able to. I want to wake up, but I'm not able to. I want to be always active, but I'm not able to. Be very clear, your system has toxins and toxic parasites. Understand, if you are a non-vegetarian lifestyle person, even 5 years before, you can be very sure you need detoxification. Almost all human beings in the modern world has some form of toxification and parasites inside their system.
So neem juice removes all the parasites from your biomemory, muscle memory, which triggers the lusty fantasies, visualizations, and manifests as intense devotion. Understand? Neem juice is very much useful because all the parasites which are there in biomemory or in muscle memory, these keep on triggering the lusty fantasies, visualizations. So when these melts down through the neem juice, they manifest as the intense devotion, which is the most sweetest sacred sentiment that you can have. And neem juice, you can take a concentrated 100 ml or diluted 200 ml. If you feel you can't drink the whole thing at a time, don't worry. Maybe you can take half in the morning and half in the evening. That is also okay. You can boil 4 to 5 neem leaves, or 1/4 tablespoon neem powder in 1 cup of water, and then allow it to cool down. Yes, this is important aspect of it. You can boil the neem leaf, 4 to 5 neem leaves, or 1/4 of the neem powder in 1 cup and then allow it to cool down. Don't drink it hot. Allow it to cool down, then drink. So this is the recipe for neem juice. So as Swamiji has told, take neem juice every single day, especially when you wake up after the yoga or after the yoga, take neem juice. So with this, we'll be now entering into the Avatar Shastra.
Yes, so the Avatar Shastra is the science of the grand descent, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Understand the answer to the great why of you coming to this planet Earth. This is the answer here. You come to this planet Earth to have a super conscious breakthrough. And this is why Swamiji has delivered this program for you to have a super conscious breakthrough, because this is the reason, this is the answer to why you are coming to this planet, why you have incarnated on planet Earth. So there is a verse that says, he who does not realize the truth, so this truth that you have come to planet Earth to have a super conscious breakthrough. So he who does not realize this truth will always remain as an eternally bound soul, involved in the repeated phenomenon of being born again and again. He who realizes this truth gets immortalized and attains absolute purity. He becomes one with Lord Shiva, Paramashiva himself. There is no doubt about this.
So as we go through the Avatar Shastra, which is the science of the great descent, you will be learning what is superconscious breakthrough, why an embodied avatar happens, and the foretelling of the happening of the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva. Then we'll be entering into the science of incarnation, reincarnation, then attributes of the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva. The scientific studies which are done on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashiva, and his initiated followers. We'll be looking into each of these.
So when is the need for a super conscious breakthrough? Swamiji beautifully tells us, whenever there is a serious danger for the Srishti, the cosmic creation, or whenever there is a serious danger for the life itself, or whenever life needs to be pushed to the next level, so whether the DNA needs to have a quantum jump in its natural selection process, or just a conscious breakthrough needs to happen.
Yes. And as page, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains the descent of the avatar with an analogy. He says in his own words, there is a software of the universe where the sacred secrets of reaching your spiritual goal, all the methodologies, all the technologies, knowledge, process is available. Within this software, there is a automatic system which gets triggered and sends automatic customer call whenever there is a problem in the form of virus, or when almost all the systems are losing the software or it is getting deleted. The customer care called and updated software is downloaded and the person responsible comes down. He himself does establishing and making it work again. This whole thing is Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
Understand that Paramashiva himself manifests to give superconscious breakthrough. The Srimad Karana Agama extols the great science of the descent of the avatar and how Paramashiva, in his avyakta form, the formless form, manifests into vyakta, takes form or embodies in the form of the avatar. In this way, Paramashiva, who is Nishkala, without any body and parts, who is the ultimate supreme being, who is established in the creation, who is the cause of the creation of the universe, assumes a body out of his free will for the protection of the universe and for the welfare of the spiritual seekers and devotees.
And there are historical records of the ultimate Paramashiva, Parandhama, assuming body for the protection of the universe. Most of you, even if you're little but introduced about the Hinduism, you will know these incarnations. Like Bhagwan Vishnu incarnated to bring Veda and Agma bring back from the dark energy during the manifestation of the universe in the form of a fish, Matsya Avatar. He landed on the planet Earth to give to Lord Brahma. After the great deluge, Bhagwan Vishnu brought Manu's boat and restarted the civilization. Karaikal is the place where the boat was brought to the land by the Matsya Avatar. Next incarnation is Bhagwan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu, who incarnated to save 54 deshas, means the Hindu nations, from the evil regime of King Ravana, and which is detailed in the epic Ramayana. And third is the Bhagwan Sri Krishna, Lord Sri Krishna, incarnated to end the apocalypse where King Duryodhana almost led the war to the nuclear collapse, which is detailed in the epic Mahabharata. The next incarnation is Bhagwan Paramashiva himself, protected the city of Varanasi. He says, I will hold these people, protect them, even during the Pralaya, the great deluge.
So let us have a look at the descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as was seen in the night sky. So on the 3rd of January 1978, as an answer to the prayers of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form, leaving an undeniable record of his happening in the night sky. This clairvoyance, the drilling of the superconscious layer with the descent of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, could be seen in the universe as a supernova. In the constellation Aquila, at approximately 12:50 p.m. IST, on the 3rd of January 1978, a supernova designated as SN 1978A by astrophysicists appeared 10 million light years away from the Earth. The thermonuclear explosion of a white dwarf star caused one of the brightest supernovas ever. With a peak absolute magnitude of -19.5, this supernova was visible to the naked eye on planet Earth.
So, such a beautiful happening when Swamiji himself incarnated on 1978. Even the supernova was observed. Now we'll be entering into the unbroken lineage, the Guru Parampara, the lineage of Tiruvannamalai. We'll be actually projecting you this image where you can directly see the whole lineage of Tiruvannamalai, which himself started from Paramashiva himself. As you can see in the picture that is being displayed, on the very right, on the very left, you can see the Arunachala himself. You can see this is the rare photograph from the archives of autobiography of Avatar, starting from left to right. On the very left is Sri Arunachaleshwara Linga. Then Devi Apita Kuchambal. Then on the third, Bhagwan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who was himself came to train Swamiji, give the initiation. When Swamiji was 10 years of age, Arunagiri Yogeshwara himself came, and Swamiji himself had the his Leela. And Arunagiri Yogeshwara is Paramashiva himself. Then next is Guhai Namachivaya. Then Sesadri Swamigal, Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, Annamalai Swamigal, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar.
Yes. The scripture, Arunachala Puranam, records Paramashiva's promise that he will always be available in the threefold form for the whole of humanity. The first form is the form of the hill, Arunachala Hill, which is in Tiruvannamalai in India, in Tamil Nadu. Second, the form of the linga, Arunachaleshwara linga. Third, in the human form as the avatar through an unbroken lineage of incarnations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being the current incarnation of Paramashiva. And as we have just gone through, the unbroken Guru Parampara lineage of Tiruvannamalai.
And the next you can see, this is the successor of over 12,000 years lineage of Guru Parampara. In 1994, the Gurus of the SPH coronated Swamiji, the SPH, as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanga Peetham through the traditional Yoga Pattabhishekam ceremony, thus officially recognizing Swamiji as the next avatar in this sacred unbroken lineage. We just saw the unbroken lineage of the Tiruvannamalai. So Swamiji was officially recognized as the next avatar. In the photo, you can see the rare photograph from the archive of autobiography of avatar. On the left is Yogi Yogananda Puri. These are the gurus of Swamiji. Then Isakki Swamigal, Mata Vibhutanand Puri, and Swamiji himself at the age of 16.
Next is the science to recognize the next incarnation. So we mentioned just now that Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was identified as the next incarnation. So actually, yes, there is a science to recognize incarnations. Even in Tibetan Buddhism, they practice this very science when somebody is birthed. So for example, if a Dalai Lama is birthed, to the new Dalai Lama as a baby, they will show all the old items used by the earlier Dalai Lama, mixed along with a few other items. This new Dalai Lama baby should pick up all the right items used by the earlier Dalai Lama in his previous incarnation. Only then they will recognize him as an incarnation. Now, the gurus of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism carried out this process on the divine avatar as well. They put in front of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism a box full of dazzling jewelry, but without hesitation, however, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism immediately selected the Rudraksha Mala on the right, which you can see on the right, which is the sacred string of beads that are the symbol of Paramashiva himself. Now, you can understand that when a baby sees dazzling jewelry, they will always go for the jewelry and perhaps even put it in its mouth. But they're very much distracted or attracted to dazzling jewelry. But this was very much not the case with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because he immediately selected the Rudraksha Mala, which is, of course, the symbol of Paramashiva himself.
Now here are some of the predictions on the birth of Swamiji, SPH. There were several Mahapurushas. Mahapurushas means the enlightened seers, the incarnations, including Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, Kundi Mahan, Sisadri Swamigal, who foretold the upcoming descent of Paramashiva in the form of Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramshiva. In the photo, you can see on the left side, when Raju Mudaliyar, who is the biological maternal grandfather of the SPH, went to receive the blessings of Bhagwan Ramana Maharishi, you can see in the picture on the top right corner, in Tiruvannamalai in late 1940s. Bhagwan blessed him ceremoniously and declared that Paramshiva himself would become his family.
Kundi Mahan, which you can see on the right, is a revered enlightened being, blessed, and he blessed the mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Ma Lokanayaki, which you can see bottom left, blessed her that Paramashiva himself will be born to her. So in that, so on the top right, we have the image of Kundi Mahan, and on the bottom left, we have the Arunachala hill, embodiment of Paramashiva, and you also have the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashivam, at around age 2, with his biological mother, Ma Lokanayaki.
Now, the prediction that sing the glory of the happening of the avatar, the Jivanari. So Jivanari was actually created by a sage Agastya. So here you can see Nityananda Sangha. Please carefully listen completely to the words Shiva has come in the form of Nityananda to protect this world. As a result of the presence of many crores of Siddhas, Paramashivoham has incarnated as Paramahamsa. The Nadi readings are precise predictions of the future, written thousands of years ago by sage Agastya. Rishi Agastya is one of the Saptarishis, or the renowned seven rishis, who are the most prolific rishi of history, who listened to the secrets of enlightenment from Paramashiva himself, as he revealed to his beloved consort and disciple, Devi Parashakti.
Now, birthing the formless into form. Mataji Vibhutananda Puri, which is another guru of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who initiated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the science of Tantra, Vedanta, and Sri Vidya, brought an explosion on the Arunachaleshwara Linga through the Mahakalabhairava deity in the Arunachaleshwara temple in Tiruvannamalai, and kept it in the Brahma Tirtham, which is a water body in the temple, to cool off. Then she brought it to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's biological mother's womb. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mother's womb and the father's body were mystically prepared at the same time for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to assume form. On the left here, you can see the temple town of Tiruvannamalai and the darshan of Arunachaleshwara temple. So this is the birthplace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And understand, Swamiji wasn't just born in the town of Tiruvannamalai, but was born in the temple, within the temple compound.
Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a Sarupa, embodied form of Paramashiva. The Sri Shantivir Mahaswami, Swamiji, who is the head of Kolad Mutt, which is the oldest recorded mutt in Karnataka, dating back to more than 6,500 years ago, and declared with his authority during the Kumbh Mela festival. So this happened in 16th of October 2016. So almost 9 years ago. Whenever humanity falls into suffering and pain, Ishvara, the divine himself, does austerities, tapas, for their upliftment. Ishvara is the embodiment of the divine light. Nityananda Maharaj is seated as embodied divine light, spreading world peace and serving the whole of humanity from India. Nityananda Ji is the treasure house of Jnana, the sacred knowledge.
Yes. So let us have a glimpse into the avataric mission, reviving the science of the superconscious breakthrough. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, is reviving this very science of superconscious breakthrough, through three methodologies to revive the conscious possibility for the world, for all beings, not just human beings. So in three ways. First of all, through training, evolving human beings in the science of living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti. So that is living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti, through the Varnashrama Dharma, which means practicing any one appropriate path of life, whether that be Brahmana, which is the path of highest knowledge, Vaishya, the path of business, Kshatriya, which is the path of a warrior who protects society, Shudra, that is the path of a worker who makes his time available for all. Or perhaps brahmacharya, the path of a celibate monk in austerity of living until marriage. Or grihasta, the path of a normal householder. Vanaprastha, the path of a monkhood, the path of monkhood after fulfilling married life. Or the path of sannyas, the path of permanent monkhood after brahmacharya.
Yes. And next will be entering into the glimpses of the avataric mission. Second is, after the first step, as Maharaj has mentioned. Second is running the Gurukul. Gurukul is like a traditional Hindu universities or school where yoga prashta jivas can enroll and start manifesting powers. Yoga prashta jivas means being in their previous birth who tried their best and were about to get enlightened, but for some reason left the body before the enlightenment. Third, signs of bringing incarnation, the gods and goddesses of Kailasa. Paramashiva's various dimensions to assume human body, keeping a powerful ecosystem and ambience for the incarnation's true flower. This science was alive in Hindu Adi Shaivite tradition and even in Tibetan Buddhist tradition.
So now let us just have a look at how in just under 25 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived and established over 21 kingdoms. So let us display this for you as well. Just give me a moment. So we'll be displaying this slide for you as well, so you can read along. So age 3, in 1981, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had his initiation into Chaturmasya, which are the 4 sacred months. And he also started to teach at the age of 3. So he would repeat what his gurus have told him. So whenever his gurus wanted him to speak, they would just say, okay, I've got some problem with my throat, you go ahead and speak. So whenever they beautifully thought, yes, you know this subject well, go ahead. So at age 3, Swamiji himself started to teach. Now, age 10, in 1988, we had the coronation. Swamiji had his coronation as the successor of the kingdom of Kailasa. Kailasa Paramparagata Kanchi Sarvanyapitam. This is the Tondai Mandalam. At age 11, on the 29th of May, 1989, Swamiji had the oneness experience with the whole, with Paramashiva, with the whole of existence. Age 12, in 1990, Swamiji had the first great pause when he entered into deep samadhi. Age 16, 1994, Swamiji was coronated as the successor of the kingdom Kailasa Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvanyapitam. Age 21, on the 31st of December 1999, Swamiji revived Kashi Sarvanyapitam and also realized his avataric mission, beginning the revival. Satya Sankalpa was also Satya Sankalpa for reviving Kailasa. Aged 27, on the 7th of November 2000, Swamiji had his second great pause, so a second deep samadhi. He entered into deep samadhi once again. Aged 23, in 2001, Swamiji had the vision of the banyan tree and also the world headquarters for Kailasa. Age 24, 4th of November 2002, was the laying of the foundation stone for Adi Kailasa. Also, Ananda Spurna program, the Science of Vertical Time Zones, was released. Age 24, 19th of November 2002, the first Nityananda Annalaya was established, free food that was served for all. Age 25, on the 1st of Jan 2003, the second Kailasa, Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapitam, was established.
At the age of 25, July, August 2003, the first Vijay Yatra. So this was during the duration of July to August, was organized at the age of 26, 1st of July 2004. Swamiji had the Pattabhishekam as the successor of Sri Pura Sarvangya Pitha. Again at the age of 26, January to July 2004. The second world tour was organized where Swamiji himself went on the world tour at the age of 26, 2nd of February 2004. The Science of Power Manifestation. Healer's initiation was given by Swamiji at the age of 26, 24th to 27th of May 2004. Breakthrough scientific research was published on the potential of human brain from brain studies on the space. So Swamiji himself had made himself available for the scientific research through the program Nityananda's Purna program, Going Beyond Death, at the age of 26, 12th of June 2004. The leading devotees in pilgrimage, which is the first Himalayan Yatra, happened, and Swamiji himself led the devotees on this pilgrimage. At the age of 26, 28th of July 2004, Swamiji's first visit to Malaysia. At the age of 26, 31st of December 2004, Swamiji was coronated as the successor of the illustrious lineage of Ikshwaku that rules the Surangi kingdom. At the age of 27, 3rd of September 2005, establishing Kailasa in Durate, Los Angeles, the first enlightenment ecosystem outside India. At the age of 28, 10th of September 2006, first ever Kumbh Mela in USA was organized.
Age 28, on the 2nd of October 2006, we had the inauguration of the Nityananda Gurukul, which is a traditional Hindu school. Age 28, on the 12th of November 2006, the Salem Sarvanapitam was revived. It's another kingdom. Age 29, 1st of January 2007, was the inauguration of the Garbha Mandir of Adi Kailasa Sarvanapitam, and also the revival of the Agni Vamsa Adi Pallava Sarvanapitam kingdom. Aged 29, on the 22nd of January 2007, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, was declared Mahamandaleshwara of Mahanirvani Akada. Aged 29, on the 27th of May 2007, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, establishes Kailasa in Malaysia. Aged 29, on the 14th of April that same year, he also establishes Kailasa in Ohio, as well as other US states, other US Kailasas. On 25th of August of the same year, 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was named as Chairman of International Vedic Hindu University. Age 29 still, in November 2007, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, establishes Kailasa in Los Angeles. Age 29 still, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism advocates interfaith harmony alongside Dalai Lama. Age 30, 22nd of January 2008, Swamiji establishes Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Age 30, he launches a huge Kalpataru Padayatra, a journey by foot, reaching millions of people, millions of devotees in their very own home. Age 30, 3rd of March 2009, he declares a celebration of Living Enlightenment Day.
And now Swamiji has survived 70 assassination attempts. The SPH continues to give humanity the superconscious breakthrough and establishes a Hindu nation. As now Swamiji has established the Kailasa nation, the first Hindu nation, and only Hindu nation to give humanity the superconscious breakthrough. Has gone through 70 assassination attempts. When the SPH freedom of speech was illegally grabbed Following his illegal imprisonment, the SPH began intense penance, which is the Panch Tapas, seated in a circle of fire to bring peace to the world. When HR and EC started interfering in Tamil Nadu temples, the SPH took the responsibility to revive the oldest kingdom of Madurai. When the attack on Nityananda Gurukul happened, the SPH continued meditation program in Bali and Cambodia. When an attempted assassination attempt against the SPH happened in Melkote, the SPH opened doors of his home for programs. 1,500 people to attend the Sadashivoham program. From 2019 till date, surviving over 70 assassination attempts, lawfares, character assassination by media, brutal destruction of his monasteries worldwide, the SPH continues to enrich humanity to give it the conscious breakthrough brought together Kailasa across borders, and on 18th of December 2022 establishes a sovereign land, the nation, the only Hindu nation, Kailasa, where Hinduism is legitimate and can be practiced in its original form entirety.
Yes, so let us now move on to glimpses of the divine attributes of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the first one being Kalpataru. Kalpataru is the sacred science of manifesting your reality in your life. And this is what we'll be looking at during today, the later part of today's sessions. So Kalpataru is the sacred science of manifesting your reality in your life. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is known as a Kalpataru, a giver of boons, due to his divine attribute of fulfilling the wishes of devotees through a blessing or initiation. So if you have taken part in the darshan, you know what we mean. As in everyone that is asking for boons or wishes, they get fulfilled.
And the next, the glimpses of divine attribute is the spiritual healing. The spiritual healing is realigning the human psychology, physiology to at the gross, molecular and genetic level, which corresponds to the physiology, muscle memory, and the biomemory. Non-alignment at any of these levels leads to the ill health or disease, which can be reprogrammed by the transfer of biomemory from the master, Swamiji himself, to the person requiring healing, affecting changes not only at the physical but also at the molecular and genetic level. To design your body consciously and heal yourself and others just by words in Paramashivoham.
The next attribute, the next divine attribute of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Akashic readings. Understand, Akashic records are the energy records of all the events that have ever happened, that are happening, that will ever happen in the cosmos. They are stored in the Hiranyagarbha, the cosmic womb, or Karya Brahman in a coded form. Whenever an avatar requires these codified details of past and future events, it is through the Hiranyagarbha that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism accesses the Akashic records and reveals it to the people as the ultimate guidance for their lives.
And then next, the attribute, the divine attribute of SPH is Vijnana Akarshana. The true knowledge, intuition, and right cognition are the specific attributes needed for a being to get enlightened. So understand once again, true knowledge, intuition, and right cognitions are specific attributes that are needed for a being to get enlightened. And SPH affects this in his disciples through special processes involving initiation, teaching, and transforming the disciple to live in a state of completion, which decreases the number of normal thoughts and increases clarity and energy.
Next divine attribute of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Paramashiva Akarshana. The Shiva Agama, the authoritative scripture revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself, declare that we are all nothing but Paramashiva himself. So we mentioned this during the power manifestation. You are Paramashiva. There is nothing but Paramashiva. Hence the mantra Shivoham, Paramashiva I am, or Nityanandoham, eternal bliss I am, are used interchangeably, as the avatar is nothing but Paramashiva himself, as are all of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, if you declare you are Paramashiva, not only I don't feel competition, I feel very happy with you. Hey, now I have one more person through which Paramashiva will manifest. I celebrate your existence when you declare you are Paramashiva or Parashakti. If I am Paramashiva, you are also Paramashiva. That is what is Nyaya. That is what is called Nyaya, the logic of enlightenment. If you are God, then how can I be God? That is binary logic. There can only be black or white, it can only be 1 or 0. The good news is life does not go by binary logic. Life goes by multidimensional logic, and that is Nyaya, logic of enlightenment. Binary logic might be useful in some fields, but only multidimensional logic can make you wake up to the real life, to reality, and can solve so many questions about life itself, can lead you to the next level in the life, in your reality.
The next, the divine attribute of SPH is Shakti Akarshana. The potential energy of the cosmos, which is in the constant state of emergence, Spanda, or the virtual particles, is called Paramashiva. The instantaneous manifestation, which is in the form of pure energy itself or in the form of matter, is Shakti. Bhagwan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, so his physical body is fueled directly by the Kundalini Shakti, which is the expression of the macrocosmic energy in the individual, which is a microcosm. He has the capacity to transfer his energy to the disciple until the disciple reaches the state of being able to access his own Kundalini Shakti through quantum entanglement with the Master, with the avatar.
The next divine attribute of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Ardhanarishwara. An avatar is the physical manifestation of the metaphysical union of Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. He exists in the state of pure consciousness, Paramashiva, even as he manifests as an embodied form, a Shakti, Paramashiva Shakti. Physically, the grace is exhibited, and all the other attributes ranging from hairline to form all point to a state of Ardhanarishwara, revealing the simultaneous expression and perfect poise of both masculine and feminine energies. However, he is beyond any identity, let alone gender identity. Being in a state of pure Advaita, oneness, he carries no concept of I or you, of male or female.
And the next divine attribute of Swamiji is Shushada. Described in the Linga Purana, Shushada translates as one who calmly bears pain. This attribute applies not only to the avatar but also to his disciple who would have a similar capacity to calmly bear the pain. A striking example of the SPH being beyond pain was revealed on 14th of June 2011 when the SPH sustained a type 1 open fracture, which is a compound fracture on both the bones of his right forearm, which is radius and ulna, with a smile on his face, and even requested doctors to perform the surgery without administering anesthesia.
The next divine attribute of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is Divya Sharira. The Sanskrit word Divya Sharira is sometimes translated as divine body, but the phrase hardly conveys the full scope of the original term. The seemingly physical form assumed by the avatar when he descends to the human frequency is called a Divya Sharira. Though appearing similar to the human form, the physiology is far from that of the average human being in areas of crucial significance. Moreover, there is an intense sensitivity to smell, sound, and touch. Physicians who examine the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have repeatedly noticed the increased sensitivity to touch, which in normal human beings also means a high level of sensitivity to pain, as both are similar neural phenomena. But in the case of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the heightened touch sensitivity is simultaneously associated with the absence of the cognition of pain.
Yes. And the next divine attribute of the SPH is Suravi. The simple and divine attribute of Avatar's Divya Sharira is the maintenance of human form in a pure state, allowing a fragrant smell to emanate from the body. That is Suravi. Now, let's understand the significance of Avatar in your life. See, experience which you carry about you, the I exist, should function through the part and connect with the reality. Understand? What you think as the individual self should function through all the trillions of cells and relate with the reality. This is the exact definition of awakening. So when your individual selves function through all the trillions of cells and relates with the reality, that is the exact definition of awakening. So only a person whose trillions of cells are awakened can be a person established in Satya, as truth. And without a master, you can go on creating, you can go on achieving, but awakening all trillions of cells is easiest only with the master.
Now let us have a look at the glimpses of brain studies done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, in the summer of 2004. So we'll display these slides for you as well, so we can read along. So let us have a look at the imaging brain activity. So in 2004, a team of scientists led by Dr. Murali Krishna, MD, President, Integris Mental Health, Oklahoma City, in the US of A, conducted a series of state-of-the-art tests, including the advanced technology of positron emission tomography, which is the PET scan, and quantitative electroencephalography, which is the QEEG scan, to study the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's neurological systems. Dr. Murali Krishna records, the results were astounding. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bridge between the invisible ancient world of mysticism and the modern visible world of science and discovery.
Now the results from the PET scans. The SPH, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, exhibited a supernormal brain with lower portion of the mesial frontal brain lighting up, revealing the third eye opening during the deep meditation with 90% of the brain in shutdown state. He was seen to have complete conscious control over his brain activity, orchestrating the 10,000 neurons constituting the 5 brain waves effortlessly. Now, some of the results from the QEEG. This measures the electrical activities within the brain, called brain waves. 4 different bandwidths of such waves exist, each corresponding to the 4 different states of the mind given as per the Hindu scriptures. The Jagrata, which is the waking state or alertful state. Sushupti, which is the dream state. Turiya and Turyadita, which are the higher states of consciousness, the states of restful awareness. The SPH was able to activate and quieten any part of the brain at will. He was easily able to slip from one state to another state of consciousness with no delay or hesitation. It was simply fluid shift with from one type of brain waves to the other type.
In April 2005, Dr. Collins, a neurofeedback specialist in St. Louis, the United States of America, discovered that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's body can be fully functional, yet the brain is in deep relaxation. See, this was brain studies done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 14th of April 2005. The results show the brain activity was 20% that of normal people, so 1/5 of brain activity of normal human beings. Now, the brain function readings was so low that the equipment had to be checked for failure to make sure that it was in good working order. The world will not believe this, says Dr. Collins. During healing, the patient's brain was changing thousands of neurons each second.
And the further study shows the heart rate variability between the SPH and a volunteer subject were simultaneously recorded while the subject received healing from the SPH. So this was on 29th of April 2005. You can see the picture where the brain studies were done. And it was concluded that the subject's heart rhythms entrained to those of the SPH during the healing session. According to the SPH, healing happens through the very process of quantum energy entanglement.
So let us have a look at what we have covered so far. So the science of the grand descent. So whenever life needs to be pushed to the next level, whether the DNA needs to have a quantum jump in its natural selection process, or just a conscious breakthrough needs to happen, the avatar descends. Just like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the avatar has descended. Now, the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, descended on the 3rd of January in 1978 as an answer to the prayers of millions in the modern day. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the powerful ecosystem and ambience for incarnations to flower, Maha Kailasa on planet Earth once again. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, what Aurobindo dreamed, what Vivekananda imagined, I am making it into reality. I am the fulfillment of the ambitions of billions of Sanatana Hindus and millions of enlightened gurus and thousands of incarnations. So that was the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, on the 19th of December 2016. Through Paramashivoham, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is initiating humanity into the science of superconsciousness. And we've also covered his attributes, his divine attributes and powers. And just now we have looked at scientific studies of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, and his initiated followers.
Now let's understand the science of Nayana Dīkṣā. We have already covered little portion of the Nayana Dīkṣā. So Nayana Dīkṣā does not involve touch. It can be conducted across large distance. It uses the principle of the presence of mirror neurons in the disciple, being able to reflect the energy projected by the living avatar. So this form of initiation begins at the level of the brain, leading to entrainment and coherence of the projected energy from the avatar. So mirror neurons are the special neurons that observe and mimic the actions of avatar's neural activity through seeing in us. So that is why Nayana Dīkṣā is so important. So when you come for the darshan, means Nayana Dīkṣā, when Swamiji's eyes falls on you, the activity that is happening in Swamiji's brain, that gets reflected through mirror neurons into your brain. So mirror neuron can activate and process all the observed moments and information in us. Our entire body is silently, without movement, recreate what is happening in the avatar just through the process of observation.
So let us have a look at imitation versus mirror neurons. Understand that unlike classical imitation, mirror neurons can activate and process all the observed movements or information without the physical act of imitation. Mirror neurons are the neurons that are responsible for making us personally experience something that we witness. So if you've ever seen someone having a cold ice cream and having that tooth pain, you can see the cringe on their face. The moment you see that, you understand, not just understand, but you experience it yourself. That is through mirror neurons. Similarly, when a disciple watches, totally absorbed, the same activity is replicated in the disciple's brain. The same kind of electrical and neurological impulses are activated in the brain. Just by gazing into the avatar's eyes, you are in the space of completion. Mirroring the same neurons makes us experience the cognition, the energy, and the inner space of the incarnation.
And further on the Dīkṣā, it is a direct transfer of a spiritual energy by avatar through look. Dīkṣā is the most effortless and blissful way to raise our spiritual frequency. When we make this connection as we experience our unity with all of existence, which is the essence of divinity, then we understand that we observe we ourselves are also divine. Through this process, the mind layer drops and we open ourselves to receive the energy of the universe through the energy of space, Akasha, melting into a deep mode of devotion and gratitude devotion and gratitude. We receive the beautiful return flow of divine compassion and the upliftment of our consciousness.
Yes, so that concludes the session on the Avatar Shastra. Next, we'll be entering into an internalization exercise. So understand once again, let us just recap shortly. You come to this planet Earth to have a superconscious breakthrough. And Swamiji has provided this program, the Paramashivoham program, for this very reason, to give you this superconscious breakthrough. Now, the Sarvanya Notara Agama guides that he who realizes this very truth that we hear for the superconscious breakthrough is immortalized and attains absolute purity. But he who becomes Lord Paramashiva himself, he will become, so the one who realizes this truth becomes one with Lord Paramashiva himself, and there is no doubt about this. We also saw that Paramashiva himself manifests to give this superconscious breakthrough in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And what is a superconscious breakthrough? The consciousness which embodies the body and the mind needs to start operating in the next level of frequencies. A new body, a new mind, new internal and new intra organs need to be built for a new being to manifest.
So now, understand, we come to this planet Earth to have the superconscious breakthrough. For example, now whatever you think as your goal, you have some powers, Shakti, and you start manifesting. That goal will suddenly become 100 times more because now you know with more you can do more. So as we begin this Paramashivoham journey, the 21 days of the Paramashivoham journey, recollect, analyze, write 2 to 3 incidents when you felt you can really do more. SPS shares from one incident from his own life. In real powerfulness, you will do so much. You will never feel you are doing so much. I tell you honestly, I can do more and more and more. I really feel I'm not doing anything. Every night when I sit to fall into samadhi, I feel, what is this? I have not done anything today. The space lifestyle is 24 hours active, attending to each devotees, each prayer, and handling 1,000 projects at one time. These are the direct words by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. As we begin this Paramashivoham journey, look into your life, recollect, analyze, and write down 2 to 3 incidents when you felt you can really do more. So let's take the pen and paper and let's enter into this internalization exercise.
All right, you can relax now. Next, we're going to move into the Kalpataru theme. So we'll have some introduction on Kalpataru from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So as we have gone through the Shastra with the slides, Kalpataru is bringing your reality to life, manifesting your reality, the reality that you want. So let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine. Let us bring our full awareness to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals on this sacred science of Kalpataru, of manifesting your reality. Let us begin.
Let me introduce the word Kalpataru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpataru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, Kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want: house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood. Kalpataru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want. Sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. But now, when I say, this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experience suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That is our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me a few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained. We are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. We feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That is what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity, suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, your energy, the direction of your energy's travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them, or those objects staying with you. Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mam yega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo moksha ikshayami masuchaha. He says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he's not in the physical body. But if somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, another one sloka says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasade desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasade desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, yogakshemam vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth, not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. So change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. You don't have to wait. Usually, people don't start connecting. They wait to be intellectually tortured. Now that is what is the right word. Going on, giving arguments, logic, this is nothing but intellectual torture. I request you, please don't wait to be intellectually tortured. I am straight away sharing the experiences and techniques and experience it. Experience doesn't need intellectually, to experience the truth, you don't need to be intellectually tortured. But we are not convinced, we don't want to settle down, we don't want to relax, we don't want to connect. Then nothing else can be done. I have to go on using all kinds of words. This one day, we don't have time to use too many words. I'll straight away present simple truths. Internalize it and start meditating. Start experiencing. Let me introduce the word Kalpadaru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the Kalpadaru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want: house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood, completely opposite mood. You can see from your young age. The moment you start feeling the individual identity, you have some deep emptiness. From that moment, we feel a deep emptiness. First we think, if I am educated and I'll be settled in the life, that emptiness will disappear. After education, we think, no, if I am employed and if I am standing on my own, that emptiness will disappear. After that, we think, no, if I am married and have love in my life, that emptiness will disappear. After marriage, if I have kids and a family, the emptiness will disappear. After that, no, if I have a house and car, emptiness will disappear. After that, if a son stands on his own feet, emptiness will disappear. Then you think, if he gets married, I think I am settled. When he gets married, no. If I have my grandkids, I am settled. Till you settle down in the tomb, graveyard, we don't feel we are settled. That emptiness which starts the moment you feel the individual identity continues to drive your life crazy. It is continuously driving your life crazy. The big problem is, whatever people tell, you believe and start doing it. If somebody says, with money that emptiness will disappear, you run behind money. If somebody says, no, with good relationships, that emptiness will disappear, you start running behind. If somebody says, no, if you have a position in the society and security, the emptiness will disappear. Big problem is, you are running behind the goals set by the people who themselves have not experienced the fulfillment. They themselves have not experienced the fulfillment, but they are setting the goal. You are running behind that goal. That is what we call Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya, which is not there, but which makes you run with fear and greed as if it is there. Yama iti Maya, in Sanskrit we say, which is not there, but which makes you continuously feel, which creates the responses of fear and greed in you as if it is there. We are running behind the goals set by the people who have not experienced fulfillment by themselves. Kalpadaru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want, sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. Just few days before, in one meeting, somebody asked me about, in Chennai there was a program in MMA, Madras Management Association. They asked me something about Krishna. I said, they asked me that the whole Krishna's life seems to be filled with cunningness and strategy and politics. You want us to imitate that. I told him, first, your understanding about Krishna is wrong. Second thing, even if it is right, I am not responsible for his behavior. And I am not responsible for his words. But now, when I say, this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experienced suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That's our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me a few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained. We are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. We feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. See, if your mind is a shaft, it's a continuous chain. Fulfillment is the moment where there is a gap. So that you can't recall the gaps. You can't remember gaps. You can't cherish the gaps. That is why we remember only the pains, sufferings. We are not able to recall, relish, enjoy, cherish the blissful moments, fulfilled moments. But please understand, if there is no fulfilled moments in your life, by now you would have committed suicide. There are moments where you are fulfilled, you are relaxed, you are settled. Only thing, your mind doesn't allow you to remember it, recall it. And another one big problem is, the fulfillment happens in you as an accident. You do not know the science of recreating it. You do not know the science of reproducing it. It happens as an accident. Sometime you are working for this, suddenly something else happens and you feel fulfilled. You don't know why it happened. You don't know the chemistry of fulfillment. All I am trying to share with you in this one day is chemistry of fulfillment, the science of fulfillment. where you can bring this moment of fulfillment again and again at your wish. Whenever you want, bringing that fulfilled feeling to your consciousness and cherishing, relaxing into it. I can say this is the ultimate spiritual truth or spiritual science. Bringing that fulfilled feeling again and again to your inner space and relaxing into it. I want you to know few truths. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, whether it is money, name and fame, or position, or power, or love, whatever it may be, you are traveling towards fulfillment. It's a fulfillment you are seeking. Beautifully, Chandogya Upanishad says, wife is not loved just because she's a wife. Husband is not respected just because he's husband. There is something more they are adding to your life. Because of that, they are respected. She adds love. He adds security. That's the reason they are respected and loved. If that love and respect, love and secure feeling, if that is not added, naturally you don't respect. You don't love that person. The relationship breaks. Money also. Money gives you more freedom, more choices. You can choose between sufferings. With poverty, you don't have choice. Your suffering is restricted. With money, you have more choice of sufferings. You can choose between many suffering. Anything you love, anything you want, expands you. Gives you more freedom, gives you more choice, gives you more possibility. That is the reason you are behind it. So anything you ask, anything you want, directly, indirectly, it leads you to fulfillment. It leads you to fulfillment. That is the reason you are seeking it. You are working for it. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That's what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity, suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Please understand. If you are seeking, what you are seeking, there is a very subtle truth I want you to understand. If the object of your seeking is changed, if the object of your seeking is deepened, the seeker's quality is deepened. Please understand, it's a very subtle truth. What you are seeking in your life, if that has changed, the seeker's quality, your very consciousness changes. What you are seeking in your life directly plays a role in your consciousness. I have seen, if people have become spiritual seekers, suddenly wealth accumulates around them. Many people come and complain to me. No, Swamiji, after I became seeker, I lose interest in the outer world, my business. I tell them, no, something seriously wrong in you. Your suppressed laziness now wants to take over you. All of us have suppressed laziness. Many times we want to take a vacation, especially when you see a palace like this. Suddenly you think, I should go and stay like this in a resort like this for a few days. You have suppressed desire for vacation, that laziness, that takes over you. That you call it as spirituality or seeking. No. When a real seeking starts in you, when you are really clear about your seeking goal, suddenly you see your personality becomes deep. Anything you look, anything you see, anything you experience become deep. Please understand. I have seen in my experience, the seeking transforms the seeker. I am not even saying achieving. Achieving is secondary. Achieving is the ultimate luxury, the great joy, that is different. I am not even talking about achieving. I am talking about just seeking. Just simple seeking. Suddenly your whole personality becomes deep. A different depth is experienced by your personality. Actually, when you fall in love, suddenly you will see that you start sacrificing beyond the imagination or limits you conceived. Lover, beloved, is a person who awakens the sacrifice dimension which is inside you but which is not known to you. Who awakens that dimension is a beloved. Same way, master is a person who awakens the seeking dimensions which is inside you but which is not known to you. When the dimension is awakened, suddenly you see you are totally different. Your consciousness is different. You attract love, wealth, health, everything. And the cognitive shift happens in you. Just 2 days before we had a satsang in Mysore. This is the subject. I was talking about living enlightenment. The essence is this. Whatever I was speaking that day, today we will see all the truths experientially. We will internalize it through meditation. That day we didn't have time. We didn't have time even for question answer. I had to finish answering 4-5 questions. There were many questions. I had to finish answering few questions. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, the direction of your energies travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them. Are those objects staying with you? Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mam yega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo moksha ikshami masuchaha. He says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he's not in the physical body. But if somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, another one sloka says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, yogakshemam vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. So change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. We'll enter into the meditation technique to internalize these concepts, to awaken the seeking. Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique, you will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working to achieve something? Not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Straight away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident we are only responsible. To tell you honestly, even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand, I am not insensitive towards your suffering. I am not talking irresponsibly. I am talking responsibly. Even your accidents you are attracting. You may say, how can it be, Swamiji? I was driving in right lane, that fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come to my life, come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It is just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see, so you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see, so you think, oh, I am okay, I am comfortable, it's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape.
Yes, welcome back. From that wonderful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on what is Kalpataru. So Swamiji has told us about manifesting our reality. So let us go into the internalization exercise. So we'll start writing our one goal for today. So we'll just write one goal. We won't look at writing many different goals at once. Let's try to get these signs right first of all, and then you can, in your own time, you can go through and repeat the same signs again and again and again. So let's start writing one goal for today. As Swamiji mentioned, we are sitting under a Kalpataru tree, but are we asking for the right things? And are we asking for these things in the right way? We will look deeply into these two things, how to ask for the right things and in the right way. But first, let us start with this one desire that we want to make it reality. So today, we will only work on one desire. So requesting everyone, please take your notebooks and write down one desire that you want to work on today. So again, please do not pick more than one, just one desire. So requesting everyone, please, first of all, come on camera. So we have Ma Shamin News, Ma Agora Swarupini, we have Ma Fan Yan Bin, we have Ma Nyana Rupini. Requesting, please come on camera and be available in the camera frame itself. So this is about manifesting your desire. So we'll pick one desire that we will work with for today. So just requesting everyone once again, please come on camera and be available in the camera frame itself. and pick something that is important enough, because you're going to work on it. You're going to work on making it a reality. So something that you won't later be saying, I wish I would have picked something else. So pick something that is important to you, and also pick something that you've been working towards, something that has been difficult or has been a struggle for you to achieve. It could also be something you want, but you doubt your ability to get, or may have come to believe that it may not happen. So that is, just start by writing down our goal for today. Once again, requesting everyone, please come on camera, be available in the camera frame, and start writing down this one desire that you want to make into reality. So we're going to enter into this exercise, writing down. Just take a few minutes. I'll display a slide for you, and we'll start writing down one desire that we want to manifest today. Let's begin. All right, so that should be enough time to think about the one desire that you want to make into reality, the one desire that you want to work with today. So now let us enter into a small preparation for the Kalpataru, how to have the right listening. So Swamiji will be telling us on how to have the right listening, and then we'll have a Q&A on Kalpataru. What is Kalpataru? And questions. So Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be answering questions from past participants on Kalpataru. And then after that, we'll enter into manifesting your reality. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us come to the space of listening. And let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, starting off with how to have the right listening. Let us begin.
Please be very clear. There's a big difference between these three. Recollect, repeat, remember. The other two are intellectual. Remember something big that you will remember the acceptance. What I said. You will be remembering me. You will be remembering me. Not the thing to worship. If you follow, if you live, if you memorize these words, they are not going to tell you for long. Yes, they are more, they have to be forgotten. They will be forgotten. But if you remember, if you carry the energy, you carry the meaning of being, that will continuously, permanently transform. There is no need to remember that. Just shallow, just sit in a relaxed way, and you are chatting to your friend. Just participate, go on making some comments, listen to the life, listen to the life. Just if you listen in that way, the right listening will happen. There is no need that you should go and work out. It's not some project to go and work out. It is some deep experiences I am sharing with you. If you know that you have to practice that freedom. If you know this theory, do you realize that yes, I have now got the truth. Now I will practice it for many days. The conclusion that better. Then after there is progress. Can you hear that? If the things are clear, you will be there, you will be there to experiencing. Truth is there. Only when you listen from a deaf person, you don't need any practice. The Shravana, Chandogya Upanishad beautifully is. The master is telling inside, where Tattvamasi, where Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi, where we go, Tattvamasi. 90 times it says Tattvamasi. Not that. The listening is enough. Yes, that's the experience. It can spiritually elevate. This attaining the spiritual experience just by listening. There is no need to undergo any practice. Listening is more than enough. The Shravana, the right Shravana, will be more than enough. There is no need for anything else. You will not go and practice meditation. You will go and practice. You will go and practice. But you will not force yourself to practice. Just whatever you do is not what you do. Whatever happens is only hello. Only hello. If it happens in your life, then only it is hello. It is working. If you have to do, not okay. So, just listen to the open heart. open being and crash intellect. When you crash intellectually, you will fall into the eyes of the heart. The energy in which I am delivering these words, the authenticity in which I am giving you these words, that energy will be holding. That is more than enough. There is no need, there is no other extra preparation, there is no other extra answer needed to work out these things. It is more than enough.
Swamiji is a seeker. If a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are obstacles, strong obstacle in his way, the seeker gets helpless. How would you pull him out? You said trust whatever I say. Swamiji, please explain. Out of you, I'm not able to understand what he... Manisha, what did you mean by this question? Seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal. I think you are meaning some particular situation. If you write little more elaborate on this question, I can answer, because if a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are strong obstacles in his way, there is no such thing as strong obstacles. It is just the mind playing two games. You see, one time mind says this one, and other time mind says this one, and please be seated. People come and complain to me. Swamiji, in all spiritual organizations, so much politics is there. In your organization also politics is there. What to do? I tell them, to create politics, you don't need two people. One person is enough. Morning you will be in one mood, evening you will be in another one mood. So politics between himself. See, what he does morning, evening will be contradicting. So to create politics, you don't need two persons. One person is enough. So anywhere single individual is there, politics will be there. So already moon politics started. Already in moon, politics has started. So understand, to do politics, you don't need two persons. It's the internal politics. So even this question is related to that only. Morning your mind says something is important in your life, and evening your mind says something else is important. That is what you call obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. It is your priority. That's all. And your emotional strength to fulfill your priority. Emotional readiness to live your priority. That's all is the... Otherwise, there is no obstacle. Obstacle word is just... There are so many words, meaningless, but commonly given meaning because of our hypocrisy. Same with the gap between the efficiency and victory, achievement. There is no gap. Because of our hypocrisy, we don't want to believe we don't have efficiency. We know we have not achieved the result, but we don't want to believe we are the responsible for it. So we always say, no, for my efficiency, for my skills, I should have been somewhere. God has punished me. All these are usual statements we use to hide our inefficiency. So these words like gap between the efficiency and success and these obstacles, all these words are just meaningless. How to know what our soul is searching for? Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique. You will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working? To achieve something, not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Right away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident, we are only responsible. Tell you honestly. Even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand. I am not insensitive towards your suffering. I am not talking irresponsibly. I am talking responsibly. Even your accidents, you are attracting. You may say, how can be Swamiji? I was driving in right lane. That fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? Please understand. There's no effect without cause. There can't be anything without your silent permission. In the inner space, all of us, see, whenever after a certain incident, the result is liked by you, you call it as miracle and you are responsible. If that aftermath is not as you feel comfortable or connected or happy, then you say it is accident and you are not responsible. That's a drama we play. It's just hypocrisy. Whether you like or not, understand or not, it's a very deep but truth. Even your accidents, we attract. We attract our accidents. I can quote many incidents. Even the one incident can quote. Many times you would have heard from this from me. Because I'm seeing 70% are regular devotees. Only 30% I'm seeing new faces. But at least for the 30%, I'll repeat this incident. It's happened in USA. A 4-5-year-old child was brought to me for autism to heal. Child was having autism. So they brought the kid to heal. He was born and brought up in Telugu family, settled in USA. They brought the child and they asked me, Swamiji, please heal the child. He's suffering. He can't talk. And disturbed child. I put my hand on the head and started healing. The moment the energy started entering his system, he started speaking straight away in Tamil, not even in Telugu. They say, impossible, Swamiji. The whole family says, none of us know Tamil. Neither our relatives or none of us know Tamil. And he is very clearly speaking. First of all, he can't speak. He is speaking in Tamil. He says, in singular, he said, not even with respect. Remove your hand. He told me in Tamil, Kaiye edra. In singular. I was shocked. I was really shocked. First thing, I was shocked because he was able to speak. Second thing, he's speaking a very clear, fluent Tamil. And in singular. I was shocked. I thought maybe he's possessed some spirit or ghost. Even then, usually spirits don't stand in front of an enlightened energy. I was completely taken aback and I asked, who is speaking? May I know? That guy said, don't you understand? I am the owner of this body. Don't think I am ghost or some spirit. I am owner of this body. I am speaking. Remove your hand. First remove the hand and then we will talk. He was very strong. I said, why? Don't you understand? I am healing you. Why do you want me to remove the hand? He says, I don't want to be healed. I want to live like this. I was shocked. I asked, why? What made you to take this decision? He says, I am tired of living a responsible routine life. Taking bath, going to college, going to office, and I am tired of this responsible life. There is nothing. So I decided one life I will enjoy without any responsibility. I want others to take care of me. People to attend me. I was shocked. Now see, really, after the IT invention, IT civilization, that's what I have to use. That is the word I have to use. After this IT revolution only, the artistic child have become more. Because people are tired of working 24 hours. What will you do? Unnecessarily creating infrastructure without enjoying. Now, I am not saying reduce GDP. No. I am saying learn how to live also. You will actually be more productive, more creative, and you will be enjoying also. I have seen these countries too much oriented towards working. Those countries are suffering tremendously with depression and this kind of kids. Because souls are becoming tired of working. They say two lifetime we worked as a IT software professional, now let me become artistic child. No, really, I don't want to work anymore. These kids are taking this kind of decision. Anyhow, if you understand little deep mystic truths, you may understand what I am saying. But the incident itself is truth. Please understand. The incident I am reporting as it happened, without mixing anything, without adding or reducing. I may be giving my commentary, my interpretation, but incident itself happened as it is. Let me finish the incident. Then I asked him, all right, you wanted to rest and live an irresponsible life. Okay. But what about your parents? They are good people. They are suffering. Why did you take birth to them? They are very good people. He says, I took birth to this couple because they are very good people. They will take care of me. Somebody else may put me in some residential school or somewhere else. They may put me in some residential houses, homes, to be taken care. I know these people are good people. That's why took birth in their family. Actually, usually, whatever you read intellectually, here as an intellectual truth, sometimes some incident will make that as a reality, experience. Some incident suddenly will make the truth as a click in your life. Something will click. You know, God, what that Swami said or what that book says is true. You will experience. Same way, I have read many places. You are authority of your life. You make decisions. All these things I have read. When you take birth, you choose your parents. All those things I have read in many Upanishads and books. To tell you honestly, I don't believe whatever I read. I may tell others to believe, but I don't believe. I don't believe. But when this happened, it was such a strong click for me. I know. Now I know. Experientially. Now whatever I am saying, you may not believe, but my experience, I have seen. When I remove the hand, again that fellow is dumb. He is not able to speak. Not only he is not speaking Tamil, he can't speak a single word. If I put the hand again on his head and ask any question, he answers. It's my experience. Shocking, mystical, but truth is very clear. When he speaks, very clearly he is uttering the words. Only thing he is uttering in a singular abusive language. Because he's very tired. Retired, he wants just retirement. Tired. Want to retire. Irritated. Stressed. But doesn't know how to retire eternally. How to retire. So, instead of, for example, if I want to leave this space, I can just get up and walk. Instead, trying to commit suicide. Unnecessary. That's what the child has done. That's what the child has done. If he wants to rest, he can just relax by reducing the engrams, samskaras. But he doesn't know the technique. So he reduces the expression part. He reduces the possibilities of expression. Like taking birth as a physically or mentally handicapped child. Please understand, if you are also piling up stress and unable to handle the life in a balanced way, there is every chance you will take this kind of decisions. So don't wait to meditate. Don't wait to get rid of the stress. Don't wait to get rid of the emotional pains. Don't wait to heal yourself. It is time. Now, I am not threatening you. I am not threatening. I am just sharing my experience. Anyhow, this incident taught me a great truth. Even if it is an accident, we are responsible. Many times, when people ask me, Swamiji, you say it's our karma, we are responsible. But how about kids having cancer? 5-6-year-old kids having cancer, having diseases. How can they be responsible? What sin they have committed? Now I know the answer. Now I know the answer. That incident was a real strong click. Very strong click. Whether you want or not, understand or not, we are responsible. We attract. Anything in our life we attract, we are responsible for it. So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come to my life, come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It's just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months. Take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see. So you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see. So you think, oh, I am okay. I am comfortable. It's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way. Seeker has a tremendous pull towards school. I think you are meaning some particular situation. If you write a little more elaborate on this question, I can answer, because if a seeker has a tremendous pull towards his goal, as you said, he or she would sacrifice anything beyond imagination to achieve his or her goal. But if there are obstacles, strong obstacles in his way, there is no such thing as strong obstacles. It is just the mind playing two games, you see. One time mind says this one, and other time mind says this one, and please be seated. People come and complain to me. Swamiji, in all spiritual organizations, so much politics is there. In your organization also politics is there. What to do? I tell them, to create politics, you don't need two people. One person is enough. Morning you will be in one mood, evening you will be in another one mood. So politics between himself. See, what he does morning, evening will be contradicting. So to create politics, you don't need two person. One person is enough. So anywhere single individual is there, politics will be there. So already moon politics started. Already in moon, politics has started. So understand, to do politics, you don't need two person. It's the internal politics. So even this question is related to that only. Morning your mind says something is important in your life, and evening your mind says something else is important. That is what you call obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. There is no such thing as obstacles. It is your priority. That's all. And your emotional strength to fulfill your priority. Emotional readiness to live your priority. That's all otherwise there is no obstacle. Obstacle word is just There are so many words, meaningless, but commonly given meaning because of our hypocrisy. Same with the gap between the efficiency and victory, achievement. There is no gap. Because of our hypocrisy, we don't want to believe we don't have efficiency. We know we have not achieved the result, but we don't want to believe we are the responsible for it. So we always say, no, for my efficiency, for my skills, I should have been somewhere. God has punished me. All these are usual statements we use to hide our inefficiency. So these words like gap between the efficiency and success and these obstacles, all these words are just meaningless. Please understand, there's no effect without cause. There can't be anything without your silent permission. In the inner space, all of us, see, whenever after a certain incident, the result is liked by you, you call it as miracle and you are responsible. If that aftermath is not as you feel comfortable or connected or happy, then you say it is accident and you are not responsible. That's a drama we play. It's just hypocrisy. Whether you like or not, understand or not, it's a very deep but truth. Even your accidents, we attract. We attract our accidents. I can quote many incidents. Even the one incident, can quote many times you would have heard from this from me. Because I'm seeing 70% are regular devotees. Only 30% I'm seeing new faces. But at least for the 30%, I'll repeat this incident. It's happened in USA. One 4 or 5-year-old child was brought to me for autism to heal. Child was having autism. So they brought the kid to heal. He was born and brought up in Telugu family, settled in USA. They brought the child and they asked me, Swamiji, please heal the child. And he's suffering. He can't talk. And disturbed child. I put my hand on the head and started healing. The moment the energy started entering his system, he started speaking straight away in Tamil, not even in Telugu. They say, impossible, Swamiji. The whole family says, none of us know Tamil. Neither our relatives or none of us know Tamil. And he is very clearly speaking. First of all, he can't speak. He is speaking in Tamil. He says, in singular he said, not even with respect, remove your hand. He told me in Tamil, Kaiye edra. In singular. I was shocked. I was really shocked. First thing, I was shocked because he was able to speak. Second thing, he's speaking a very clear, fluent Tamil. And in singular. I was shocked. I thought maybe he's possessed some spirit or ghost. Even then, usually spirits don't stand in front of an enlightened energy. I was completely taken aback and I asked, who is speaking? May I know? That guy said, don't you understand? I am the owner of this body. Don't think I am ghost or some spirit. I am owner of this body. I am speaking. Remove your hand. First remove the hand and then we will talk. He was very strong. I said, why? Don't you understand? I am healing you. Why do you want me to remove the hand? He says, I don't want to be healed. I want to live like this. I was shocked. I asked, why? What made you to take this decision? He says, I am tired of living a responsible routine life. Taking bath, going to college, going to office, and I am tired of this responsible life. There is nothing. So I decided one life I will enjoy without any responsibility. I want others to take care of me. People to attend me. I was shocked. No, see, really, after the IT invention, IT civilization, that's what I have to use, that is the word I have to use. After this IT revolution only, the artistic child have become more. Because people are tired of working 24 hours. What will you do? Unnecessarily creating infrastructure without enjoying. Now, I am not saying reduce GDP. No. I am saying learn how to live also. You will actually be more productive, more creative, and you will be enjoying also. I have seen these countries too much oriented towards working. Those countries are suffering tremendously with depression and this kind of kids. Because souls are becoming tired of working. They say two lifetime we worked as a software professional, now let me become artistic child. No, really, I don't want to work anymore. These kids are taking this kind of decision. Anyhow, if you understand little deep mystic truths, you may understand what I am saying. But the incident itself is truth. Please understand. The incident, I am reporting as it happened, without mixing anything, without adding or reducing. I may be giving my commentary, my interpretation, but incident itself happened as it is. Let me finish the incident. Then I asked him, all right, you wanted to rest and live an irresponsible life. Okay, but what about your parents? They are good people. They are suffering. Why did you take birth to them? They are very good people. He says, I took birth to this couple because they are very good people. They will take care of me. Somebody else may put me in some residential school or somewhere else. They may put me in some residential houses, homes, to be taken care. I know these people are good people. That's why I took birth in their family. Actually, usually, whatever you read intellectually, here as an intellectual truth, sometimes some incident will make that as a reality, experience. Some incident suddenly will make the truth as a click in your life. Something will click. You know, God, what that Swami said or what that book says is true. You will experience. Same way, I have read many places. You are authority of your life. You make decisions. All these things I have read. When you take birth, you choose your parents. All those things I have read in many Upanishads and books. To tell you honestly, I don't believe whatever I read. I may tell others to believe, but I don't believe. I don't believe. But when this happened, it was such a strong click for me. I know. Now I know. Experientially. Now whatever I am saying, you may not believe, but my experience, I have seen. When I remove the hand, again that fellow is dumb. He is not able to speak. Not only he is not speaking Tamil, he can't speak a single word. If I put the hand again on his head and ask any question, he answers. It's my experience. Shocking, mystical, but truth is very clear. When he speaks, very clearly he is uttering the words. Only thing he is uttering in a singular abusive language. Because he is very tired. Retired, he wants just retirement. Tired. Want to retire. Irritated. Stressed. But doesn't know how to retire eternally. How to retire. So, instead of, for example, if I want to leave this space, I can just get up and walk. Instead, trying to commit suicide. Unnecessary. That's what the child has done. That's what the child has done. If he wants to rest, he can just relax by reducing the engrams, samskaras. But he doesn't know the technique. So he reduces the expression part. He reduces the possibilities of expression. Like taking birth as a physically or mentally handicapped child. Please understand, if you are also piling up stress and unable to handle the life in a balanced way, there is every chance you will take this kind of decisions. So don't wait to meditate. Don't wait to relieve, get rid of the stress. Don't wait to get rid of the emotional pains. Don't wait to heal yourself. It is time. Now, I am not threatening you. I am not threatening. I am just sharing my experience. Anyhow, this incident taught me a great truth. Even if it is an accident, we are responsible. Many times, when people ask me, Swamiji, you say it's our karma, we are responsible. But how about kids having cancer? 5-6-year-old kids having cancer, having diseases. How can they be responsible? What sin they have committed? Now I know the answer. Now I know the answer. That incident was a real strong click. Very strong click. Whether you want or not, understand or not, we are responsible. We attract. Anything in our life we attract, we are responsible for it. So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take a little time and energy, but you have to. It's just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see. So you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see. So you think, oh, I am okay. I am comfortable. It's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way. Let me introduce the word kalpadaru. In Sanskrit, the literal translation, literal meaning, the kalpadaru word is Sanskrit word. Literal meaning is fulfilling your wishes, the tree which fulfills your wishes. Kalpataru means, kalpa means whatever you can visualize. Taru means the tree which fulfills it. Please understand. Fulfilling does not mean giving. There is a subtle difference. Many times, giving does not gives you fulfillment. If your desire is given, what you asked is given, the fulfillment doesn't happen. What for you asked, if that is provided, only then fulfillment happens. There is a subtle difference between what you ask and what for you ask. Many times, we achieve what we ask, but what for we ask is never achieved. I have seen people going through the depression of success. They achieve what they want: house, car, bank balance, relationship. They achieve all that. But what for they want to achieve, that they are not able to achieve. Because whenever you wish for something, you always have a feeling, if I achieve this, I'll be settled. If I achieve this, I'll be settled. But after achieving that object, suddenly you realize you are not settled. You are not fulfilled. That's what I call depression of success. I've seen so many people, before achieving something, they think if I achieve that, I'll be completely fulfilled and settled. But after achieving, they are in opposite mood. Completely opposite mood. You can see. Kalpadaru means which can fulfill your visualizations. Sometimes it may give what you want. Sometimes it may take you beyond what you want. Fulfillment. In each one of us, that energy, the fulfillment is there. These are all, please understand, I am not repeating the same old things which you heard or read in books. When I am saying, I am responsible for it. But now, when I say, this fulfillment is inside you, I am responsible for my words. You can ask me. I am responsible for what I am talking. So please understand, I am not repeating from any book. I am not repeating from any theory. Whatever you listen from me, I am responsible for it. You can very clearly understand, I am responsible for what I am talking. The fulfillment is inside you. It is there. And we have experienced. Even now, rarely we experience. One big problem is, human beings when they walk, they leave their footprint. The birds don't leave their footprint. Same way, suffering leaves samskara, engram, memory in you. But fulfillment, which you experience in your life, rarely doesn't leave footprint, doesn't leave any memory inside you. That is why you don't remember the moments when you experienced fulfillment. But you can always recall the moments which you experienced suffering. The painful moments you can always recall and remember, recollect, cherish. That's what we are doing whole day. Whole day we are doing that only. Constantly we bring our past back. Actually, if you have any problem directly, any pain, suffering, we are very comfortable with the present moment. We think, oh, life is going as it should be. If nothing is there, if everything goes well, we feel empty and lonely. First thing, oh, if everything is going smooth today, tomorrow it is going to be a very bad day. That's our mind. Then, even if that is not satisfying, we bring all the old memories. See what happened to me few days before. That shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. We cherish. In a way, we are habituated to cherish suffering. We are habituated to cherish pains. We are trained. We are enjoying. If they are not there, we are missing something. We feel lonely. They become our company. Fulfillment does not leave imprint, does not leave engram in us. It is a gap. First truth, whatever you may seek, you are behind fulfillment, directly or indirectly. Second thing, this is an important truth. Through objects, the fulfillment is never achieved. This is the second truth. All of you know. I don't need to give any explanation or any examples. All your lives are living examples for this truth. Just through objects, fulfillment is never achieved. If just through objects fulfillment is achieved, then in the whole world at least few should have achieved. There are so many people who achieved the status through money. Whatever can be bought, they have. They can have. Either they have or they can have. Through money, whatever can be achieved, either they have or they can have. At least that kind of people should have achieved fulfillment. It's not there. Means, just through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. That is, you are a living example for that truth. Almost everyone is living example for that truth. I want to share my experience, the third truth. When you travel towards fulfillment directly, when you seek fulfillment directly, please understand, it may look little illogical, but I am sharing the straight truth, my experience with you. When you seek the fulfillment directly, suddenly the energy which is overflowing in you, all the objects which you are seeking starts traveling towards you. That is what I say. That's why I say bliss attracts fortune. The tremendous energy overflowing in you, suddenly all the objects towards which you are traveling starts traveling towards you. You start attracting different energy towards your life. See, usually if you are depressed, if you are filled with sympathy, self-pity,
suddenly you will see you will be attracting the people who are abusing you, who are disturbing you, disrespecting you. You will be attracting situations, everything very abusive, very disrespectful. You are carrying the blueprint of your life. Whatever blueprint you carry, you reproduce it, you expand it and express it in the outer world. If the blueprint changes, if you are different, if your quality of awareness differs, your whole life has to change. Anyhow, today we'll internalize these truths experientially by meditating. Seeking completely changes your consciousness. When you start seeking, yoga and kshema happens to you. In Gita, Krishna says, yoga kshemam vahamyaham. That is what he means. When the energy travel, the direction of your energies travel, when it changes, yoga and kshema starts happening in you. Yoga means achieving all the objects which you are seeking. Kshema means staying with them. Are those objects staying with you? Both starts happening inside you when the seeking happens. That is what Krishna means. Yoga kshemam vahamyaham sarvadharman parityajya mamyega saranam vracha aham tva sarvabhavepyo mokshayikshami masuchaha. It says in the 18th chapter. When you drop all the way of living and completely surrender and relax, you will see you are completely liberated. Ordinarily it looks too egoistic. How can a man who walked on the earth can liberate? Of course, now you won't feel hurt because he's not in the physical body. If somebody who's in the physical body says, this is too much. Anyhow, another one sloka says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham. Understand, when I repeat these two statements, I am responsible for it. I may be repeating, but I am responsible for both statements. When he says, Ananyas chintayanto mamyechana pariyuvasate desham nityavayuktanam yogakshemam vahamyaham, by relaxing from everything else, if you are centered on me, when he says Krishna on me, it's not just 6-foot form, seeking. A deep seeking of higher consciousness. When you turn towards higher consciousness, the seeking, yogakshemam vahamyaham, he says, your needs, fulfillment is taken care by me. Please understand, it's truth. I have seen this truth not only in my life, thousands and thousands of my devotees and disciples' life who are seekers. When they turn towards seeking, the whole energy of the life becomes different. So these are the few truths I wanted you to remember. First thing, whatever you are seeking in your life, if you think wealth or love or relationship or anything you may seek, you are seeking fulfillment. Maybe indirectly, but you are seeking fulfillment. Second thing, through objects, fulfillment is not achieved. Third thing, when you seek the fulfillment directly, objects run behind you. World and the objects are just like the shadow. If you are running behind, you will never be able to catch it. If you are taking care of your responsibility, it will be there running behind you. Change the direction, you will see world is behind you. Just understand and internalize these few truths. We'll enter into the meditation technique to internalize these concepts, to awaken the seeking. Please understand, anything you seek, maybe I can give this simple technique. You will really experience and find out what you are seeking for. For example, if you are working now to achieve some desire, why are you working to achieve something?
not just to get your food and stay. Most of you don't have to work just for food and stay. You are working, active, still alive for something else. See, when that happens to you, when you achieve that, how your mind is behaving, how your mind is suddenly shifting. Just experience 2-3 times what you want. When you experience what happens inside you, suddenly you will see you are not seeking what you are seeking. You are not seeking what you think you are seeking. If you think you are seeking just relationships or money or some comfort or anything, when you achieve that, just see how you feel. Suddenly you will see. Just 2-3 times, be aware when you experience what you wanted. You will understand what you are really seeking for. All of us, whether you want or not, whether you understand or not, directly or indirectly, seeking a feeling of fulfillment, which you lost when you started feeling individual identity. By the age of 10 or 11, usually the person starts feeling an individual identity. From that time only, you start feeling that unfulfillment. From that moment, we are seeking only that back. So many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations come in my life. Means you are carrying the blueprint of that. Right away you are responsible. Nobody else is responsible. If it's an accident, even for accident, we are only responsible. To tell you honestly, even for accident, we attract accidents. Please understand. I am not insensitive towards your suffering. I am not talking irresponsibly. I am talking responsibly. Even your accidents, you are attracting. You may say, how can it be so much? I was driving in the right lane. That fellow came and dashed. How can you say that I am attracting? So, as you say, so many times I see the same kind of disturbing situations to come in my life. We are responsible. Change the blueprint. It may take little time and energy, but you have to. It's just like if you become overweight, if you put on weight, you work for 6 months to reduce and bring it to balance. Same way, you accumulated too much of samskara, too much of engrams. So work for 6 months, take it as a project. That's all. But the problem is weight everybody can see. So you feel compelled to reduce. The engrams nobody can see. So you think, oh, I am okay. I am comfortable. It's okay. That's the only problem. But take it as a project. That's the only way.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims.
This program is mainly designed to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in all of you. Don't be afraid of that word Kundalini Shakti. It means the inner potential energy which is in you. The inner potential energy which is in you. Most of us don't even touch the energy till we die. Even science says we use only 13% of our brain from birth to death. So remaining 87% returned unopened. It gets returned unopened. Without being touched, untouched, 87% gets returned. Patanjali calls in his own way, Patanjali is the father of yoga, he calls in his own way Kundalini Shakti. In all of us, the Kundalini Shakti is there in seed form. If it is in seed form, we are man. If it is in the awakened form, we are God. The whole program is designed to give you the initial introduction and experience of Kundalini Shakti. All you need to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in you is just an intensity. The decision to awaken, please understand, your decision is thousands of times more powerful than you think. You always think, no, I decided so many things but never it happened. Then naturally this decision also will be like that only. Please understand, your decisions would have been a failure if it is needed to work with somebody else whose decisions are not in tune with yours. Just because of that, don't think your decision has no power. Please understand, if you carry the wrong idea about your decision and power of your decision, you will be suffering your whole life. I have seen people lose complete self-respect by fighting with wrong ideas. Understand? When I initiate people into healing, when I give the healer's initiation, I tell them, first start healing only knee pain and headache, simple problems. You will have confidence, yes, I can do. Then enter into big disease. These guys, the moment they take the healing initiation, they think they have become doctors and first they touch the 4th stage cancer. Naturally, you will lose your self-respect. You will think, no, I think this healing is not working. Either it is not working for me or it doesn't work at all. Some way you lose the whole confidence. First, start with the things which you can handle. Same way, when you start handling your will, you straight away think, I should do this. Some extraordinary. You try to imagine, and naturally, for that extraordinary things, only one person's will is not enough. Too many wills need to align. When that does not happen, when it becomes failure, you don't think the project has become failure because the others' wills are not aligned. You start thinking your will is not enough. Your resolution is not strong enough. You lose respect for yourself and for your resolution, power of your resolution. The power of your thoughts is too beyond your comprehension. Please understand, any will you create is recorded in the cosmos and you have to fulfill it. It has to be realized through your body. Any will you create, that is why I always tell people, even when you are in low mood, do not think, do not contemplate that you should die. I have seen many people, oh, instead of living like this, better if I die. These guys will not have the courage or energy to commit suicide, but they will go on cherishing this thought, let me die, let me die, let me die. Naturally the thought, that attracts accidents or diseases like cancer towards you. Any will you create, any sankalpa you create. Sankalpa means, kalpa means imagination. Sankalpa means adding your presence to imagination. If it is imagined in the dream, it is kalpa. If the same thing is imagined when you are sitting, when you are in awareness, it is sankalpa. Sat kalpa. Sat means your awareness that you exist. The idea that you exist. I think in the day before yesterday, Yoga Sutra you would have heard. Whenever you carry the idea that you exist, you are carrying the all-knowingness in seed form in you. Knowing that you exist is the root or the seed of all-knowingness. So with that all-knowingness, with that seed, any imagination you attest, you empower, will get recorded in cosmos. And that has to be realized through your body. No other way. Till then, your body will be alive. Even if you lose it, you will have to take one more to finish all the sankalpas you made. So any sankalpa you make is actually like giving birth to a child. Any sankalpa you make, you give birth to a child. Now you are responsible for growing it. Same way, any sankalpa you make, now you are responsible to realize it in the body. We do not know the power of our will. Two things. One, you try two big things in the initial level and you take your failure upon yourself instead of finding the right reason. That's the one reason why you don't carry respect for your will. Second thing, you carry or you create many self-contradicting wills. People sometimes ask me, Swamiji, all spiritual organizations or temples are filled with politics. Why are you creating one more temple, one more spiritual organization? I tell them, to create politics you don't even need two persons. One person is enough. Morning you will be thinking in one way, evening you will think in a different way, then he is having politics between himself. You can see your life. Morning you think in one way, evening you think in the opposite way, means politics between morning you and evening you. So you don't need two persons for politics. You are enough to create enough politics for yourself. Self-contradicting wills is what I call creating politics within you. Morning, when you feel fresh and alive, when you are in the gym, you plan, I should do this, I'll make my business $1 billion industry by this year. In the evening when you are tired, you are planning, I should go for vacation 21 days to India and do inner awakening. Of course, it is not self-contradicting. Or if you plan, I'll go and have vacation in the Hawaii. Your mood, morning it says one and evening it says something else. Self-contradicting sankalpas, self-contradicting will. Actually, if you come and do inner awakening, it will not be self-contradicting. But if you think, I think I am not interested in doing anything, it's okay, let me lie down. I have seen many of these guys are now enjoying the unemployment benefits. And one guy came just day before yesterday in the darshan. I asked him, are you looking for a job? Swamiji, I feel so settled with the unemployment benefit itself. I said, oh God, this is so dangerous, this unemployment benefit. And I said, nothing doing, start looking for the job. Human mind, the will which you create, when it is self-contradictory, you put yourself to the lower and lower and lower levels of consciousness. You almost live like a stone. The difference between stone and you is, stone is caught with too many self-contradicting wills. Understand? The less number of self-contradicting wills, the more conscious you are. More you become conscious, less number of self-contradicting wills. Self-contradicting thoughts reduces the very frequency in which you are living. Please understand. Just because you are a human being, don't think all human beings are living in the same frequency. I am working with thousands of people who are in the slum, who are in the villages, who are in the tribal area people. We are doing a lot of social service. I am working with them. Directly building them and giving them house or giving them anything does not really work at all. Please understand, I am telling you from my experience. Unless you give them little responsibility, knowledge, and raise their consciousness, then give them whatever you want. It doesn't stay with them. Earlier, when I started this service in the villages and slums, and we have a program called NIV, Nityanandam in Villages, trying to give them
public toilets, building and giving them toilets and all that, and giving them houses, and simple, not big way, but whatever small way we can. First thing I told our disciples, give them our LBP program, give them our meditation, then give the service. These guys did not listen. They said, Swamiji, what is the use of giving them meditation when they are hungry? We will take care of them, we will do service first. I said, no, you guys are entering into the action which will be utter failure. Exactly I saw. These guys will go and build the house or do whatever needs, and they'll do and come back. In 1 year, that fellow will sell that house or rent that house to somebody else and go back to the same slum. No, really. Unless the state is raised, even if the status is added, nothing happens. If you give some furnitures, or especially the tsunami affected victims, we are trying to give boats. Next month, if you go and check, that boat is already sold and drunk. I saw, unless you raise the consciousness of the human being, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. I saw, because I'm working in the field, I myself go to the field. I don't send people. If some relief work means, I'll be there in the spot. I personally go and see. I saw huge service done by Swaminarayan people in Chennai beach side. The whole thing, the whole village, they are back to their old poverty within 1 year. All the boats given by them, all the houses given by them, everything was sold. It's not that somebody else took it away. These guys, they are not comfortable with the happy or comfortable lifestyle. They don't feel that they are living their life if they have all these comforts around them. Then I decided something is seriously wrong. I started studying their mental setup. I myself was giving some classes and studying their mental setup. I saw why these people are in such a low conscious, low awareness. Please understand, this is the final result I found out. Self-contradicting thoughts cripples you, cripples your awareness. If you have 100 unit consciousness, more number of self-contradicting thoughts, more dull you will be. That awareness, 100 unit awareness means, if you have some 200 self-contradicting thoughts, more than 50-60 unit is already caught in that inner fight. Only 30 or 40 unit is available for you to live. I am talking to you in the medical terms. Exactly I am telling you as I experienced. So first thing I started doing, I told our guys, give them only food and medicine and see that they do programs and become responsible. Then give the complete, the long-term relief work. Unless you give them, make them responsible, reduce the self-contradicting thoughts and increase the awareness, any long-term relief work does not work. It doesn't really work. Please understand. Now, everyone, all of you also need tsunami relief, conscious tsunami. See, every day you go through tsunami. What else do you think is happening when you are depressed, when you are in low mood? Conscious tsunami. So the long-term relief work can be done only if the number of self-contradicting thoughts are brought down. That can be brought down only by aligning all these self-contradicting thoughts to one intention. See, meditating or working towards the enlightenment is really not required because you are already enlightened. You are carrying the pure consciousness already. Then you may ask, why are you telling every day to work for us to
to work for meditation, to yearn for meditation, to yearn for enlightenment. Where are you telling, Swamiji? It is nothing but just to create a will where all other wills will be burnt, swallowed. Just for that only I am asking you to create the will for enlightenment. Otherwise, somebody goes to a Zen master and asks, Master, how can I become Buddha? Master just slaps him. Zen people don't talk usually. They only act. His will gets shaken thoroughly. See, it is too much. You go to a master thinking he's a loving, compassionate person. You hear all stories about him. And you go there and you have not even spoken something wrong. You have not asked him something wrong. I want to drink or I want to dance. Or you just asked, how can I become Buddha? And he just slaps you. Just imagine, in another session you come to me. Swamiji, how can I get enlightened? I just have what will happen. Of course, in this country you may sue. Fortunately, that master was in Japan, so that guy got completely shaken. And he asked, why did he slap me? He said, if an elephant comes to me and asks, how can I become an elephant? What else you want me to do? If a Buddha comes and asks me, how can I become Buddha? What do you want me to do? I am just reminding you. Understand? There is no need for you to achieve enlightenment. It is there. You may ask, then why am I asking you to create a strong will to achieve enlightenment? So that all the self-contradicting thoughts will disappear into it. I am creating a forest fire where all the small fires you are carrying will disappear. All the self-contradicting will, small things which you are having will disappear into. You are carrying continuous self-contradicting thoughts. You can see inside. The moment you get into the four-wheeler, the moment you get into your car, always there will be one thought creeping. Who knows, there may be some accident. Will I reach the place or not? Then you tell, no, keep quiet, relax, Swamiji will take care. And you start driving. Someday you pacify yourself. That's different. But always that creeping, self-contradicting thoughts. More number of self-contradicting thoughts, you live in a very less low-level consciousness. As I was telling, I was working with that slum, in that slum during the relief work. We did little relief, not big, but little, whatever we can. We do. In that time, I was consciously studying those. I was doing some more research on why people are dying like this in mass. Why people are dying like this in mass? How can this be justified? I do my own research. When people ask me question, I give different answers. That is different. I continuously do my own research. Continuously do research. But the problem is, what I find by those researches, if I express, you will never be able to understand. Actually, the research I found, the people who died, their souls or body did not suffer at all. I don't know how you will understand. You may think, what funny thing I am talking. Anyway, if I start talking about that will become a different direction. At least understand this subject which I am talking. The self-contradicting thoughts. If you are filled with 200 self-contradicting thoughts, only 30 units are left. If you have only 10, 20, 30 self-contradicting thoughts, 70 units of your consciousness is available for you to live. Means your whole life will be so light, just intensely feeling the excitement. Sometimes, very rarely you will feel that excitement. If you get a big money or a big promotion, you will feel this whole this area, that is the heart area, heart and navel, this is the Anandaganda area, this whole area, you will feel as if intensely excited. If you observe, when the emotions come in, what all happens in you, you would have observed. This area, This whole rib you will feel intense excitement. If you are feeling that intense excitement in that area, on the throat, the whole throat will feel very sweet. It will be very intensely sweet. If you feel that too continuously, you are fully alive and aware. This is the scale. This is the scale. Whether you are alive and aware or just becoming more and more and more dull. See, depression is nothing but too many self-contradicting thoughts. If you are that conscious tube, if it's a 100 unit, you can say 100 inch, 100 unit. If you have 200 self-contradicting thought, 60% will be blocked. If you have 90% self-contradicting thoughts, that is what we call depression. You will not feel like even breathing. You will not feel even like breathing. I have seen. I have tested many times the depressed people breathing. When I see their breathing, they will take oxygen, but they do not take the prana, life force from the air. Please understand there is a big difference between oxygen going in and the prana, life force going in. Life force is not prana, not oxygen. Oxygen is the chemical. If life force is not oxygen, understand, you can see in the people in the coma, they take oxygen, but they don't take life force. They are not alive. With this one example, you can understand the difference between life force and oxygen. Life force, what we call prana. People who are depressed, they breathe just to keep the body alive. They don't take life force inside. Life force inside. When you are breathing, actually, your whole body should feel it is inhaling and exhaling. Then, you are taking prana inside. You are sucking prana inside. Every time, even while you are driving, just remember, your whole body is inhaling and exhaling. Just remember, nothing else. You will see, within 5-6 minutes, the depression will leave you. You will not be carrying that heaviness. Whenever you feel heavy, depressed, you had a fight or a problem with the boss or the spouse or anything, if you are carrying the depression, just 5 minutes, nothing else, 5 minutes. Visualize, your whole body is inhaling and exhaling. Every pore, through the leg fingertips, the hand fingertips, through all the tips of your body, through every pore, you are inhaling and exhaling. Visualize. Nothing else. Visualize, you will see. The prana intake will become more. The moment prana intake becomes more, you will have life. No depression. There won't be any depression. Depression and prana intake, both are very closely related. If you have too many self-contradicting thoughts, the prana intake will drastically reduce. The oxygen will go in, air will go, oxygen will be filtered, carbon dioxide will come out. The ordinary mechanical process will happen. But there is something more than oxygen in the air. Prana, life force. That does not stay in your body. You don't take prana in your body. Same way, I have seen people with depression or too many self-contradicting thoughts. The food they eat, they don't take the prana from that food. Digestion happens, all the vitamins, chemicals, minerals, everything is taken out, but the life is not taken from that prana. That is why sometimes clinically everything is alright, stomach is alright, everything is alright, but the person feels sick. They brought one person. They said that she is completely alright medically. All doctors have seen him. They are not able to diagnose. I just held the hand and wanted to see. Why then suffering? The husband gave me a letter. The moment I read the letter, I understood. In the letter he wrote, I don't believe in any swamis. I just came here to see whether you can heal her or not. For that I came. Then immediately I understood. Now I know the problem. Means Even to come here, they have so much of self-contradiction. I told him, then don't, he wrote a letter that I don't believe in any Swamis. I came believing you that you will heal my wife. I said, don't say you are believing. You came as a customer. Don't bother, I'll heal her. But at least you be very clear. What do you want? Don't say you are believing. You came to check me out. He said, no, heal her, I'll believe you. I said, I'm not asking you to believe me. It's too cheap. Get out. Too cheap. I'll heal her, don't bother. But you don't have to bargain with me. If I heal her, you will believe me and all that. And I said, stop this self-contradiction. Either, if you are feeling connected, feel connected, don't bother. If you don't feel connected, perfectly alright. You don't have to have so much of self-contradiction. The same mental setup, that self-contradiction. That's what she is carrying, that's the suffering. I saw in her only one thing. Whatever food she intakes, the life force is not sucked by the consciousness. The body is not taking the life force. It's taking all the minerals, vitamins and everything is normal. But the life force is not taken. All it is just altered. And consciously I said that let your consciousness take the life force. You will see simply in 2-3 days you will become alright. Because it's not physical disease, it's related to consciousness that can be completely healed with the spiritual techniques. But the same thing, if it is fracture or physical things, I will not be able to help. Only emergency room thing, they can help. If it is a spiritual related, not body related, the prana, life force related, they can't do anything. It's in our plane, or our level. So I saw in her the same thing, deep self-contradiction. Sometimes you should not live with people who are constantly saying no to you. Please understand. That will completely collapse your being. And you will pick up that same, before even talking it out, you will know, if I talk out, she is going to give this logic, better I myself contradict myself. Let me contradict myself. Really. You should not live with a person who is constantly opposing you. You should come to some way of reconciling. If constantly you are opposed, you will create that as a mental setup inside, and you will create a self-contradicting mental setup. Constantly contradicting yourself. Constantly. That is why I always tell people, a child which is brought up in the situation where he is not given the intelligence is equal to the abused child. See how, if a child is abused in the young age physically, child abuse is the worst thing because that becomes engram in the child. That becomes engram in the child. That is why I can say that worst crime. In the Vedic tradition, that's considered as a Panchama Bhadaka. In the 5 crimes, there is a list of 5 crimes. In that, the child abusal is one. Child abusal is one of the Panchama Bhadaka. Anyhow, the same way, how the child abuse is a crime, same way, a child should be brought up by constant giving intelligence. It should not feel it is caught up in a situation where everybody is saying no. Same way in your family. Do not live with the ambience of continuous no's. And same way, don't give continuous no to everybody. Then you will see, by and by it will become mental setup in you, that carrying self-contradicting thoughts will become personality in you. Any thought, before even it comes up to conscious and becomes word, you will plan, no, if I tell this is the logic I am going to get, better let me stop. Means self-contradicting. You can't expand. Nothing can flower. The spurana means in the Sanskrit, the word spurana means overflowing. Overflowing will never happen. Expansion will never happen. physically abused child and mentally abused man, both cannot expand, overflow. I can forgive any sin, even the consciously. Whenever people come to me in the organization, if they come, many people come and confess, I have done this, I have done that, Swami. I tell them, all right, don't bother, that kid will go away, you will become all right. But some of these child abuse things, when they bring it to me, I just shut their mouth, I'll meditate for you, go. It means I won't do anything. Whenever I say I'll pray for you means, I'm just consoling them, passing them. If I say I'll take care, means I'm committing. Because these are some of the things which completely, makes the person withdraw. Makes person to withdraw. Withdrawal from the life is equal to death. It should never be allowed. Withdrawal from life is equal to death. Now, create a strong will in you. You will see all these self-contradicting wills and all these self-contradicting mental and physical ideas will be burnt by it. See, whenever you read books very intensely or think something strongly, you will feel some creeping feeling in the spine. Very mild, creepy feeling in the spine. As if something is going up. That is the mild experience of Kundalini. Mild experience of Kundalini Shakti. Please understand, it's a very important thing. If you observed, if you are reading something very seriously, if you are thinking something very seriously, the spine you will feel there's something going up. As if one ant or little something like a juice going up. As if your spinal cord is a straw through which the juice is sucked. You will feel that's a mild experience of Kundalini. Whenever your will gets integrated and the self-contradicting thoughts disappear, your Kundalini gets awakened. Now, that is what I am going to do with you all. That is the science of the process. You are expected to create one strong will. Let me achieve my ultimate fulfillment. You can coin your own word. You can coin your own word like let me become Jivan Mukta or let me become enlightened. Whatever word clicks with you. Or let me get out of my depression. Let me be completely fulfilled. You can coin your own words. That's not a problem. But that one word, that one idea should resonate in your whole being. Like remove all other thoughts, just burn your whole body with that one thought. Feel it has to happen now. Now it has to happen. Something called critical mass in your being. Is a critical mass level. That thought is created. Suddenly you will see all your actions like walking, talking, everything will be aligned to it. Everything will be completely aligned. Walking, talking, whatever you are doing, everything will be aligned to it. If you create one thought, let me become enlightened, one idea, let me become enlightened, or anything related to higher consciousness, if all your actions are aligned to that one intention, what you radiate is what I call grace. You will radiate a special grace. Anybody who comes around you, they know you are a special person. You are unique. Your energy, your aura itself will be different. Just your aura will be different. Nothing else is required. Nobody else need to introduce you. Just you are there and people know that you are a special person. There is a beautiful Upanishad, our tradition Upanishad, that Vedic tradition Upanishad called Paramahamsa Upanishad. That Upanishad describes an enlightened person should not wear kavi. I am not supposed to technically I am not supposed to wear this dress. I am wearing it because maintenance free. That is easy washable and carrying is easy. That is why I am wearing. I am supposed to wear the civilian dress. People should recognize me by my aura. That is that Upanishad describes. Supposed to wear the normal civilian dress, what a Kshatriya or Vaishya or worker he will wear. That cloth only he should wear. And people should recognize him by the aura. My case I am using just for easy maintenance. That is the truth actually. That is why sometime in the energy darshanal I wear different dresses, different colors. Anyhow, what it means, what the Upanishad really means, when your actions and intentions are aligned, you will radiate a special grace. Simply, people will smell you. The seekers will feel your fragrance. You don't need to convince them. I always tell people, whenever people come and ask me, how do I know that you are my guru? I tell them, as long as this question is there, I am not your guru, go. If I am your guru, this question will disappear. At one point of your life, suddenly this question will disappear, you will feel strong connection. Then I am your guru. Otherwise, don't bother, continue seeking. You may find your master. Suddenly, you will smell his fragrance. You know his aura. You know his presence. You know his intense energy field. You know he is your guru. Let all the self-contradicting wills be connected to this one will. You can coin your own word. If you want, you can coin a word like, let me become Jivan Mukta, or let me become enlightened, let me liberate myself ultimately, or let me have eternal bliss. Any word which clicks you, which you feel connected, that is your mantra. Understand? That is your mantra. You can create your own Ishta mantra. But that word should become so strong in you. Your whole mind and body should continuously reverberate with that one idea, with that one word. There's a beautiful story. A Sufi master, a very great Sufi master. Unfortunately, all Sufis are murdered by Muslims. Actually, Sufis are Muslims. One sect of Muslims who somehow got mixed with the Vedic tradition, started believing in reincarnation. See, there are many beautiful truths of Vedic tradition. Anybody seeks truth in any religion will feel connected to it. Like reincarnation theory, karma theory, the truths about the consciousness and Atman. Anywhere anybody is a seeker, he will simply feel connected to this truth if he comes in contact with this truth. Like this, some of the intense Muslim seekers came in touch with these truths and they were so excited and they had their own experience and they started teaching this truth. That sect is called Sufis. Sufis are the group evolved when the Islam met with the Vedic tradition. So the Sufis are continuously murdered by Muslims. They don't want anybody else to claim as Muslims except themselves. They don't want to be open to the ideas of the Vedic tradition, like reincarnation. There was one master, he has become enlightened and he was constantly telling people that Anal Haq means I am the truth, I am the ultimate, I have seen. Not egoistically, please understand, not egoistically. He is telling you the truth so that you can also experience, to inspire. This king got completely fed up. He said, how dare you say you are the God? God is only one, that is Allah, and Muhammad is the only prophet, and Quran is the only book. And he said, I don't know about that, but I am telling you about my experience. This king violent fellows. He just cut the head of that Sufi master, the enlightened being. His head fell and the head wrote Anal Haq in the blood and relaxed. Understand? The head wrote Anal Haq and relaxed. Means, I am the truth. Means, every blood, every cell, every pore was vibrating with this one truth. With that one truth, I am the ultimate truth. Same way, now the word which you pick up, the mantra which you pick up for you, it should vibrate in you continuously. See that your whole mind chants that one idea intensely. Same way it's not a story, it's a truth. The Joshi Mat Shankaracharya, in Himalayas there is a mat, Joshi Mat. Shankara established 4 mats. One is in Himalayas, Joshi Mat. That Shankaracharya, he was an enlightened person. That time, that Aurangzeb time, Aurangzeb was ruling. That time that Shankaracharya was an enlightened master. Aurangzeb went and surrounded the mat to kill everybody and destroy the mat. And he has killed almost everybody. He was about to kill this Shankaracharya. This Shankaracharya told, just give me half an hour. I have never taught this mantra which I am practicing, which I practiced for my enlightenment. I will teach this to somebody and I will tell that fellow not to live in the city. He will go away to forest. He will never disturb you. So that I will be peaceful, that I will keep this mantra alive. It should not die with me. Just give me half an hour. I have never taught this mantra to anybody because I don't know that this kind of problem will come. So Aurangzeb said, that is what I wanted. I wanted this to be killed, demolished, destroyed. And he just cut his head. And the blood which came out of his head, that wrote that mantra on the wall, on the stone wall. And the story says, after some time, after the Aurangzeb went away, after everything got settled, the local few devotees who have survived, when they came back, they saw that mantra in the wall. From that, they learned that mantra, started meditating, that tradition was kept alive. Still that place, Joshi Mat, is maintained. Of course, the blood is not there still, but that place is maintained. They call it, they took Upadesha from that stone. So still that tradition is, anybody takes initiation, they will go and bow down in front of that stone wall, that stone wall. From there only they will pick up their, whatever that traditional Kavik robe or that Rudraksha, they will pick up, remembering that Shankaracharya, who gave his life but wrote the mantra in the wall. Anyhow, Hindus are very passive people. Very passive people. Sometimes too passive. What to do? Even I am like that only. Sometimes when people come and ask me this, some controversial subject, I tell them, oh, it's okay. Let us be peaceful. Let us be silent. Accept everything. All right, what to do? This one line should become mantra in you, should vibrate in you. Should vibrate in you. Don't carry anger. Just because I am not telling you this story to create anger in you. That fellow has died and it's okay, over. Now what to do? Forget about it. I am telling you the moral of the story. I want you to understand is, this one mantra should become your blood. All self-contradicting thoughts or will should disappear in this one will. And Aurangzeb also had a very bad death. This guy, same way he was killing all the masters and the mutts and everything. He came to Aurangabad. If you are from that area, there is a Nagababa temple. There is a Samadhi of Nagababa, enlightened Guru, Avadhuta Baba. He was an enlightened being and he never used to wear clothes. He used to sit naked. His Samadhi, there is a beautiful small temple on his Samadhi. His disciple is also an enlightened person. His disciple was sitting in his samadhi and meditating. When this Aurangzeb came and he was about to destroy that temple, that Shivalinga. Then this disciple, he just stopped the sword and said, hey, destroy everything, I have no problem. Don't. I am not saying no. Don't touch the Shivalinga. It's an energy center. Don't do this. And the disciple's hand was bleeding. Don't do this. If you want, you kill me. But don't touch the Shivalinga. It's an energy center. My master has left this continuously to help the planet Earth. He wants to make himself available through the Shivalinga to the world. Don't touch this. That fellow did not listen. Oh, that is the importance. Let me destroy that first. He threw his sword on the Shivalinga. At that very moment he had paralytic attack and fell and died. Any of you know the story? The story was covered by historians. This is the original story. Still the whole thing is written in stone in that Aurangabad, Aurangabad Avadhuta Baba's temple. There is a place. I visited that place where that guy died. Anyhow, so whatever he did, he had punishment. You don't have to carry anger about him. I am saying you need to know this story to understand. Let this one mantra vibrate in you. Now design yourself any one mantra like, let me become Jivan Mukta, or let me experience Jivan Mukti, let me become enlightened, let me become fulfilled. Any word is okay. Intensely use that word with deep feeling, with deep prayer, or with creating a strong will. You can do anything. Either you can create a strong will, or you can create a deep prayer, or both. See, if you pray to your own soul, superconscious energy, it's a will. If you create a will towards the God, it's prayer, that's all. If you say, let me become enlightened to yourself, it is prayer. It is a will, it's a will. If you tell, let me become enlightened towards the God, it's a prayer. You can create prayer or will, or both. Now the next half an hour, we will enter into the process where your Kundalini Shakti will be awakened. The first step is create a strong will. Let me be fulfilled. Let me become enlightened. Let me be awakened. Let me become Jivan Mukta. Any one word you can pick up. Create a strong will. That will should be so strong, even your nerves should feel it. Your nerves, your whole body should feel it. This is the first step. Create a strong prayer. Let your heart melt, eyes pour with this one prayer. With this one prayer, create a strong will. That's the first step. Second step, I'll be awakening your Kundalini Shakti. Just allow whatever is happening inside you with the restful awareness. You will see something strongly flowing through your spine. From the root of the spine to the crown, you'll see something is rising. Whatever is happening, it will happen in a different way for each person. All you need to do is maintain that restful awareness, no sounds. Just allow whatever is happening inside to happen. Please understand. If you create sound or jump around or do too much of noise, you will not allow this experience to settle in you deeply. It will be just superficial. Like when an elephant enters into a pond, too much water will overflow. When the elephant comes out, the pond will be empty. So, I don't want you to have that too much overflowing, that superficial experience. No. If an elephant enters into the ocean, how it feels? The ocean will just calm. Just be like that, calm, deep. With that restful awareness, allow this experience to settle in you. First level, create a strong prayer or will that let me become enlightened. Second step, I'll guide you and awaken the Kundalini Shakti. When it is awakened, Just allow whatever is happening inside to happen. Anything happening inside, encourage it, just allow it, cooperate with it. Have the restful awareness and allow it to happen. I'll guide you. Please tie the ribbon and sit straight.
Yes, profound revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, on how we can manifest our reality. And all the beautiful stories that Bhagavan shared about how even just one thought, just allowing one thought casually, how that makes a deep impact in our lives, how that manifests, how that creates the future, the reality for ourselves. So with that, now we'll enter into more revelations from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about how the Kriya process, the Nitya Kriya, which is another beautiful gift from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to all of humanity, how that can completely remove all the disorders, all the diseases that we have in both our physical body and the mental body, and much, much more, and awaken the Kundalini Shakti. It's a very profound science that Bhagavan has introduced, and how each of those kriyas addresses specific ailments, but also at the same time realigning our whole energy structure, our whole energy flow, so that our body restores its own balance. So let us come back to that space of listening as we listen in to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, giving us the science behind what is Nitya Kriya and how the Nitya Kriya was formulated and how it really works for us. And then we'll also enter into a practical application of these Kriyas. We'll be going through a Kriya for anxiety, curing anxiety, and how Bhagavan himself will be leading us into the whole Kriya process. So let us sit back, come to the space of listening, and let us start now.
See, Kriya means action of awakening enlightenment in you. Action which leads you to beyond action is Kriya. Action which is leading you beyond actions, not laziness. Not laziness. Action which leads you beyond actions is Kriya. Usually, in all human beings, because you are trained so strongly towards the outer world, you constantly look towards the outer world, you are constantly diverted towards the outer world. It is unfortunate. All your energy gets drained. Please understand, by nature, you are not outwardly. The energy in you, by nature, is circular. But society makes it as linear, means going out, that's all. Never comes back. Some of the scriptures say, all five senses are extrovert. With all my humbleness, I differ. I wanted all of you to know. I am telling you from my very personal experience, your senses are not outwardly. It is not created only to function towards outer world. No. Society teaches you only that dimension. It never teaches you the dimension of looking in, turning in. 80% of your energy goes out just through the eyes. I can tell you, if you just close your eyes whenever you don't need to see, that is enough. Your Kundalini energy will be awakened. For example, if you are going in a vehicle somewhere, your driver is driving. You don't need to keep your eyes open. Of course, if you are driving, you need to keep open. That is different. If your driver is driving, why should you keep your eyes open continuously and watching the same scenes? No need. Close your eyes. Whenever not required, shut your eyes. Whenever not required, shut your mouth. Yogasya pradhamam dvaram vangnirodha. The first step for yoga is cessation of words. Infuse silence. Unfortunately, we never understand constantly our bio-memory, muscle memory getting exhausted by misusal and abusal and extra-usal of senses. Understand? Misusal, abusal and extra-usal of senses. When you don't need, keep your eyes closed. Keep your mouth shut. That itself will save your energy. Actually, I wanted to give this one message to all our disciples. The fourth part of the N Kriya is based on the philosophy, don't waste your energy. I want all of you to know, please understand. Use all your energy either to create inner wealth or outer wealth. Don't waste. I am not against outer wealth. I am against you wasting your energy. Most of us just waste. What are you doing? Nothing in the inner world, nothing in the outer world. Chumma, just going around. Disrespecting life, wasting life, don't do it. Let all your actions be either creating outer world wealth or inner world wealth. Let it be conscious. The energy will simply increase your system. All your actions and reactions be concentrated effort either to create outer world wealth or inner world wealth. Let there not be any waste of energy. Let there not be abusal of life. I have seen hundreds of sadhus, or I can say in the name of sadhus, lazy fellows roaming around all over the Himalayas. Understand just these few truths. Just like blood flow, breathing flow, air flow, thought flow, you have something called energy flow happening in you. Blood flow, breathing air flow, thought flow, you have something called energy flow continuously happening in you. in this energy circulation, energy flow, if there is a disturbance in some part, for example, liver, kidney, or heart, intestine, at some part, if there is a disturbance in this energy circulation, that is when you start developing diseases and disorders and disturbances. Disease, disorders, disturbances expresses itself in different ways. Now, if your body is put in certain position, that energy blockages get removed. The energy circulation, that system, that plumbing gets properly aligned. The wiring gets properly aligned. After that, the kumbhaka starts pumping the energy into that circuit. See, putting your body in certain asana makes the circuit blockage free. The circuit becomes perfect. But only through the kumbhaka, the energy gets pumped into the circuit. This is exactly the principle on which Kriya works. Even for few seconds, if the energy circuit route is aligned and energy is pumped, you are out of the disease. You are out of the disorder. You are free. Sheetal Das, that is why I am saying, these kriyas are not just ordinary asana, ordinary yoga postures, ordinary kumbhaka, ordinary pranayama. It is like two different chemicals. Separately, if you take, it may take 10 years for you to cure the disease. But mixed properly in a certain combination, it removes the disease in 2 days, in one dosage. I can say these kriyas are my unique contributions to the world. The kriyas have 7 ingredients. 1, yoga. 2, kumbhaka, pranayamas. 3, visualizations. 4th, verbalization, means chanting of some mantra internally. See, internally when you create the sound, it is called mantra. Externally when you listen, it is called chanting. So, mantra, internal verbalization. Then 5th, chanting, external, the sound you are hearing. And 6th, now I am adding karanas, the different Shiva karanas. 7th, I am adding the recent discoveries of modern day gymming and weightlifting. So all these 7 put together, I work on your body and mind, creating yogic body and Vedic mind. Body, I'll call a body as a yogic body when it has power, stamina, flexibility, physique, energy. All the 5 put together is yogic body. I am using all the 7 ingredients to create yogic body for you. And now I already started developing kriyas especially to break certain mental patterns. Certain mental patterns. So, all of you can have the benefit of this kriyas for curing the physical diseases and kriyas for healing the mental disorders. This exact principle on which kriya works. Kriya is neither technique nor non-doing or Upanishad. It is all three put together and something more. See, spiritual working are three ways. One, doing, technique. Blow the right nose, left nose, so many things, technique. And non-doing techniques, just sitting in unclutched way. Third, Upanishad, neither doing nor non-doing, master's presence is working. Kriya is all three put together. Here you are doing, you are also made to sit in non-doing, and master's presence is also working. That is why I am saying Kriya is Dhyana, Nirvikalpa, Upanishad, all three put together. Second, each Kriya I am teaching you, I am sitting, and using the whole enlightened consciousness, using my own body as guinea pig, I am practicing and bringing it to you. Please understand. During my illegal imprisonment days, I have picked up this whole knowledge of Hatha Yoga and started doing conscious scanning. Now, I am making that whole knowledge into practical bits and pieces, making it available to you every day as one Kriya. Actually, I myself sitting and doing every step in the room. Not only consciously scanning, I am consciously practicing also and seeing all the effects and side effects. Only then I am bringing it to you. One, if you practice this Kriya just physically, without my presence or without having a feeling connection, it will work like a technique, a very powerful technique. It will heal you physically immediately. But if you are doing it in my presence, with a strong feeling connection and all, this Kriyas not only heal those disorders, it awakens your Kundalini. Your very cell is taught to be immortal. The lesson of Nityatva, immortality, is awakened in every cell of you. So please understand, it's a very powerful spiritual process. I am making it very clear to all of you. Now whatever I am teaching is from authentic yogic literatures. Now these asanas, kriyas, pranayamas, mudras, bandhas, all are from authentic yogic literature. That is why I am giving you exact verses. I can give you the source of the verse also. Today, the asana I am going to teach is from Garanda Samhita, Upadesha 2, verse 39. Every line I am teaching is directly from the source. My contribution is I experimented it with the modern day body, my body. Whatever is working on whatever part, see which asana is working which part, which pranayama is doing which healing, which bandha is working on which organ. I have done all these experiment, research and development on my system using my body as guinea pig. And from my experience, I am sharing it with you all. This is my contribution. Otherwise, knowledge is time tested, foolproof, from source. All you guys, my disciples, go around with a lot of pride saying, I follow the tradition from the original source. Bottled at source in its pristine purity. Just today I have developed a very simple technique, powerful, just for unclutching. Nothing else, pure unclutching. I have done a Nitya Kriya. So just like Nitya Kriya for migraine, Nitya Kriya for blood pressure, Nitya Kriya for diabetes, almost all problems except spouse problem, I am able to develop Nitya Kriya. Only that still I am not able to manage. Maybe for that my incarnation would has to get upgraded to the next level. But anyhow, so today I sat with I did a reverse of unclutching. See, got into the extreme of clutching and did the reverse calculation of unclutching and what nerves need to be loosened, what part of the body needs to be tightened. That whole formula I studied and created a very simple kriya for the unclutching. Please understand, this kriya, cure for anxiety, this kriya will intensely release the dopamine chemicals in you, pleasure chemicals in you. Two things. You can do this kriya only once if you are not having anxiety. Please understand. People, many of you may get addicted to this kriya because it will send such intense bliss inside your body. If you don't have anxiety, if your anxiety has come down, you should do only once. If you are filled with anxiety, do it twice a day. Even people who don't have anxiety can do, but only once. Because it is creating such joy and bliss mood inside the body, you should not be doing it again and again, because if you are doing it again and again, it will lead to kind of that stupor mood, jada samadhi mood, where without intelligence, only your internal joy is increasing. If the internal joy is increasing without intelligence, again it will make you dull. Don't do it. It's very powerful kriya. It will just intensely send bliss chemicals, bliss hormones all over the world, all over the body. All over your body, of course your body is your world. All over your body. So anxiety will disappear in just 1 week. 1 week this kriya is enough, anxiety will completely disappear. Only thing, after anxiety disappears, you should not do it more than once. People with anxiety, I may recommend twice. First step, Varahasana. It's a Yogasana Mala Sachitra book. In that scripture, 76th verse. I'll give you the technique. Sit on the floor in squatting position. Keep the feet together and place the heels at the buttocks. Spread the toes apart. Raise the knees and press the abdomen with thighs. Join the palms together and take them to the back. Fix the gaze at the tip of the nose. This is Varahasana. First, master the Varahasana. It's a very powerful posture. Yesterday I tried. Immediately I saw like a stream of Amrita flowing all over my body. The nectar, bliss chemicals. Be in that posture at least 30 seconds. Push the hands behind as much as you can. Relax. In the same posture, you are going to do the pranayamas. First, Trishula Kumbhaka. In Kumbhaka Patati, 193rd verse. Inhale through the nostrils and mouth together at a time. This is called Trishula Kumbhaka. Please understand, I will show you. Inhale through both nostrils and mouth completely and hold as long as you can, judiciously. When you can't hold, relax. This is Trishula Kumbhaka. Do this 21 times now. Hands can be removed. You can remove the hands and do the Trishula Kumbhaka. Yes. Usually during this Kumbhaka, close your eyes also, because even through eyes, prana leaves your body. Next step, Shitkari Pranayama. Please understand, this is a Hatha Yoga Pratipika Upadesha 254th verse. The breath needs to be sucked in through the mouth with a hissing sound. Let me show you. Press the lower teeth and upper teeth with open the lips comfortably, like suck the air through the gaps in between the teeth. Be aware of the sound produced. After inhaling, close the mouth and exhale through the nose. Don't hold. Let me show you. Do this 21 times. Sit comfortably. Protrude your tongue as much as possible. Roll the sides of the tongue like a tube. Now inhale through the tube formed by the tongue. After inhaling, close your mouth. Hold the breath judicially as long as you can. Then exhale through the nostrils. Let me show you. Do it 21 times. Trinetra Kumbhaka. This is Kumbhaka Patadi 192nd verse. Inhale through left nostril, hold the breath without exhaling. Inhale through right nostril, hold the breath again without exhaling. Inhale through both the nostrils, hold the breath. Then as long as you can hold judiciously, then exhale and relax. Do this 21 times.
let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
Jnanandam Paramasugaram Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvaditam Gaganasadusham Tadvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, and welcome everyone to this first day of the November season of Paramashivoham Level 1. We have been starting to dive into various different topics already. Today we are learning the science of manifesting your reality as you want, the science of completion, the science of power manifestation. So many different aspects that we are covering today. Just now we had a beautiful introduction into the Nitya Kriyas, and we went through one Kriya to cure anxiety. If you would like to share your experience with this process, please go ahead and do so. We've been working on the various energy channels in our body to heal our own body. Now we are going to learn more about the science. We're going to dive into Kundalini awakening and the science of power manifestation, followed by a powerful technique to awaken the third eye. And then today, after the darshan, we're going to enter into the first power manifestation round of this season. So we're all looking forward to that. But first, let us learn about Kundalini, the inner potential energy that we all carry, described as a coiled snake sitting in the Muladhara, in the root center, when awakened, shooting up all the way to the Sahasrara, piercing the Ajna chakra, activating our will and blossoming into the 1,000-petaled lotus. On the way, awakening the various different mystical powers. Let us listen to Swamiji as he's sharing the detailed description about Kundalini, the significance of Kundalini awakening, and let's receive an introduction to the chakras and the third eye as well. If at any point any one of you has any questions, please go ahead and do so. You can place your questions here in the chat. We're always available to answer any of your questions. Well, now let's receive these truths directly from Swamiji.
There is a big difference between every action you take with the idea of impossibility and with the idea of possibility. Understand? For example, from Haridwar you are traveling to Delhi. You are going by walk. Every step you take, you put with the idea, you are never going to reach Delhi, with all kinds of doubts. Who knows whether this is the right road? Who knows whether the weather will be helping us? Who knows, I will not get into some accident and die? With all kinds of doubts. The more and more number of steps you put, more and more you will be tired, sick, depressed. If you walk in the same road with the idea of possibility, more and more you will be excited. When you see every name board, wow, we are coming closer to Delhi, closer to Delhi. and the ideas, what you are going to achieve, enjoy, have in Delhi. That will inspire you and excite you more and more. Please understand, don't ever think like a so-called rationalist, irrational rationalist. These irrational rationalists always give an argument. What is there? Whether I believe or don't believe, the same number of steps only I have to take to reach Delhi. Understand, number of steps may be same, but the effort will not be same. When you walk with the impossibility, number of steps may be same, but the effort will be more. If you walk with the possibility, number of steps may be same, but effort will be practically zero. The more and more action, the more and more excitement is the definition of possibility. The more and more action, more and more excitement. The more and more action, more and more tiredness and boredom is the definition of impossibility. The subtle impossibility is already developed in you. I tell you, beauty in the action is possibility. We all know how to beautify our body and skin. We need to know how to beautify our actions. When you are carrying possibility and acting, every action brings more and more joy and excitement. You will grow younger and younger. Your face will become more graceful, more younger, more beautiful. Very rarely I have seen people growing younger. One person without doubt I can say, Satya Sai Baba. He grew younger and younger and younger. The more time passes, he was becoming more graceful and more younger. Without any controversy or doubt, I will tell very clearly and boldly. One person I have seen in my life growing younger and younger and younger is Satya Sai Baba. I have seen Yogi Ram Sarat Kumar also. Not only the face and the being, even the lifestyle, everything. Bhagavan Ram Sarat Kumar, the more the number of years, he became more like a child. He was growing younger. I tell you, the same Haridwar to Delhi, if you walk with the idea of impossibility, SDHD, you will not even cross Roorkee. Before that itself, in some Ganga canal, you may fall and die. With SDHD, you will not even cross Roorkee. If you walk the same road with the idea of possibility, without SDHD, every step gives you excitement. By the time you reach Delhi, you have all the excitement of Delhi, and you get excited to do more walking, more yatra. I tell you honestly, when I started my yatra, please understand, let it be on record. When I started my Parivraj Yatra, I never thought or planned I will walk length and breadth of India. I'll spend so much time in my Parivraj Yatra. The first few days of Yatra, I carried with the idea of possibility, that's all. The concept of possibility gave me so much courage, so much joy. I never imagined I spent 9 full years. God. See, a person who is more awake, for him, 1 day is equivalent to the 3 days of a normal man. Please understand, take this one lesson, internalize this one truth. It may be same number of steps, same distance, but the effort, result, everything will be different. If you carry possibility with you, I tell you, when you travel with possibility idea from Haridwar to Delhi with idea of possibility, even if you walked the same number of steps, you will forget many times. You walked or you struggled so much. To tell you honestly, when I describe it, looks like a struggle for all of you, my Parivraj Yatra time. Otherwise, it was simply honey sun. Travel in your life also with the possibility in your heart. You will see, one, every step does not tires you. It adds to more and more excitement. See, when you walk with impossibility, every step adds anxiety, not excitement. When you walk with possibility, every step adds excitement. And when you reach the goal, you won't even feel tired that you did so much. Because when you are walking, you did not feel tired. See, when you are walking, if you did not feel tired, after reaching, you will not have the tiredness memory. But with the idea of impossibility, while you are walking, it will be tired. You may not reach. By mistake, if you reach, it will give you the idea of, oh, so much difficulty. Everyday Kalpataru only excites me, doesn't tires me. I tell you, in your life, carrying the space of possibility in your heart is Kalpataru. So meditate on this one truth. Carrying the space of possibility in your heart is Kalpataru. All of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality in our space. All of us carry the energy to make what we want as reality. That is what is life. What is life? Your ability to make what you want as reality is life. Whether you want health, wealth, happy relationships, bliss, completion, whatever you want, causing that in your life, ability to cause that in your life is life. For example, you can't do anything in your life. Then how can you call even that as a life? Maybe we can say that dead man not yet buried. Dead person not yet buried. No.
The ability to cause exists in everyone. Unfortunately, like if too much of wood is dumped on small fire, please understand, even too much of wood can put out the fire if the fire is too small and wood is too much. Same way, too much of impossibility is dumped on possibility fire. The possibility fire is too small and the impossibility wood is too much. If the fire can somehow manage to catch the wood, it will burn any amount of wood. It can even burn forests. That crucial initial moment where the wood is dumped on fire, if the fire gives up on itself, over. Somehow there is a blower or a little wind, the fire is supported, encouraged, enriched, initiated, and it catches the wood, then any amount of wood, the fire can't be put off. All of us have the possibility as a fire in us, the space of possibility as fire in us. But unfortunately, the idea of impossibility, too much is dumped on us. Too much is dumped on us. When too much of idea of impossibility is dumped on ourselves, by ourselves, nobody else dumps on us. Only we dump it on ourselves. Yesterday, as I said, your suffering is not your suffering. Your suffering is your suffering because you are suffering. No one dumps on us. Understand? It's we. It's we. It's we. So no one dumps the idea of impossibility on us. We go on thinking, grinding, making some idea as member of your inner space again and again is remembrance. Making it as a member of you again and again is remembering. Because you remember impossibility again and again and again, the impossibility becomes member of you. Who gives the membership card? You. By remembering, you give membership card. Again and again, remembering makes the impossibility as member of you. Membering is done by remembering. The idea of impossibility, the concept of impossibility, the more and more it is remembered, it is remembered as part of you. Remembering the wrong ideas is giving upon you. Please understand. We think whenever we give upon ourselves, we don't do anything, we just rest. No. When you give upon you, you work a lot in the wrong direction. When you give upon you, you strengthen your negative faiths. You strengthen your negative patterns. You will be remembering either your possibility or impossibility. You can't keep quiet. Keeping quiet is not possible. Keeping quiet is not possible even after death. Forget about while you are alive. Even after death, you go on remembering either your hell or heaven. So when you remember your impossibility in you, the impossibility gets strengthened. Understand this word. Beautiful word. Remembering. Anything you remember again and again becomes member of you, part of you. If you remember about integrity again and again, that becomes part of you. If you remember about authenticity again and again, that becomes part of you. If you remember about possibility again and again, that becomes part of you. If you remember impossibility again and again and again, that becomes part of you. Understand? Anything you remember again and again becomes your muscle memory. Anything you remember again and again from your muscle memory becomes your biomemory. Anything you remember from your biomemory again and again becomes your bioenergy. Please remember this truth, never to allow impossibility to be remembered again and again and again. If the impossibility comes inside you as in the form of remembering, eject it out again and again. Re-eject it out, reject it out, reject it out. Remember possibility, re-eject impossibility. That is essence of Kalpataru. Mahadeva is embodiment of possibility. Eternal embodiment of possibility. Possibility is Ananda. Eternal possibility is Nitya Ananda. I am not giving possibility as a fantasy to you. I am giving possibility as a factuality to you. Possibility is not a fantasy. Because you think impossibility is the reality, you think possibility is a fantasy. But I tell you, possibility is factuality, impossibility is a fantasy. Impossibility is the fantasy you load on yourself. Possibility is the fact you constantly try to forget. Possible, 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 possible. I tell you, that is the meaning of the mantra Shiva. Shiva means what? Causeless auspiciousness. Everything is possible, 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 possible. Remembering the idea of possibility is what is the meaning of Shiva mantra japa. Shiva, 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 Shiva means possible, 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 possible. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Possible, possible, possible. Vasi, 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 Vasi means you attract the possibility constantly towards you. Shiva becomes Vashi. Vashi means attracting. Attracting possibility towards you.
Shiva, 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 Shiva. Shiva means possibility. The biggest impossibility you believe in you is getting rid of your past personality, your old personality. That's the biggest impossibility you believe. You think that only is most difficult. Getting rid of the old, reinventing yourself as new. That only you think most impossible, most difficult. Shiva is embodiment of getting rid of old and possibility of new. The power of rejuvenation. He can get you rid of anything. He can get you rid of your karmas, negative patterns, body, mind, disease. The Sula, Trishula, is a symbol of getting you rid of all the impossibilities. Damaru is a symbol of remembering, reinforcing all the possibilities. Damaru is creation. Damaru is the sound, symbol of creation. Trishul is the weapon of rejuvenation. That's why the Damaru and Trishul are always together worshipped. Through the Trishul, he removes all the old impossibilities. Through Damaru, he creates all the possibilities. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Possible, 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 possible. Possible, 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 possible. The ability to build the possibility inside you is tapas. Not allowing impossibility in you, re-ejecting impossibility is renunciation. Building the biomemory of possibility is tapas. And initiating you into the level of your biomemory with the energy of possibility is Kalpatarru. The first truth, human beings are endowed with the energy to make what they want in their life as reality. Human beings are not sent as a beggar or poor to planet Earth. God is not a sadist. He doesn't say, hey, go with empty hand and every time you need a penny, you beg me. You beg, then I will decide whether to give you or not. No. He is neither a sadist nor a miser father. He is a beautiful, graceful, amazing, showering, cosmic, causeless, auspicious energy. Asudosha Satchitananda, Shiva. So understand, you are endowed with enough of Kundalini energy. The inner potential, raw energy to make what you want as reality. That's the first truth. Second, because of your constant self-doubting, self-hatred and self-denial, you forgot your life is nothing but possibilities. You started thinking your life is nothing but impossibilities. You are alive because breathing is possible. You are alive because digestion is possible. You are alive because many things are possible. Understand? Understand? Life is possibility. It is not impossibility. The wrong belief, life is impossibility, is put inside you by the society, unconscious society. So you need to know the truth, the ancient secret which produced greatest leaders in every field. Please understand the most ancient secret, secret of the secret of the secret, which produced greatest leaders of every field. Still kept as a secret, transferred only from guru to disciple in the world's oldest ancient civilization, the spiritual tradition. I am sharing that with the world. Listen. Science of awakening the inner potential bioenergy, Kundalini Shakti, and directing it to create what you want as reality. This science was available with this ancient Vedic civilization. It was transmitted from guru to disciple, guru to disciple, guru to disciple. It's called Karna Parampara, means just by listening, never by writing. Just by listening, this science was transmitted. It was never printed. This only Krishna calls as Raja Vidya Rajaguhyam, the royal knowledge, royal secret. I am transmitting that science to all of you freely, because the world now needs more spiritual scientists and spiritual healers. We already have enough of economists, business management people, lawyers more than the rats, doctors more than the cats, army people more than any number. We have too many people. Lawyers, doctors, engineers, army, media, too many. World immediately needs spiritual healers, spiritual activists, spiritual scientists, scientists with the saintly basis. A scientist we need urgently. That is why I have decided to share this knowledge with the whole world. So listen. your inner space is equivalent to your womb. How in the womb a child can grow, another one life can grow. Same way in your inner space, whatever you want can grow and it can be made into reality. It can be delivered. It is called Hrid Garbha, Hridaya Garbha. Your inner space is called Hrid Garbha, Hridaya Garbha, Chitakasha, Chitambara. All these different words are used for your inner space. Anything you create in your inner space and ready to take the responsibility for it, understand when I use the word ready to take responsibility, I mean deserve for what you desire. I don't even want to say you have to yearn what you desire. If you are deserved for what you desire, that's enough. It is showered on you. Means, for example, you desire for $1 million. You don't even need to yearn. If you deserve, if you are not going to destroy that $1 million, or using that $1 million, you are not going to destroy yourself. If you just deserve, you will see the cosmos showers on you. Sometime the moment $1 million comes, you will drink, and you may die in 10 days. Then naturally cosmos thinks, why should you be killed? Because cosmos loves you. Just not to kill you, he says, wait. Let the money not come to you more than $10, which is for 1 quarter. You drink only that much. So, I am not even saying you have to yearn. All I am trying to tell you is, if you deserve for what you desire, you are showered. If you deserve for what you desire, you are showered. Your thoughts become words, words become actions, actions become life, life becomes reality. It is a simple science, straightforward science. Kalpataru process is initiating you to harness the power of your reality by making you harness the power of your words, power of your thoughts, power of your actions, power of your life. People who want to enslave you, constantly brainwash you. Life is full of difficulty and impossibility. Why do you think all over the world, in all Bollywood, Tollywood, Gollywood, Hollywood, in any wood, sandalwood, all these movies, the story of rag to riches sells high? See, this rag to riches story is such an attractive story. Everybody just celebrates that person as a hero if he is from rag to riches. Means penniless to billionaire. This rag to riches story is such a glamorous story. Why? Because you feel it is impossible. He has achieved impossibility as a possible. No, I tell you. Nothing is impossible. If you are stuck with the idea of impossible, even brushing your teeth is impossible. If you are clear about possibility, simply the whole thing is possible. Whenever a Kundalini arises, understand? Kundalini is portrayed in Hindu tradition like a snake. The hiss of the Kundalini snake is possible. So whenever I am saying possible, my Kundalini is hissing at you. This Kundalini snake has no poison, it only has a nectar. When it bites, it only gives nectar. Amrita Naga. It is not Vishanaga. Understand? But don't think there is a snake sitting inside, you know. It is portrayed like a snake. When that Kundalini awakens, it moves in your body like a snake moving. Sometimes people ask me, oh, if it is awakened, where will I keep the snake? No, don't worry. Don't talk like a stupid atheist. Please listen. I am giving you the science of possibility. The first step creating the space for what you want. It means, listen, during any Kalpataru process, take up only one desire to cause it as reality. Don't take up two. You will mess it up. Don't become greedy. Greed is nothing but powerlessness. You are afraid. Who knows, second time it will happen or not? I am not just giving you one boon, I am giving you the science of making what you want into reality. Just teaching somebody to fish may help him whole life, but immediately he will not have food. Just giving him fish, he will have immediately food, but whole life what we will do? Both are off. I give you immediate food and teach you to fish. Listen. First, take up only one desire to make it into reality. Second instruction, visualize that it has already happened. For example, if you are taking up a desire to become healthy, visualize, create a space, it has already happened, it is present. And all the doubt you have, no, how can it happen? How will I become healthy? All the doubts you have, all the denial you have, start completing with all that. When I say completing, when this kind of patterns, self-doubt and self-denial started in you, constantly doubting you and making you believe impossibility. when that pattern started, look into it and decide to relive and complete. Drop it. Decide to hold on to this new space you created as a reality for your life. Tell yourself with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching, I am aligning all my thoughts, actions, feeling and life to this reality. You will see simply the space you created start opening itself, radiating itself, becoming reality in your life. Especially when the Master blesses with his integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching. It's like Ganga entering into a well. If you are a simple, separate, small well, you can say, oh, I am dirty, how will I clean up myself whole, completely? No, 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 no. I have so much self-doubt, so many self-denial, self-hatred. If Ganga enters into your well, do you need to be bothered about cleaning it? You are cleaned upside down. Above, below, this side, that side, in all sides, in all direction, enema is given and cleaned. Sarvaj enema cleaning. Water wash, water service. Please understand, take responsibility for what you desire. Make yourself deserve for what you desire. You will see cosmos goes on showering. There are one bunch of fools in the planet Earth constantly believe life is a struggle, nothing is possible. With that impossibility itself, they are born, live and they die. But I tell you guys, you are not sinners to believe impossibility. You are Amritasya Putraha, Hindus. Blessed are those who are born in the religion who introduces you to you as sons of immortality. Amritasya Putraha. You are not a sinner. Shranvandu Vishwe Amritasya Putraha. So let those people who believe they are sinners and life is impossible for them, let them live with their belief. We don't care. But I tell you, do not allow that ideas to be injected into your brain. It is a conspiracy against humanity. Don't be cheated. Don't be destroyed by the conspirators against humanity. Blessed are you who are born in the religion which introduces you to you as sons of immortality. Whoever carries whatever belief, let them carry and let them live. But you don't need to be affected, abused. by the wrong beliefs. So you understand you are a sons of immortality. You understand your experience of eternity. So now I lead you all into this science of Kundalini awakening and science of Kalpataru, which is the most ancient royal knowledge and royal secret.
We have 3 bodies in our being. We all think, we all live, we all move with only one body. That is physical body, Jagrat Sarira, which we use in the regular state. We have one more body, which we use in Swapna, in dream state. You may be sleeping in that way, but in dream you will be in Madhura. You may be going to Babu. Actually, your physical body is in Babu, is in Bangalore. But you feel that you are not Babu. What is happening? At that time also you assume your body. You are using some body. Without body you won't be able to do any activity. The body which you use in your dreams is subtle body, Sukshma Sarira. We call it Swapna Sarira. And the third body which can't be used but which exists. In these three, you have in complete Sushupti Dīkṣā, you are one body. These 3 bodies meet and merge in 7 places in our body. In our being, they meet and merge in 7 places. These 7 places are called energy centers or chakras. Here is a beautiful diagram picture given about the chakras. So very nicely. Each chakra is long and unlocked because of some emotions, conditions. First, today we will be with another chakra. Because of our sentiments and emotions. Emotions, sentiments, and sentiment which is named as love. These energies love chakra, and doubt is also a doubt is also playing a major role on this chakra. This another chakra is laughter. Basically, all our energy has gone to head. Continuously, we are centered in head. Nothing except head works in our being. Close the eyes and remember your name. You will not remember any other portion except head. Your whole energy is just being sucked for anything and everything. You are nothing but head, acting just in the head. Calculating everything, making everything into an interaction. In society, doubt is needed. Doubt is a basic thing. Without doubt, you cannot live. Belief or faith or no skill. Doubt has become so much. The being has so much filled with doubt. For everything, each and every moment, you are feeling with doubts. Of course, in society it is needed. You have to be doubtful. Otherwise, you will be taken for granted, taken for a ride. But here, when you turn in, the scale doubt will not help. It's not going to help. So you need to use a new dimension, a new being, a new language of art. Here, doubt is not going to help you. Drop your head. If you are completely centered in your head, your manavada cannot open. I am not giving you the idea of faith and belief as a morality. I am not saying that it is a believe in me, I will save you in the heaven. No. I am giving this idea of faith or belief as a technique. It is a basic need for us now. If you want to take anything higher, these three chakras are basic chakras. The Mooladhara is situated near where your spinal cord ends. The Swadhisthana is little bit above and below navel. Swadhisthana is little above the Mooladhara and below the navel center. And exactly in navel, near navel, the Manipura chakra is situated. See, the ancient Tantra system says elaborate about these chakras. And today modern biologists say there are corresponding glands situated in the body. Where we say Agnya, biologists say the pituitary glands is there. Corresponding to each chakra, nearly there is a glands. The glands gives energy through these chakras. When if we know about these chakra signs, if we can use the signs of these chakras, we will be able to use the aircraft into aircraft as an aircraft. Yesterday I told you the story about aircraft. After the Second World War, the German soldiers are left to open aircraft near a tribal area. When the tribals saw that mechanism, they thought it would be a bullock cart. They started using it as a bullock cart to transport the materials. After a few weeks or months, someone little bit intelligent man came and saw and thought it may not be a bullock cart because there are so many gear systems. For bullock cart there is no need for so many gear systems. He thought it would be a tractor and he started using it as a tractor. After few months, when he saw called man with their father and instructed them how to start and use it as aircraft. Then they start using it as an aircraft. This is the same thing which happens in our life also. If we don't know the gears and mechanisms of these chakras, we will be using our body as a tractor or bullock cart. At the most we use only as a bullock cart. We don't really use as a tractor. If we know the mechanisms, if we know how to use these gears of our tractor, we can fly with this aircraft. The science of flying, that is the science about chakras. If you know the science of chakras, you can use this body, you can use the energy in much higher scale, in much higher way, not in the lower forms in which we are using at present. If these chakras get opened, your energy will be used in a higher place. It will be transformed into a higher energy. So how to open this? What is the science of these chakras? To open these chakras, two methods are followed. One is meditation, another one is maturity. What I call by the word maturity, we can use the word jnana, wisdom. But what is called as jnana, wisdom, I call it as a maturity. Jnana word is too much attached with seriousness. When we listen the word, we immediately feel that it is not for the Grihasthas. That's why I am not using the word jnana, I am using the word maturity. So now we will come to the first chakra. First chakra is Muladhara. As I told you, there are two ways to open these chakras. One is meditation, another one is maturity. Maturity means just understand in which way these chakras are locked. Get the key and open the chakras. If you know how to open the chakras, you will see the maturity descends on you. This chakra is locked by a particular emotion. Each chakras are locked by a particular emotion. If you know how to unlock it, the chakra energy will be released in you and you can float with the energy of the chakra. The Muladhara chakra is concerned with the. So we come to the question, what is sex? Today, biology proves all men are 51% men, 49% women. All women are 51% women, 49% men. Just 1% this way or that way. 1% only, this way or that way. But when we start growing, society doesn't allow the women part of us to express. When we do the meditation, many times I observe, men always cry, women try to laugh. Why the reason you know? The feminine part of us has been suppressed. The masculine part of the women has been suppressed by the society continuously. When we start growing, we slowly start collecting the image that 49% in us tries to satisfy itself through mother and father. That is why girl children are always attracted to father and boys are always attracted to mother. From there, the sex starts. the science starts. We start slowly collecting the images, prints. All men try to fulfill their image with mother. All women try to fulfill their man image with father. The art is suppressed by the society. When it is suppressed, we try to fulfill it with the father and with the mother, having some loving relationship. Then after a few years of growth, we start collecting the images from many people, from the outsiders, how a real woman should be, especially from medias, how a real man should be. We start collecting the images and start preserving it in our system. The repressed or suppressed women is always in the unconscious. It's a deep science actually, what is happening in the mind. When we go after a certain age, you will start collecting images from many actors, actresses, many stories, especially from the TV serials. From all these things, we start collecting the images and start preserving it. How a right man should be, how a right woman should be, how a many things, how a husband should be, how a mother should be, how a father should be. Many images we start collecting. We keep the imagination of a woman inside, the ideal woman. Sometimes, rarely, at the age of 15, after 18 to 23, in that age, we see somebody outside, and from distance, it looks like as if they resemble in this image, which you have inside. We continuously start searching for this image. We have the copy inside. We start searching this outside. We start searching whether some image will suit with this image, whether some real person will suit with this image, which we have collected and kept it in our mind. So actually, when you see somebody from distance, you feel as if that your image is resembling with that real person. We start falling in love. The falling in love happens in that moment only. The science behind the falling in love is listening. We have an image and we search. In distance we feel. In distance we feel as if the both are resembling. As if the both are looking alike. Then we fall in love. But when you come here, you will immediately find the image is image and the real person is person. You can never find image in a real person because it is image. Not because of anything, because it is image. How can image be a real person? Because it is image. This is the base where we start expecting something from the other. This is the greatest expectation all of us have. We always want the other. Other means either wife or husband should act according to our image. Is it possible? Can it be possible? Dreams can never become true because they are dreams. The very word denotes they are dreams. If they can become true, why will they be called as dreams? Impossible. It has to be heard very clearly. Please listen with full attention and try to digest what I say. That's why I am speaking very slowly. If any question please raise. Now we will come to the clarification. This is the way in which our expectations about others starts. We collect all types of images from media, TVs, wherever we see the ideal person. We collect that image and keep it inside and try to actualize it. We try to make it a reality with a living person. Is it possible? It can never be. That is why all love ends in failure. All, capital letter A-L-L, you can use. All, without exception. There are, we can say there is an exception, one or two, like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Both of them have no image. Both of them have no expectation. So something directly happened between them. The pure love transmission. Of course, that type of exceptions we need. Our whole life, the so-called life, is nothing but this unending war. If any of you oppose, I can go more deep into this subject. If any of you can raise any questions. Always it goes in such a way. So we have an image and we start carving. The whole day, 24 hours, she is with hammer and chisel, you are also with hammer and chisel. When you find her, you start chiseling. When she finds you, she starts chiseling. The house is continuously, completely filled with the sizzling sound. Keep quiet. Don't stand. All these sounds are nothing but chiseling sounds. The continuous chiseling sound is resounding in the house. So, this is the way this chakra is locked. When you expect something from others, when you try to fulfill your imagination by disturbing others, this chakra gets locked. This chakra has nothing to do with sex as you think, as you get the meaning of the word sex. This chakra is something to do with deeply our imagination. This chakra has nothing to do directly with sex. One day, morning, Buddha used to deliver every day morning lecture, discourses. One day morning discourse, he has got 10,000 sannyas disciples. Buddha had 10,000 sannyas disciples. Every day morning he will address to them. One day he brought like this, some knot, and kept it in front of his disciples and asked them how to remove this knot. Some strengthy disciple came and then what will happen? What to do? How to remove it? First thing, observe how the knot is made. Second thing, undo it. The way in which